Ok, mais uma vez, bom dia a todos. Once again, good morning, everybody. 7 horas e 20 minutos. 7:20. Now we can do the check-in. They already did. They're getting in the water. Algumas já fizeram, já estão entrando lá no canal, como podemos ver. Então, vamos pedir agora, gentilmente, para quem está surfando na área local, liberar o tipo de recreação. A maioria são surfistas envolvidos no evento, por favor, liberar a área imediatamente. We ask you, please, you clean the area now. You may clean the area now, please. We're going to start in 15 minutes. Vamos começar em 15 minutos. Ok? Por favor, liberar a área de competição. Já pedindo auxílio aí do seu resgate, dando um bom dia para a rapaziada. Sempre fazendo excelente trabalho. Com maestria aí. Nossos anjos da guarda. Dá aquele apoio para liberar a área. Bom dia a todos do Super Resgate. Muito obrigado pelo seu grande serviço prestado. Então vamos lá, pessoal, liberar a área de competição, surfers in the water, surfers in the water, please, you may clean the area now. Thank you, obrigado. We're going to start 7:35 sharp, vamos começar às 7:35 em ponto. Nous allons commencer 7:35, cominciamo alle ore 7:35. É isso aí. Bom dia aqui especial para o Ronaldo Monteiro. Estamos fazendo a locução aqui juntos. Eu sou o Henrique Prates, Ronaldo Monteiro ao meu lado, Henrique Lopes também, nós três na locução de praia. Ronaldo Monteiro como local do pico. Vai passar aí o repórter aí das condições do mar para vocês e o que ele espera do dia de hoje. Bom dia, Ronaldo. Bom dia, Henrique Prates. Bom dia a todos. Sejam muito bem-vindos. Então, a mais um dia nessa grande competição do evento que é fundamental a prevenção dos atletas que querem chegar no CT. Tem última etapa do Town do Chile. Hoje temos uma condição bem melhor, né? Encerrar o vinho, ver uma textura mais lisa aqui, uma textura mais bonita, o mar está muito bonito aqui de cima, com as ondas azuis, a galera quebrando aí no pico. Realmente hoje parece ser o melhor dia, né? Desses 3 dias de competição que nós fizemos. Desejo boa sorte a todos, bom trabalho a todos envolvidos aí na competição, além dos surfistas, pessoal da produção, da segurança da limpeza, os fotógrafos, técnicos e árbitros, locutores e todos envolvidos na audição. Inclusive, desejo um belo dia a todo o público presente que vem prestigiar esse grande evento. É isso aí, Ronaldo. Temos aí vários tipos diferentes, né? Agora vai ter que optar naquela onda ali, mais para a direita. Agora ali, pegando esquerda e direita, aqui na frente, mais para fora também tem outro pico. E tem outro para a direita ali, né, para dentro do canal. Realmente tem múltiplos picos aqui hoje, com aquela textura maravilhosa, tem que enterrar. Para a alegria dos fotógrafos, agora chegando uma nuvenzinha preta, ela já está passando. E a previsão para hoje também é uma chuvinha prata moderada. A fria já passou, já está lá para o norte do Espírito Santo já, tem outra chegando segunda-feira. A expectativa aí de show de surf aí. A galera já está quebrando no free surf. Vou pedir mais uma vez para vocês liberarem a área de competição. Once again, you may clean the area now, please. Por favor, sair da área de competição. Vamos lá, pessoal. O jet ski aí está falando com vocês gentilmente para sair da água. Ok, então remar para depois da segunda boia branca. You can pedal for outside of the second view, the white view, on the direction of the church. Thank you. Olha essa série, galera. Tá desenhando o caderno, hein? Olha lá. Saquarema se apresentando agora aí, com as esquerdas aí mais longas, permitindo manobras, várias sessões, sessão mais cheia, sessão mais com buraco, tem até tudo. Olha lá. Vamos acompanhar lá. Olha a onda, hein? Coisa linda, hein? Meu amigo, é Saquarema, mais bonito. Muito obrigado aí a galera local que liberou a sua área de recreação para um evento de nível internacional. Thank you for you in the area. You guys already leave the area for a very important event, international event right here in Saquarema. This is a mega event. The city, essa cidade recebendo aí 3 grandes eventos da UCL, a única do Brasil. E daqui a pouquinho começa, em 7h35, o pessoal que ainda está na área, peço por favor liberar a área de competição. You see the area, please. You make in the area now. Thank you. Obrigado. Vamos começar com a categoria feminina na bateria número 11, no round das 64. We're going to start with the round of 64, hit number 11. It's the red singler Zoe McDougall from Hawaii. The blue singler Hina Matsunaga from Japan. From USA with the white singler Samantha Sibley. And from Brazil with the green singler Mariana Areno. Mariana Areno representando o Brasil de verde. De vermelho a havaiana Zoe McDougall. E de azul a japonesa Hina Matsunaga. E de branco, a americana Samantha Sibley. Boa sorte, good luck. Olha lá, pessoal, olha a série, coisa linda. Quando acertar essa esquerda, são 6, 7 manobras aqui até o ensaio. Fica bonito, olha lá. O Wilson, esquerdão bonito, ó. Tá na ponta da laje lá, ó. Por isso que está falando pelo nome de Maracanã do surf, né? Porque não está perfeito ainda, hein? Pode ficar melhor. Sabuca, bom dia. A galera toda aí. A galera toda aqui no treino. Cristina Silvina. Sete horas 30 minutos, 5 minutos para o início, 5 minutes to start, 5 minutes to start.
Nothing left to lose now, everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Good morning, bon dia, aloha, kahiaka. Welcome to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, as we look at some of the rivals this morning. And it looks like the weather has gotten better. The conditions have improved. The women have already gone out there. Shino Matsuda had her warm up this morning. And we are anticipating a day of competition here at Itaúna. Sofia Medina had a great run when we left competition yesterday, winning her heat. And we got so much more in store for you, potentially. Welcome, I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, weather's improved, conditions have improved.
Yeah, waves are super fun this morning. I just talked to Glenn Microhall, actually. And, you know, not only are conditions great, but I'm expecting a lot of high-level competition today. I want to start the morning off just by saying Haoli Lahanau to my brother Kalani David up there in the sky. Ahuiho until we see each other again. And, you know, it's his birthday today. He would have been 25. And he actually qualified for the Challenger Series, believe it or not, Kaipo, through the event at Pipeline. And, you know, it's a big day, not only for him, but I think for competition history here at Saquarema.
Yeah. Hey, we love you, Kalani, and you'll always be in our heart. And today is dedicated to you. So, Mitchell, gosh, the winds have changed. It looks like we got some offshore conditions today. Swells receded just a little bit. It's a little smaller, but I think it's going to be very contestable.
Yeah, not by much, though. I mean, there's still plenty of size out there. It's very contestable, as you were saying. I think we're going to see a lot of people really get those 2 waves that they need in 30 minutes, especially when it comes to consistency of great waves. That's what I'm seeing out there this morning, Kaipo.
Yeah. We don't know as of yet exactly what the call is, but let's find out, because Rachel is with Travis Logie from Tours and Competitions. Rachel, take it away. What's going on?
That's right. Good morning, everyone. I'm here with Travis Logie. So, Travis, what's the call for today?
Morning, Rachel. Yeah, today's an easy one. The waves are really fun. Best day so far by a long shot. We still got heaps of swell around, but the wind's gone offshore. It's cleaned up. So we're on 7:35 a.m. start. We're going to finish off women's round 1 all the way to heat 16 and then go straight back into the men's round 2, the whole round, 12 heats. So another 9-hour day.
Perfect. So it's going to be an amazing day. Keep watching. Thanks, Travis. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Travis. Wow, that's the news. So we have, what, 6 more heats of women, and then a full round of men, 12 heats. That's 18 heats. 9 hours of surfing competition for you today. So buckle up, get strapped on, because we got a big one. You're going to have a lot of surfing going on today. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see many upsets like we saw yesterday afternoon, Kaipo, that lost to Molly Picklim. But there are some high seeds going up for the women once again this morning, and we're probably going to see some high men seeds. Maybe even potentially lose this afternoon too.
Yeah, one thing that we know for sure is we're going to see some surprises today because of the beach break of Itaúna. We've already seen 2 days of surprises, upsets, and we'll see what other kind of stuff happens as we await the horn to blow for the first heat of the day. 30 minutes on the clock, and we got Zoe McDougall, Rina Matsunaga, Samantha Sibley, and Mariana Arino all out in the water. Again, 4 surfers in the heat. 2 surfers advancing into the round of 32, and we anticipate the start, Mitchell.
Yeah, it should be a fun heat, Kaipo. Heat number 11, we have 5 more to go after this, so should be a fun day of competition to start things off, and looking forward to what the number 9 in the rankings can do here, and that is Zoe McDougall. So getting things underway now in Saquarema at Praia de Itaúna. Kaipo's going to step out, and it's going to be Maida Pops who's going to join me for the first couple of heats this morning. And we are underway. So really just anticipating the first wave to happen so far this morning here at Praia de Itaúna, and want to give a very warm welcome and bom dia to Maida Pops. Maida, bom dia.
Bom dia, bom dia. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, Maida. Can't complain. How about yourself?
I'm good as well. The weather looks better today. The waves are fun, so I think we're going to have a really nice day of competition.
Absolutely. It seems that way for sure. 2 surfers out there from a region that I know a lot more of. Zoe McDougall, number 9 in the rankings. She is from Sunset Beach on the island of Oahu. Samantha Sibley out there in the white jersey from San Clemente, California. And we have Rina Matsunaga in blue. She is currently number 34 in the rankings in the blue jersey from Japan. And Mariana Areno in the green jersey. One of our local wild cards from Brazil, Maida.
Yeah, she's a wild card. It's her first time ever competing in a CS and Challenger Series. So, yeah, big challenge for her.
Should be a fun heat, though. It seems like we might have some action right here. Areno will catch the first wave of this heat, the first day of day number 3 of competition. More of a setup carve right there to start things off for Mariana. And gets a decent snap to finish off. We have seen some very quality waves out there during the free surf this morning, though, so wouldn't be surprised to see some consistency in the lack of these excellent scores yet again. We saw very few excellent scores yesterday, Maida, and seems like Zoe might be having a look at this. She's up and riding. Big drop right there for Zoe. And McDougall's just going to kick out real quick. 28 minutes on the clock. These are 30-minute heats, Maida. Normally we don't go anything lower than this at both the CS and the CT level. And for good reason. We want to give these surfers an opportunity to prove themselves here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's true. And look, this is the replay for Mariana. And it's a good way to start a heat when it's your first time ever in a Challenger Series. Just catch some waves, try to have some opportunities to show your surfing. Yeah.
Just a 2-point ride, though, so they're really keeping that scale low this morning. And you know what I'm interested to see? Not only the high seeds do well this morning here at Itaúna, but a lot of these young surfers that have something to prove. 20 years of age for Samantha Sibley. She's up and riding. Nice down carve there to start things off in her heat. And she's going to kick out.
Yeah, let's see if they're finding more rights or lefts. I was watching the free surf this morning. Look, she found a good left one. Nice. Just one maneuver. The wave didn't allow her to surf more. But I mean, I was watching and I felt I couldn't watch too much, but I felt that there are some more left opportunities than the right ones.
Really? I felt like there was a good balance of both of them, to be honest, but
yeah.
Here goes Matsunaga,
okay,
though.
See.
She's on the right, so having a look here. Nice bottom turn, top turn combo right there for Rina Matsunaga. There are a good number of lefts, though, I will say that, but it just seems like that right is so consistent, and it's way easier to stay there and remain there without the current having to battle the whole time. Here's the replay, Maida.
Yeah, nice carve there, and then snap. Just one maneuver. What we saw now, it's just like the waves are not opening. So one maneuver waves. Kind of low scores until now.
So far, a 3.5 for Sibley, a 3.2 for Matsunaga. And despite the slow start for a lot of these, actually all 4 surfers really, besides the 3.5 for Sibley, you know, some small scores, but you know, when you look at the heat as a whole, it's good to start off with a wave where you ended up on your feet, you didn't fall, you converted on a score too, and maybe a 3 at the end of this heat ends up being a keeper score. Hopefully not for us, but you know, in many situations in competitive surfing, you tend to have those kind of moments where you're thinking all the time of excellent scores and not always thinking that a 3 could be something that you keep in your scoreline, Maida.
Yeah, Adriano used to say that in a heat you don't have to surf like the best of you. Maybe you just need to surf the best of in the heat, like best compared to the other competition. Yeah, to the competitors. So you don't have to look for like the highest score ever. You just have to go through the heat and build some scores. And maybe it's the first heat of the day. It's always challenging because you don't know what's going to happen.
Where to sit.
Where to sit and how the judges are thinking. So they're setting the parameters.
Yeah, the standard.
Yeah, the standards, yeah.
Yeah, and as you can see there in terms of positioning, Samantha Sibley is way over on the left. She is working with Matt Myers from Myers Surf Mentorship. One of the best coaches in the business is Matt Myers from Santa Cruz, California. Everybody else, though, way over towards the right-hander, so Sam's going to stick to the lefts. She does come from San Clemente, surfs lower trestles a lot. Loves to train with Sawyer Limblad and crew over there in San Clemente. And, you know, you talk about one of the greatest towns in terms of talented surfers, Maida. San Clemente might just be the best place in the world to grow up as a surfer.
I believe so. So many waves, so good, high quality of the waves.
And the talent pool, too.
Yeah.
Griffin Colapinto. We have seen Kolohe Andino succeed a lot on the championship tour level. Not a win so far at the CT level, but the amount of consistency that he had. Actually won a few QS events here back in the day when he qualified for the CT. Sawyer Lindblad in the event from San Clemente too, and you see this kind of new breed coming up of surfers, not only from that area, but San Diego, closer to Los Angeles, and I think California right now is kind of in a pinnacle part of their process in terms of breeding new surfers that will eventually qualify for the championship tour. It's been a long time. I want to say really Connor Coffin since you know he qualified for Santa Barbara. There haven't been too many surfers from the state of California to qualify for the CT, Maida.
Yeah, we hope we can see many of them on CT. Like we used to have like a bunch of them. And look, this is Zoe.
Yeah. Ooh, good little carve and
Oh.
then pulls in. That wave just going to take her out at the end, though. And Zoe comes from an area on the North Shore. There you see number 9 in the ranking, excuse me, 22 years of age, very young surfer. Competed for Team USA at the ISA World Surfing Games as well. And Zoe's been around for a long time, competing at the highest level. We used to have an event in Los Cabos, a 6-star, where Zoe actually won a scholarship from Alana Blanchard to gain some money and compete in the qualifying series. So Alana doing some great things for not only surfers within Hawaii, but worldwide too. And we saw Areno right there up and riding. Just a quick one for her. Matsunaga had a paddle. And, you know, talking about the different areas that maybe haven't provided the same quality surfers, the North Shore is also one. It's been a long time since somebody's qualified from the North Shore.
Yeah, look the replay. Nice turn there, and then she pulled in. Yeah, but she couldn't manage to.
Not necessarily a long time. I mean, you had Sakura qualify last season, Luana Silva, but who has remained at the top is, I guess, what I'm saying. Few people have. Kokoho had a while where she was there, you know, fighting for the top spot, but besides that, it's been a difficult time for a lot of those surfers coming from that part of Oahu, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. And yesterday we saw Kokohu
Lose early.
Yeah, very early. It was sad to see that she's fighting for qualify,
Yeah.
isn't she? Yeah.
Well, she needed a result
Yeah,
here.
here.
Now she's basically going to have to win at Haleiwa and have a good number of people lose over there early as well. 20:45 to go on the clock. Sam Sibley in the lead with just a 3.5. Zoe McDougal gets a 2.3. Matsunaga with a 3.2 in her scoreline so far. And Areno, nothing better than a 2-point ride. I think it's a good time to talk about, you know, how beautiful Saquarema is and how much the weather has changed over the last few days, Maida. And you yourself know this is a place that is very different to other parts of Brazil. You were mentioning to me there's an upwelling here in the ocean that causes the water to get colder than other parts of Brazil.
Yeah, it is. Here, like close to here, we have Cabo Frio and Arraial do Cabo. That is, the water like is pretty cold, but it's an awesome place. It's so pretty. The water is blue like in Hawaii. You cannot even imagine that it's so close to here and the water looks so different from here. But it's cold water.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like Brazil sometimes. Yeah.
I can assure you it does not. I saw Amuro Suzuki wear a full suit yesterday. I saw Nacho Gundensen wear a full suit this morning. And I'm thinking to myself, it's nice outside. It's a little chilly every now and then. But you're thinking, okay, Brazil, Rio especially, it should be warm. And it's not. Here's Matsunaga also wearing a full suit. She goes for a huge turn at the end of that wave right there and won't be able to pull it off. 19:20 to go on the clock. Use second priority right there. She gets the score to move up into first, but that's just momentarily, though. Has a 3.2 as her best. She went for it here at the end, though, Maida.
Yeah. Nice little turn there, and then, oh, but she couldn't stand.
Yeah, unfortunate, because the section was there. Just didn't seem like she had the right amount of speed to really capitalize on that last section.
And we saw nice waves ridden yesterday with this finish, with this explosive finish.
Right.
They were like really well
Rewarded.
Reward, yeah.
Absolutely right. We saw Mariana Areno right there. the Brazilian surfer in the green jersey. A good number of Brazilian wildcards in this event too, Maida, and Mariana is one of them.
Yeah, she's pretty young. Look. Yeah, the wave didn't. How do you say that?
Stand up?
Stand up. Yeah, stand up too much. Yeah, Marina Reno, she's pretty young. She went to Huntington Beach for these surfing games with the Brazilian team, and she's starting to improve her surfing and getting some experience around the world. So I think she's one of the girls that we might see like in the future a lot.
I like it. As you're saying, still a junior, went with the open team. That's not an easy feat at all. Here's Zoe McDougall, wrapping it back on the first turn right there, looking for this wave to really stand up, and gets a decent finish. So Zoe probably gonna get her best wave right there, has a 2.3 in her scoreline, only needs a high 1 to move up into the top 2 spots. Zoe now with an opportunity here to not only make it through this heat, but make a few heats and move up in the rankings too, Maida.
Yeah, look, they're trying to surf a lot, find some opportunities. The conditions are kind of tricky right now. And look, this is Matsunaga live.
Rena up and riding. Coming around the section right here, banks it off the top. And she's gonna wrap it back. Looking for a strong finish. Gets a little foam climb, and she's gonna kick out. 17 minutes on the clock. Now waiting on a few scores, both from McDougall and Matsunaga. It's been Sam Sibley who's held down priority number 1 for a long time. She is positioned on the other side of the beach. But looking at Matsunaga's ride, how much do you like this one, Maida?
I like this one. She could find like a little wall there and then right in the pocket. Yeah, it was a good one, a longer one at least.
Definitely had distance. We don't count that here at WSO scoring, but it allows for opportunity for more and different maneuvers, that's for sure. And there's Sam Sibley on screen. Seems like she's moving back towards the main peak. Had the 3.5 on the left, and maybe Matt Myers on the beach was able to give her some advice with a towel or something in order to have her move back over. She might be looking at this peak over here, though. Had a look at that right. Maybe something outside, and Matsunaga gets a 3.33, McDougall a 2.83, so that is her personal best at the moment. They are first and second respectively. Areno down to third. She needs a high 2, and Sibley needs just a mid 1 in order to move up into the top 2 spots. And you know, I'm not only very happy that this event at Saquarema has been able to provide a lot of waves for these competitors, but when you look at consistency, you know, we saw Snapper Rocks at the beginning of the tour on the CS. You saw Manly, a fun beach break, but nothing great. You look at the US Open, it was quite huge for how Huntington gets. At Iseda, quite big. And then you think of Brazil, usually small waves. It's been kind of firing the whole time we've been here, Maida.
Yeah, this week is firing. I think we're gonna have like fun waves until the end of the window. So here Saquarema is very the consistency is
Consistency, yes.
Yeah, it's very like it's very good. Last week we had like 4 or 5 days with good waves for the QS. So Saquarema is a nice, fun place.
Well, I love it. So does Zoe McDougall. Her best ride, great carve right there from Zoe. And that should be the best wave of the heat so far. Beautiful combination from the surfer from Oahu. That Paisel under her feet looking great. And easily the best ride of the heat so far, Maida.
So far, so fun, this wave. Look, very strong maneuver, and then I loved this last one.
Wrapped it all the way back too. And it seems like with 14 minutes to go, let's go down to Rachel in the Área de Atletas do Banco do Brasil. She's got a special guest.
Yeah, I'm here at Área dos Atletas Banco do Brasil with João Chianca. His girlfriend Summer is going in the next heat, so you're the local hero here. Which advice do you give to Summer?
Basically, just go for the rides. She has been training on this spot like for the past 2 years, so she pretty much knows everything. I cannot like really tell her like anything that she doesn't know, and she's really confident on the front hand, and on the right she knows the spot. Basically, like I'm just trying to like keep her like her nerves like pretty low, and like she gonna do a great job. I know her and believing on her, and yeah, she's gonna do good.
For sure, this must make easier for her. So good luck for you. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel, and good surfing from Joao Chianca in the first round. We're going to see him compete later today, too, at his home break of Praia da Itaúna. Some good advice there from the local boy to his partner, Summer Macedo. She'll be coming up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a paddle from Mariana Areno. She will be going down on the priority board as you see numbers switch right there. Sam Sibley, though, still with first priority, waiting for that wave. And scores come through for Zoe McDougall, a 6.67. Great surfing right there. Moves her way up into first. Matsunaga down to second, Areno in third, and Sibley needing a 3.03 to move up into the top two. Well, it's been a fun heat so far. McDougall in the lead, and she's looking great in order to make a few heats here in Saquarema. Don't go anywhere. More action coming from the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Sam Sibley was up and riding right there with 10 minutes to go. And the surfer from San Clemente, California, number 55 in the rankings. So far, she's only made one heat on the Challenger Series this year, Maida, and she's needing a big result here. But Rina Matsunaga up and riding. She's looking to make life difficult for the surfer in white. Matsunaga, number 34 in the rankings. She's looking to move up a decent margin here in Saquarema, so that way she doesn't have to get one of those huge results necessary at Haleiwa in order to qualify. This was her last wave, Maida.
Yeah, very nice turn there, and then the wave didn't allow her to surf more. But Sam, she standed for like half a heat with the priority without surfing any wave, and then in the end she chose a bad one.
Yeah. And unfortunate there. It seems like if she would have pulled that maneuver off, she actually would have moved up into second place, but uses priority. It seems like she's still a bit further away than everybody else, though. This was during the break, Maida. Zoe McDougall just going to town. It seems like she's found her rhythm with that amazing two-turn combo right there, and the Flying Hawaiian looking good to make it through. And also Rina Matsunaga was up and riding as well.
Yeah, and I have to say sorry for you because I said about the lefts, and now we just saw like too many good right ones.
Rookie mistake, Maeda. No worries.
Yeah.
And this was Sam's wave. Oh, just dug the nose there at the end coming out of the turn. She still has time, though. 8 minutes to go on the clock. McDougal drops her best, a 6.93. Impressive scoreline for Zoe so far, 13.6 heat total. She's looking comfortable, and now it's all about being patient, letting time run out, and moving through into the round of 32. She's within striking distance right now. Maeda, number 9 in the rankings. This is a good event for her. Great surfer at beach breaks for the most part. But you go back to the North Shore, Haleiwa, one of your home breaks. Man, you got to feel comfortable knowing that you're more than likely to get a great result there, too.
Yeah, for her, if she does well here, she will get there with a lot of confidence. So, yeah, it might be good for her to go through this heat and then keep the momentum, try to make more hits here and build everything she needs for Haleiwa.
Absolutely. One of the hardest working women out there. There's Summer Macedo, originally from Maui, now surfs for Brazil. And Summer's partner, Joao, local boy here from Saquarema. She'll be coming up against Sarah Baum, Camila Kemp, and Isabela Saldaña. Here's Mariana Areno, though, and she doesn't want to give up. She completes the second turn, and what an incredible combination there by the young surfer from Brazil. Needs a 4.2 at the moment with just under 7 minutes to go. Maeda, you were mentioning how young she is, maybe how inexperienced she is in these big, high-profile events. Guess what? She just proved us wrong.
Yeah, and she serves pretty well. I told you. I loved this wave. It was amazing. Look it again. Very nice first turn, and then she looked for a big finish there, and then she could finish.
Yeah, she was able to. No fear in this wave either. The 2 turns were committed. They were precise, and with a good amount of power on both of them as well.
Here we call this part of the wave like Boca do Jacaré.
The mouth of the alligator.
Yeah, mouth of the alligator.
Matsunaga up and riding. That's going to be a throwaway score for her, or the alligator's mouth, whichever way you want to call it. You call it that because it clamps, basically,
yeah? It clamps really right on the sand.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's big here, this makes like so huge mouth.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a scary-looking section there. You know what's scary? Mariana Areno surfing, she gets a 6.03, moves up into second place. And Zoe McDougal still in the lead, but now Rina Matsunaga needing a 5.04. And the surfer from California, Sam Sibley, now needing a 4.87. Priority is with the surfer in red, the heat leader. There you see her, Sibley on the left again. I mean, she moved over. She's hunting those things down, and let's see if she can actually make things happen here. So Zoe McDougal gonna lose priority right there. That was a paddle. And she's gonna go down in the priority rotation. Either way, she's in first. Doesn't matter that much, but we're down to crunch time now, Maeda. Matsunaga and Sibley both need scores.
Yeah, and we saw like Mariana taking this nice wave. So all of them, they have all the potential to turn this heat. So probably wasn't, it was like a bad choice for her to losing priority with 5 minutes left.
And let's look at the heat recap and see what has happened so far in heat number 11. It's really been Zoe McDougal just finding her rhythm in this heat. Maeda getting a couple of 6s on the board.
Yeah, very nice turn. And another good one. This was the best wave of the heat, wasn't it?
That was her first one. It was a 6.67.
Yeah,
and this came in as a 6.93.
Yeah, very similar both waves, like 2 maneuvers, strong ones. And this was Mariana Areno, best wave.
6.03 here, Maeda, and she really capitalized on the opportunity that she had right there, needing a score at that given moment of the heat, too. Live action, though. Sam Sibley up and riding. Needs a 4.87 or better. Oh, that's not going to be it. Just to close that right there from Sam.
I think Sam saw the same as me. She's looking for the left. But, I mean, actually the rights are better right now.
I just think they have a bit more consistency, Maida. You know, you go out there with a game plan, and in a 30-minute heat, it's way easier or less difficult to be able to adapt to a different game plan. 20 minutes, I understand. You usually want to kind of stick to your guns. It's understandable, but 30 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, long time. She should have seen like some rights being served, and maybe she could have changed her game.
3
But
minutes
she
to
still
go.
have time.
She
3
does.
minutes.
She has plenty of time. 3 minutes could be an eternity for some people or go by extremely quick, depending on which side you are on. And Sibley still needs the 4.87. And there you see Zoe McDougall and Mariana Areno, first and second respectively in this heat.
Mariana now with the priority, and she has 2.33 to throw away, so probably she's looking for something big to change a little her score.
And these are tense moments, too. Not for these two ladies. They're in the lead. But the surfer in blue needing to score a 5. Sibley needs a high 4, almost a 5. And neither of them are really in position for a wave at the moment. There you see the requirements. You see the priority board at the moment. The surfer in green, maybe a bit inexperienced when it comes to this. She hasn't moved over or even peeked at the two surfers that are both in third and fourth. And she maybe doesn't know how to use priority in a defensive manner, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. She should come here down to the beach stay close to them to not allow them to surf some waves. Like with 1 minute and a half almost to the end of the heat. But now she's close to Zoe. Probably she wants to take the lead.
Well, as Kaipo and I were talking about yesterday, you keep your ego out of it. A win is a win, regardless if you win by an inch or a mile. So
It's true.
the important thing is just moving through. And both Rina Matsunaga and Sam Sibley understand the importance of that. Just over a minute to go here. There we see Areno and McDougall. And it seems like now Areno is moving over. She understands what's at stake here.
Yeah, it looks like she heard what we were talking about. And look,
Rina up and riding. Needs a 504. An important wave. More of a setup carve right there. Needs a huge finish in order to get that mid-range score. Just more of a little setup tap. And that wave just not going to offer up a decent section at the end. 30 seconds. And here's Sam Sibley. This could be a buzzer beater. She's going to be up and riding. On the left. Big section right here. Strong carve to start things off. Slides the fins at the end too. And this wave just going fat. Needs it to really stand up here at the end as well.
yeah, she needs almost a 5-point ride. What do you think, Mitch?
My initial reaction says no. Just not enough on that wave right there. The first carve was nice, obviously, but after that, just didn't seem like this wave offered up enough scoring potential.
Yeah. What we know is if she gets the score, Mariana Areno will learn a lot with this mistake.
Yes, she will. But scores coming through right now. This heat will be decided on the beach. You know, it was a decent sized wave, and it seems like Areno also had a wave in that exchange. Get a recognition. And she's only looking to better a 2.33. A decent little carve there to start things off, and that was basically it for Mariana. Smart move, too, at the end, because if she betters her score, Sam's going to need something a bit better as well. And this is after the buzzer, but Zoe McDougall with a huge heat win for the #9 surfer in the rankings. And we're still waiting on 2 scores for white and green to come through to kind of close this heat out. A 3.17 for green, and it's a 4.33 for white, so not enough for Sam Sibley, and Mariana Areno also betters her situation. Tough loss there for the American surfer, and Matsunaga from Japan in blue. She's out of the event as well, but a huge, huge victory for the young lady on screen, Zoe McDougall, moving through with a great heat total, and she's got the momentum going for her here in Saquarema. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 12 coming up here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema, Brazil for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Big heat in the water. Sarah Baum from South Africa, number 13 in the ranking. Summer Macedo representing Brazil in the blue jersey. Camila Kemp from Germany, number 61 in the ranks. And the local wildcard, Isabela Saldanha in the green from Brazil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Papst on the call. And it seems like we had a quick ride there from our surfer in green, Isabela Saldanha, young competitor here from Brazil out there in the water in green. Want to tell us a little bit more about Isabela?
Yes, sure. She is. Her first time ever Challenger Series as well. So we see like a lot of girls having this chance to compete in these big arenas here in Brazil, and I think this is so nice because they're getting some experience and developing the sport here in Brazil.
And it seems like during the break, we were able to see Camila Kemp, the German surfer, get her first ride here. Came in as a 3.67. And a decent opener here with this last turn at the end, Maida. She's been competing around for a long time as well, and one of the more experienced surfers on the Challenger Series too.
Yeah, she's 26 years old already. And I think she lives in Portugal,
She does,
actually.
yes.
Yeah, at Guincho.
Yep. Yeah.
Praia do Guincho.
A few people from Germany and other countries in Europe actually end in Portugal. A couple of Brazilians moved over there too. Pedro Henrique is one of the people that I know. Justin Mujica from Venezuela lives in Portugal as well. And not only
Lucas Silveira, he spends like a lot of time of his year there.
Kiran Jabour now lives there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are moving over there. It's a pretty cheap country, you know, relatively speaking, worldwide. Great waves, great food. Why wouldn't you want to do it? Very consistent as well, but the only issue that I have tends to be quite cold. You know who's not cold? She's on fire right now. It's Zoe McDougall. She's on the glass with Rachel.
Yes, Zoe McDougall, congratulations. Conditions look a little better than yesterday, but what are your feelings from inside the water?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot smoother than yesterday, but I think the conditions are still really tricky. I was lucky to find a couple, but at first I couldn't really find the exact spot I wanted to be, and then I found it, so I was happy. but still definitely tricky to find out there.
Yeah, for sure. And I saw your father and also your coach. What was he telling you before the heat?
Yeah, I'm here with my dad, which is rare for me, for him to come to an event, which is really special. It's his first time to Brazil, and I think he was a little bit nervous this morning. He was just kind of watching the waves and looking for the good ones with me. But also I have my other coach overseas, Brad Gerlach, who's been texting me too, and then my mom's at home watching, so I have a good support team.
Nice. I know this is a very important event for you, so good luck. You're in the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Obrigado, Rachel, and congratulations to the North Shore's own Zoe McDougall. Yeah, not every day that I actually see her father travel with her at events. It's usually her mom, and now Zoe, 22, travels a lot by herself and with friends. But it's good to see, that at such an important event for her, she's actually here with one of the people that she loves the most, her father.
Yeah, but she said that he was nervous. It looked like she was like trying to deal with his nervous. Yeah, but probably he's giving her a lot of support.
There you see Shino Matsuda, her mother, alongside the great Haoni Monteiro, local boy here from Saquarema. Shino already surfed yesterday. Great heat win for her. And it seems like...
Isabella? No, it's Julia.
Yeah, Julia Duarte.
Duarte.
She's going to be in the next heat coming up in the green jersey. A lot of surfers that I'm hearing their names for the first time, Aida. And, it's really important to see a lot of these developments, especially when we come with these big events, Challenger Series. Second to last event, a lot of people knew that they weren't going to qualify anyways, that they decided not to come, save some money for next year and the qualifying series within the region. But this opened up a lot of platforms for local surfers to be replacement surfers and wildcards, and a few of them have really taken advantage of it. And guess what? Mariana Areno did so in the last heat too. She knocked out a couple of surfers that are on the CS full time.
Yeah, because they can compete like at home with no pressure, so they end being like very tough to beat.
Sarah Baum opened up with a 5.5, number 13 in the rankings for the surfer from South Africa. Been around for a long time competing as well. And boy, you see her positioning. She knows her way around a lineup. Great looking left here for Sarah. Huge drop. And an incredible carve to start things off. Love the way she grabbed the rail there. And a mean turn by Sarah Baum. Love that maneuver right there. I'd have to say one of my personal favorites out of the event so far, Maida.
Wow, I love as well. She found a really good one. Big wave, look. And then very stylish turn.
Oh, man.
Grabbing the rail. Yeah, so nice.
That was nasty right there. It seemed like Aki back in the 80s or 90s.
Yeah, she found the left I was talking about in the beginning.
The issue with these lefts, though, Maida, a lot of them close out real quick.
Yeah, it's true. But it was bigger, tall, and yeah, very nice. Let's see what the judges think. Look, I think she got already the score.
Well, that's her
Yeah.
first ride, a 5.5. Gets a 6.5 for just the one turn here. Well rewarded. I love that wave. And Sarah Baum way out in front now. And it's the surfer in blue, Summer Macedo, with priority, without catching the wave so far. And you see the nerves there from her partner, Joao Chianca, a local surfer. His older brother, Lucas, a great and incredible big wave surfer, too. But it's really the control of Sarah Baum in this heat that's, been unprecedented in many of the other hits in the women's first round. Camila Kemp has a 3.67 in her scoreline. Isabela Saldaña with just a throwaway of a 0.13. And, Macedo from Lahaina, Maui, grew up surfing a lot of events in the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, a lot of junior events too. But now representing Brazil, competing basically at home for the first time in a Challenger Series event. Your mindset could definitely change with the impact of a big result here, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. She has more pressure now to compete here, but she's used to this spot and also to compete here in Brazil. She won a layback pro here in Prainha, at Rio de Janeiro, a QS event this year. So yeah, she's doing fine here in Brazil. She loves this beach. She's always surfing here. I think she can manage to win here.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially with these rights. Has an incredible forehand attack. Younger brother, Ocean, also a great surfer too. Loves to surf big waves. See him out at Sunset Beach all the time for the QS and junior events over there. But 10 minutes have gone by, and Macedo does not have a wave in her scoreline as of yet. She does have first priority, though. And there you see an incredible drone shot of how beautiful and clear these waters are here in Saquarema. You can see the bottom of the ocean right there. The sand, how it's moving around a bit more, but way less than previous days. And there's the number 9 surfer in the ranking so far on the CS, Luana Silva. Former CT surfer looking to requalify. He's got a great heat. Keely Andrew, Wanda Cabrero, and Julian Duarte in the next one.
Yeah, Luana, she surfed pretty well here last week, and she's now getting to know like Portuguese better, all the culture here in Brazil. She's very happy with this, and I'm a big fan of her.
So am I. Great, powerful surfer, lots of flow. And her wave selection for her age is impeccable, really. Grew up in a very strong, suited part of that North Shore crew. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, one of her best friends and travel partners too. And, you know, she's going to have a great heat ahead of her. But, you know, based off of the performance we saw last week at the Saquarema Surf Festival, the QS 5000, should do well here at the Challenger Series level. 18:30 on the clock. Nothing has changed so far, and both Saldana and Macedo either with a small score or no waves at all. And it seems like after the initial 2 sets of this heat, Maida, it went a little flat right now.
Yeah. So positioning might be really important to this heat because when a little flat, probably they won't have like too many opportunities. 12 minutes already are gone. So yeah, Isabela Saldanha and Summer, they have to catch the first wave just to start the heat, to start putting some scores on the board.
And Macedo might be having a look at this. She's up and riding. Been spending a lot of time here. Great carve to start things off. And is going to be able to stay on her feet and get a finish, too, at the end of that right-hander. 17:35 remains on the clock, and with that countdown happening, it seems like Camila Kemp and Isabela Saldanha are going to need some better scores to retake second place here, Maida.
Yeah, I like this wave, like nice turn there. And then she looked for something big in the end, and she could stand.
Stayed on her feet. Very important to complete your waves here, especially at the Boca da Jacaré right there.
Yeah.
See, I'm getting my terminology correct, Maida. I'm learning
You are
every day.
learning a lot and pretty fast.
Yeah. Well, it's the beautiful thing about being in a country that it's your first time here, and you know, I think there's so many beautiful things about this area, specifically in Saquarema. Food's amazing. As you can see, the waves are great. And I'm very impressed and excited when you see a forecast like this and you're thinking, okay, is it going to be consistent or not? And it's been contestable every day we've had the event so far.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have like good waves until the end of the week. It's very amazing here, like the power of the waves as well. I think you didn't have a chance already still to surf.
No.
No, but...
And I probably won't.
But at least to get in the ocean and to see the power of the waves,
Yeah.
I think you should. Everybody that competes here, they always say, oh, here is so powerful, the wave. And I think Kaipo has a good story. He almost died here at Barrinha. He was telling me, you should ask him this.
I don't know if he's going to be very happy if I ask him that question, but I'll bring it up.
Yeah, I'm not pretty sure if he almost died.
Yeah, but it was...
just kidding, yeah, because I think
it was big
he has
that
a
day.
broken board and then was big, and he had to swim. Yeah, it was tough for him.
There's
And
Luana Silva with Leandro Dora, one of the best in the business. And Leandro, not only a great professional surfer himself back in the 80s and the 90s, but now he's really solidified himself as one of the best coaches in the world too. An incredible person, an incredible human being, and if you really chat to him and ask him what it is that he does for these surfers, he says, I don't really do anything. I just tell them what they want to hear at a given time. But that's all I do, and he's had a lot of success. Helped Adriano de Souza out in 2015. His son, Iago, a top 10 surfer on the championship tour. And the youngster, Saldaña, now on the left. Her second scoring ride. Is able to wrap it back a few times. More of a flatter wave here on the left. But is going to be her best ride so far, Maida. Just under 15 minutes to go. This should help out a bit.
Yeah, Isabela Saldanha, she is Rodrigo Saldanha's sister. And they both are Sofia Medina's cousin.
Okay.
They're all from Maresias, and her dad is brothers with Charlon.
Mm-hmm.
So they're both from Maresias. They surf all together, and yeah.
Well, that area of Sao Paulo has an immense talent of surfers, I can tell you that. 5.07 the wave for Macedo, her opener. 2 points for Saldaña's last, so small score there. Judges are keeping those smaller waves and those flatter sections very low in terms of the scoring. 14 minutes on the clock still, and priority with the surfer from Germany in the white jersey, Camila Kemp. Opened up with a 3.67. Camila has also been competing. She was 15, 16 years age at a high level, so almost around 10 years. As you mentioned, does reside in Portugal, but loves to compete for the German flag, and her goals and aspirations not only qualify for the CT, but eventually become a world champion and be one of the few Europeans to do that.
Yeah, sure. And probably she has some Olympics
aspirations
too, yeah. Competing for Germany. Maybe she can bring this flag for Olympics in surfing.
Yeah, there's more people competing from Germany. Rachel Presti, and she made her heat yesterday. Probably going to be seeing her in competition again tomorrow. Noah Clapp, also a great surfer that surfs for Germany. And, on the men's side, you see Leon Glatzer and what he's been able to do, the Costa Rican, but competes for Germany too. And, they got a great team. And if people aren't careful, we might see one of their surfers on the CT again. We did have a CT surfer from Germany back in the day. Marlon Lipke was on the CT, and, he now resides in Portugal too. 12:45 on the clock. Sarah Baum with a commanding lead at the moment in heat number 12. But Summer Macedo making a comeback. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be right back.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to Saquarema. We're at Praia da Itaúna for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. Maida, not only bom dia to you, but congratulations on your first Challenger Series event, being here with us, Bruno Bocayuva as well, and Rachel Apollonio. This happened during the break. Sarah Baum, the heat leader, once again catching another left.
Yeah, she's looking for some lefts there. And here is Summer Macedo live.
Yep. More of a setup turn, down the line maneuver right there for Summer. Maybe just looking to add some more points to her heat total so far. Only has a 507 in her scoreline at the moment. And, not far behind is Camila Kemp in third with priority. And she's been holding down that priority for around 10 minutes now. Has only a 3.67 in her scoreline. But this was Summer's last, Maida.
Yeah, nice quick little turn up there. And then finished.
Just the one for Macedo. And how do you say summer in Portuguese? Verão?
Verão.
Verão.
Yeah. I was thinking about this when you said that her brother name is Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
For us, it's really funny, like, to have this kind of names. I cannot imagine here, like, someone called, like, Verão. But I think it's very pretty, like summer, ocean.
Yeah, it's a common name in North America. I mean, I wouldn't say extremely common, but, a lot of people named Summer. Few people named Ocean, not, a huge number either, but I agree. I like those names. When you bring out that kind of happiness and things that you love about Mother Nature, maybe too. Their parents, obviously wonderful people as well, and growing up on the island of Maui. Summer and Ocean are two of the best things you could have there on the Hawaiian Islands, Maida.
Yeah, because here in Brazil, I have a friend that she's called Floresta, that is like forest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty weird. Like, everybody always makes some jokes with her. Because,
Really?
yeah, nobody has this kind of names here in Brazil.
Well, here's Summer up and riding again. Much better there. Really commits to that first section, wraps it back, and then going to finish up with the setup carve right there at the end. 8 minutes to go. Her previous wave, a 3.83, still in second place, but she might improve her situation here, Maida.
I think so. I like this wave. Just a quick little turn up there. Then looking for some wall there. Another one with the little tail slide. I like this wave.
So do I. Smaller one, but was able to find it when nobody else was looking for a wave of this sorts. And this last turn, maybe a little bit more important, just add that little half a point at the end too. So Macedo more than likely will improve on the 3.83 in her scoreline. 7:30 to go. Sarah Baum still in first. Camila Kemp, before this last one, was needing a 5.23, and it doesn't improve just slightly. It's a 3.73, so just under her second best wave. And Kemp still needing a 5.23. As we're seeing, Keely Andrew, former finalist out here in Saquarema. That final was over in Bahia, though. And she is needing a huge result here, number 35 in the rankings, former CT surfer. I'd have to say one of the best surfers I've ever seen live, too. And when she gets on the right waves, Maida, she can be lethal and easily the best surfer in the water when that happens, too.
Wow. I didn't watch her too much, so I'm very looking forward for the next heat.
Yeah, she can surf. That is a given. 6:35 on the clock. Kemp still needing the 5.23. Saldana needs a 6.9. And Sarah Baum, a 4.73 on her last. Didn't improve, but here's Camila Kemp. Great first carve right there for the German surfer. Incredible bottom turn for the second one. A nice committed finish. And she's going to be able to ride out, too. Adds a flair for the dramatic at the end. She needs a low 5 at the moment. And this could be the wave that just gives her second place, Maida.
Yeah, maybe. She wait for a while, and now she got a good one. So probably she was with this strategy, like waiting, choosing the best opportunities, while Summer Macedo chose to surf more waves and try to create some opportunities. Let's see what the judges think about this wave, because it was bigger than the other ones. Yeah, it was a nice wave.
I personally love that wave. The two drawn-out bottom turns, long ones, very difficult to do here at beach breaks. And Sarah Baum, again, on another left. Didn't seem like that wave really offered up too much, but either way, she is in first. She's been in first with just her 2 first waves as well. And a little over 5 minutes remaining, waiting on the score from Camila Kemp. As we're gonna have a look at the heat recap here, it's really been the strong start from Sarah Baum that kind of set the tempo for the heat, Maida. This came in as a 5.5.
Yeah, nice turn up in the lead. And then she looked for a big finish there. Yeah, and stayed in her feet.
Then was able to back it up with a 1 turn on the left, a 6.5 ride for this Aki-looking turn right there on the left. A great maneuver, one of the best single scoring rides we've seen all event long. And then guess what? Camila Kemp drops a 5.93, but it was the comeback from Summer Macedo here that had her in second for a good part of the heat.
Yeah, I think Summer Macedo now, she will really need, she's with third priority with 4 minutes almost remaining, but she will really need to find a good one.
Yeah, Kemp getting that 5.93 in the last few minutes. That moved her up into second place with 4 minutes remaining. Summer Macedo now down to third, needing a 4.54. And Isabela Saldana in fourth, needing a 7.6. Here's Kemp, though, the German surfer. Kind of slides the fins there at the end, just the 1 turn. She's looking to better a mid-3. And Saldana now on the left. Good looking wave here. Ooh, incomplete there on the first attempt. So just under 4 minutes. When you talk about priority and the excellent use of priority that Camila Kemp had, now it's really going to come down to whether or not Summer Macedo will be able to find that mid-4 that she needs in these last 3.5 minutes. But we have to consider that Sarah Baum, who's been in control of the heat so far, has been using priority in an excellent manner too.
Yes, and this wave for Camila Kemp, it was the last score of her, like 3.36.
3.23, yeah.
It doesn't make big difference in the heat. And now Isabela Saldana couldn't finish this wave.
3 minutes remaining. Sarah Baum still out in front. She's looking at another left here, gonna let that wave go by. And she's kind of moved away since she caught that initial right at the beginning of this heat. Huge chance here for Summer Macedo, though. Needs a 4.54 or better. Up and riding, wraps it back. Strong maneuver right there. Needs more of that. This wave fizzling out. She's gonna need a strong finish. And just trying to force in a turn right there at the end with 2:25 to go. Will that be enough, or is she going to need another wave in order to get that 4 that she requires, Maida?
Yeah, I'm not pretty sure if this wave will take her to the second position. I think she's choosing like small ones. She should wait a little bit more and choose the bigger ones, because sometimes like in a bigger wave, just one maneuver is enough to give you the score. We saw this with Sarah. So I don't know. What do you think?
Well, the score's in, and it's a 3.5, so it's not enough, and I'm with you right there. There's bigger sections out there. She really needs to commit to these kind of waves that we see on the outside as well, and with 90 seconds to go, she needs to be on a wave soon. Here's the heat leader, Sarah, wrapping it back on the backhand, and this wave fizzling out. Won't go into her top 2, but goes for the little chop hop reverse there at the end, pulls it off, and you know, she definitely seems like she's in rhythm so far with not only the ocean, but her equipment. Those Smith shapes under her feet look great as well. So Baum in first. Another wave, another chance for Macedo here. Solid section, commits to the lip, needs one more though. And boy, needs a 4.54. A bit sticky on those first 2, but a better finish. Joao Chianca likes it, Kiara Tamara Bannert likes it too. 45 seconds.
Three big maneuvers, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough for her.
It's gonna be close, I can tell you that. I think the more comparable score right now are the couple of 5s that we have in this heat. Here's the entire replay, Maida.
Yeah, very nice snap there up in the lip. Another one. She got kind of hooked over there, but then she tried big maneuver and she managed to finish.
It's going to be right there. I mean, the first section, despite not being the cleanest, was able to commit to the lip. A little sticky here on the second one, but I think what helped her out was that she was able to get this bonus section here at the end. And this heat will be decided on the beach. The heat is over, and now it's just going to be whether or not this score is enough for Summer Macedo, and it's coming through. It is a 5.1, a buzzer beater for the surfer from Brazil, and wasn't in control of the heat at any point, but somehow was able to manage to find a wave at the end. Look at the sigh of relief right there. Macedo moves through, but it's the impressive performance of Sarah Baum that gives her a huge heat win. Number 13 in the rankings, and the South African moving through yet again. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 13 coming up. Luana Silva, one of the top seeds, about to hit the water. It's the Corona Pro Saquarema, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, and we're in day 3 of competition. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Bruno Bocoyuva, talking us through the action. Bruno, the waves and the conditions have improved immensely.
Oh, yeah, man. The lineup's more cleaner, and we can tell the swell is still holding on. So we're going to have a nice scenario to do the hits, huh?
Yeah, we have an interesting scenario right now with Luana Silva, who's just, coming into competition here, and she's freshly minted as now a representative for Brazil. So that's big news here.
Oh, for sure. She's a diamond, huh?
Yes.
She's surfing so good. The first time I saw her live was here at the QS 5000 10 days ago. She's amazing. She belongs on a CT level, so she's walking strongly to come back.
Yeah, Luana Silva, a rookie on the 2022 Championship Tour, unfortunately not able to make that mid-season cut. So that's why she's here on the Challenger Series to get back into the mix for 2023 on that Championship Tour. And let's take a look here. This is a former CTer in the way of Keely Andrew. Keely, clean surfing and precise placement of her turns. That was a nice start for the Australian.
A nice way to start, huh? 2 top turns, dynamic, precision is there.
Yeah, you can see Keely Andrew, 27 years old, hailing from Mooloolaba, Australia. She spent 5 years on the championship tour, and we'd love to see if Keely can scratch back. This year it's going to be a little bit tough given her rankings, but couple of big finishes. She has a very, very outside chance.
Oh yeah, we still have 20,000 points on the line.
Right. So, couple of wins,
Yeah.
and that's probably what it would take. Here we go. Luana Silva. Double pump bottom turn. Attacks the lip with the glide, and unfortunately, not able to hang on.
Yeah, she was a little late. Just first moves, trying to find the right spot to take off. Let's see it. Yeah.
It seems like with that lip on the inside, you got to get there early. But let's look at this replay. This is some beautiful surfing by Keely
Oh, yeah.
Andrew.
Nice open face, and she bangs like first move. Not, the wave didn't allow her to do a second good turn.
And let's take a look here. This is Havana Cabrero.
Oh, daughter of Carlos Cabrero, huh?
Oh,
Yeah,
no
man.
wonder that was very familiar. And here we go. This is Julia Duarte.
Yes. We call her Julinha.
And Keely Andrew again. Wow, a lot of waves being surfed for us to catch up on. Andrew, that second attempt for Keely Andrew, that was a 6.17. That's the highest single wave score so far. And Havana
Oh, nice approach, huh?
got a 4.5 for that one. Actually, I take that back. We're waiting for that score, a last of white Havana Cabrero. Havana, obviously from Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Her dad, a great
Former QS surfer, huh?
former QS surfer. He actually took a win at Pipeline.
Oh, yeah. HIC.
So, yeah, the HIC Pro at Pipeline, Carlos Cabrero. So a talented goofy foot surfer. So looks like Havana's a chip off the block right there.
Nice.
Another wave being ridden here by Julia
Duarte.
Duarte. So a lot of waves to get caught up on. All the scores are in. We'll get back to that because we want to hear from the winner of the last heat. Sarah Baum surfed excellently out there, and Sarah is with Rachel. Rachel, take it away.
That's right. I'm here with Sarah Baum, and she just won the last heat, and it was amazing. You were leading the heat with your two first scores, your two first waves. How was that for you to find your rhythm out there?
Yeah, I just wanted to catch a couple waves like straight off the bat. I was watching for a little while and I was like, oh, there's just so many waves going unridden, and I just wanted to catch everything. I had a good game plan just to take off on one of the rights at the start and then try to find a little left at the back, and yeah, it paid off.
Yeah, you told me that this is your first time in Brazil, so how does it feel for you to compete in a wave you're not that used to?
I'm just loving it here. Like, it's warm water, the people are amazing, the food is amazing. The waves are actually so fun. I've been here for quite a while now, so I've had like stormy waves, small waves, like really rippable 3 to 4 foot waves. So, and there's quite a bit of power, and I feel like that suits my surfing. So I'll just play to those strengths and yeah, see how we go.
It looks like you chose the perfect equipment. Which board were you riding in this heat?
It's just one of the Smith shapes that I got from Graham when I was back in South Africa, and it's been like my go-to board, especially in the last event in Portugal. And yeah, hopefully I get to ride it for the rest of the event, and yeah, it just feels amazing.
That's right, you made it. You're in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Sarah Baum riding those Smith shapes. Graham Smith, father of Jordy Smith, making those boards. And you know they work because the performances that you see from both Sarah and Jordy have been outstanding on those Smith shapes. Well, catching up to the heat here, Havana Cabrero. First place right now. Coming back here, this is the local wild card in the way of Julia. So nice couple of carves on the back end for Julia.
You know what, Kipes? She won a reality show that was held here in Saquarema.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
It's to call the New Brazilian Storm. So Cauã Costa won the male division, Julinha won the female division, and they earned a trip to Hawaii.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have they taken the trip yet, or was
Yes,
oh, yeah.
last season. Yeah.
Nice. Well, talk us through this. She's got some great form.
Yeah, nice carving, more of a functional one, and a little flum climb there, and she did it.
So there's a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of Brazilian media around surfing.
Yeah.
We talk about Bela Nalu just yesterday, who had a series and TV shows, and this is another way. Julia here, also some talent from a TV show.
Yes, yes. Global group is doing a nice job. With Kanawaf is from Global Group, and we are now dealing with the CT events there too. I'm working there with the crew.
Nice.
And Global is such a big company, and the window that they put on for surfing is great, and we're evolving. The audience is growing. The surfing community is getting bigger in Brazil.
Yeah.
Supporters are getting bigger with the Storma.
Well, and we appreciate it too. At the World Surf League, all of our Brazilian fans who tune in and check out all of the stops on the tour are some of the most passionate and some of the most intelligent as well fans that are really educated on surfing and know what they're watching.
Oh, for sure. We've been talking about that yesterday night, about the crowd, so supportive and so vocal, so full of love and passion.
Well, the crowd right now, I'm sure, are supporting someone like Luana Silva, and Luana needs some support because, check out this replay, another great effort, but just the wave, not giving her much opportunity.
Didn't cooperate. Like, nice carving, the wave was kind of flat in the first section, and then it turns out like the second section was closing out when she reached the entry space there.
Yeah, 3.33 was the last score for Luana Silva. She's trailing Keely Andrew and Havana Cabrero at the moment. Luana needs a 5.35 to move into second and advancing position. Julia needs a 5.18 to move into second place and advancing position. It's been a strong showing right now for the Puerto Rican, Havana Cabrero, and the veteran at a mere only 27 years of age. Well, I'm going to call her the veteran in this group, Keely Andrew, showing some great style. She has the highest single wave score of a 6.17, and that's what keeps her in second place at the moment.
Yeah, it's funny to call it 27 a veteran, but we have teenagers on the event, so they are kind of veterans,
Yeah, and it's
point
great.
Of life,
it's great to see, because what happens, in surfing, we fill in from the bottom up, and so now we have just a big group of young, both male and females, coming into the Challenger Series just as teenagers, like you said. 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, all starting the tour. And so it's very impressive. So professional surfing, the future of professional surfing, very bright.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And the talent pool is very deep as well.
Yeah, the bar is set so high, huh?
All right, 17 minutes and 55 seconds. Priority and heat control with the Puerto Rican surfer in the way of Havana Cabrero. She's in the white jersey on your screen, and she is in a dominant position. Luana Silva, who would be the favorite in this heat, still trailing the field. Luana Silva, number 9 on the Challenger Series ranking, so she's right there near the cut line. But what Silva needs is, it's one step at a time, Bruno.
Yeah, that's it.
The first step is Luana needs to make it out of this heat.
Oh, for sure. She's trying to reach the right spot to do the takeoff. They are all packed now, we can see there.
Yeah, 4th place in this round, 49th place. 3rd place in this round, 33rd place.
Yeah.
Neither of those placings will get you barely any points. That would be a throwaway result. And so for someone like Luana Silva, she needs one more good result. She got a 9th place on the Gold Coast, the opener, quarterfinal finish over at the Sydney Surf Pro, just coming off another 9th place finish in Portugal. But we take your top 4 results. So Luana Silva certainly needs another result, either here or Haliva. But most of these women are going to want to keep her here, especially when we look at the top 15 scenario on the Challenger Series rankings are going to want to get a good result here. You don't want to leave it all up to the last event.
Yeah, for sure. At least reach the quarters or something like this.
Yeah. Quarters are keepers, right? So
Yeah.
you make the quarterfinals, and that is 4,745 points. That would be considered a keeper finish.
When I think about the quarters, I always remember about Kelly. He always tells the world that you gotta, if you want a keeper, you should go at least at the quarters and away after.
This is true. Here we go. This is Havana, our heat leader. Oh, beautiful opening turn. That's all she's going to get, but she put that on rail, looking to see if she improves upon her low of a 4.5, Havana Cabrero.
There she goes. Nice snap at the top, and then the waves close out for her. This lineup reminds me of Hosigor, you know. Sometimes people stay close to the inside and having more powerful waves.
Keely Andrew, precision in her surfing. Beautiful top turn there. Just one turn again for Keely Andrew, but that was a quality turn. Likely she's going to improve upon her scoreline because she has a 2.5 right now in her scoreline, and she'll probably earn more than that score on this last wave ridden. Priority with Julia, but Julia's caught inside, out of position. Luana Silva with second priority. You can see her in the pink jersey there, eyeing up the beach and taking a look at what her priority situation is. She realizes she's second in line. Oh, replay of Keely Andrew, and we're still waiting for the score, Bruno.
I like that turn. I wish you could do it more.
Andrew just checks in with a 4.83. Andrew goes to first. Cabrero drops to second. The requirement now for Julia Duarte has increased to 6.57, and the requirement for Luana Silva has risen as well, a 6.74. 13 minutes and 40 seconds. We're past the halfway mark in this heat. And just on cue, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back with the conclusion of Heat 13. Can Luana Silva come back? We'll find out when we return. Thank you for joining us for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And here we got a little cross training right on site, courtesy of Banco Do Brasil. We got the wave ramp there, Bruno.
very surf orientated, that skate.
It's a nice little wave ramp. Some coping actually would be good, but it's more like a surfing wave
simulator.
ramp. A simulator. So nice way to warm up here. And one of the many activations we have in Itaúna, which is in the heart of Saquarema. The Maracanã do Surf. Can you explain to people what that means?
Because it's related to the big arena, soccer arena in Rio capital, the most important soccer arena of the entire South America region. And Saquarema has been held in surf comps ever since the mid-70s, like from 75 was the first pro comp here, won by the legend Roberto Marques, aka Betão. You know what? In the junior division, in the first comp, 75, Pepe Lopes won the junior division. And the year after, in 76, the first year of the tour, Pepe won the Brazilian comp at Arpoador. And she made the Pipe Masters final.
So this is really interesting because we look at back at 1976 there's already some competitions happening in Brazil. And really, historically, when we look at 1976, it was the start of professional surfing. This is when the circuit really started. And Keely Andrew wasn't even imagined back then, but we've evolved so far. Unfortunately for Keely, she wasn't able to close out that maneuver, and that would have been a great addition to her scoreline, taking a look at her equipment there. But that's a deep, deep history when we look all the way back in 1976. Because that was the first year that we had the IPS at the time would be the International Pro Series, and that Peter Townend won 1976, the first world champ.
Yeah, even without winning one comp, huh?
Yeah, PT.
He was so regular.
He was very consistent that year. So, yeah, 1976, Peter Townend, our first men's world champ. 1977, we had the great Sean Thompson come through. 1978, we had
the
Bugs, who sometimes joins us on the commentary team, and we're honored to do so. This is Luana Silva, trying to mount a comeback at the moment. The wave selection has been questionable. The surfing ability is very high.
Oh, that's it. I agree with you.
So she's got this incredible surf ability, but unfortunately she's been picking off these waves that have not given her that opportunity for multiple maneuvers, Bruno.
Still trying to read the lineup, and she's getting short waves.
I think what's key for Luana Silva at this point is to really take deep breaths, calm down, realize she has 8.5 minutes. What we've learned from the last 2 days of competition is we've seen heats turn in the final minute. One more time.
I like the first half, and like the bottom turn was so powerful. She's a stylish surfer also.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the number, and that will set the situation for Luana Silva. No doubt she's going to improve upon her scoreline with that last wave. Does it go as high as a 6.74? That's the question. What do we think, Bruno?
I think she's kind of a mini combo now, huh? She's trying to avoid this situation. As you said, she needs to take a deep breath and go for it.
Yep. Well,
she had the surfing, she had the skills.
Well, she just got a 3.7, so she has reduced her requirement, but she needs a 6.37 at the moment. So still a lofty number for Luana Silva. As we see Carol Ribeiro.
That's it.
Heading down the beach, getting ready for the next heat. Yeah, she's in the green jersey. Leilani McGonigal in the blue jersey from Costa Rica, making her way down there. Pura Vida, yeah. And the lineup getting a little touch of wind right now. We saw on the pulled back shot that we had earlier, looked like there was a storm front on the horizon, a rain squall that we're expecting, and we're already seeing the effect of that rain squall on the conditions here. Just 10 minutes ago, we had glassy conditions, but now a little ruffle on the wave.
Yeah, it's getting a little bumpy, huh?
There you.
We can tell by the flags there.
Yeah, and what a great job by our production crew right here. I love our high up above drone shots that we're able to fly through the scenic area here in Saquarema. Of course, the iconic Nossa Senhora de Nazaré.
That's it.
The church upon the hill there, which has been there since, I want to say, the 1600s?
That's it, as a chapel.
As a chapel.
As a church from the 19th century.
There it is.
That's it.
And it is a spiritual center, and you feel the energy of this place. A lot of times they light it up at night. It's so beautiful. And it's just the iconic headland here at Saquarema.
They have a beautiful ceremony, annual ceremony there, honoring the memory of the Nossa Senhora de Nazaré.
And the river mouth, you can also see, so when we talk about the bathymetry and the geography of this area, the river mouth feeding sand that comes out of the river mouth and makes this beautiful beach here. And you can see beaches on both sides of the river, waves on both sides of the river as well.
We have Praia da Vila at the other side. Amazing lefts, good barrels with the proper swell direction.
I can't wait to get on the other side of the bridge and go front side.
Yeah, and we have a slab a little further.
That's a little scary.
Yeah.
Here we go, Keely Andrew, our heat leader, and she just gave up on that wave, looking tentative from the takeoff there, used her priority, but she's not going to change the situation for her. Good for her that she is in the lead. Havana Cabrero, Bruno, has been very, very impressive.
Oh, yeah.
And Carlos, I'm sure Dad's watching, and Dad Carlos should be very proud right now of his daughter, who's doing an excellent job out there.
Oh, yeah. Saludos, hermanos de Puerto Rico.
Our brothers in Puerto Rico. Hi, Carlos. Juan Ashton. Alberto Licha. Rafael, all our crew over there in Puerto Rico. We love it there. It's been a long time since I've been there. We used to have a lot of competitions there.
Man, when I think about Puerto Rico, I remember the search event.
Yeah.
When we said goodbye to the late and dearest Andy Irons.
Yeah.
We just had the date.
That was at Wilderness, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So many waves around that region. Yeah. So here we go. 4 minutes, and the skies are dark. And the feeling is dark for Luana Silva, who would have been the favorite in this heat at the moment, trailing in third place. Let's take a look at our heat recap to catch you up on what's happened. Keely Andrew, Bruno, she's coming out with some great style and great technique.
That was a very important wave, huh? 2 turns, very nice execution.
And Havana, the Puerto Rican surfer, showing some strong surfing.
The regular footers are dominating this heat. I think we don't have just Julia as a goofy.
And Keely was able to gain here. This was a 4.8. Actually, this was 4.83 for her backup.
Yeah, I like her approach, the way she moves.
Catching up with Julia Duarte as she kicks out. She's trailing right now. She needs a big number, a 6.57. For the Brazilian wild card. Let's take a look at this wave from the start, Bruno.
Yeah. Let's go, bottom turn, nice snap at the top. The wave didn't cooperate, like wasn't big as the sets. She's trying to take the most of it.
Another view from on top. You can really see the sandbar.
Yeah. And the wind blowing a little stronger, huh?
The wind's coming up. We got some fronts, and we've had weather patterns here throughout the competition window. We had some severe weather to kick off, but things are looking better on the forecast. Right here, this is Havana again, going to work.
Oh, nice. Oh, 3-turn combo, huh?
Well, that is going to be bad news for Luana Silva and Julia Duarte, as likely to increase their need when the score comes in. If Havana gets anywhere north of that 4.5, Luana and Julia are going to need a bigger score to get into that top 2.
The leaders are like building a wall of protection, huh?
They certainly are. Here we go. Big chance for Luana Silva. Let's see what she has. Nice carve to start off with Silva, working her way down the line. Bangs it, and she needed to hang on to that final maneuver.
She overcooked, huh?
That was, I mean, she knew, in the context of knowing what she needed, she knows she needed a big maneuver. She knows she had to go for it, but going complete on that ride would be essential for her to advance out of this heat. Now she's down to just 90 seconds. Bruno, what went wrong in that last maneuver?
No doubt. Let's see if it was the backwash before the last section. No, she
just poked the nose.
Yeah, poked the nose, yeah.
So, and we're going to take another look at this. The opening intent, beautiful carve, had to go up in the lip, throws the fins, but while she's throwing the fins, a little bit too much weight on the front foot.
Yeah.
Gets the nose underwater, and that's why Luana went incomplete. Now just down to 1 minute remaining. And the requirement for Silva, a 7.1.
That was a bummer. She went with all her energy, commitment. Just a small detail.
Yep. Last wave for Luana Silva, 3.9. It did reduce her requirement to a 6.9 for Silva, 40 seconds. She's in third priority. The wind is picking up. That's going to be another challenge for Silva as we're the 30-second mark. And this is going to be a surprise, Bruno. And we've seen so many surprises in competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Yet another surprising happening here.
Yeah. She's one of the favorites, huh?
Yeah.
Like you said before, former city surfer.
I would have not guessed that you would see Luana Silva go down in round 1. And the look on her face tells the story.
Yeah. She can't avoid like showing her frustration.
You have to. I mean, so Luana Silva is going to take it to the beach, wrap it up, and her next preparation is going to be for Haleiwa. Keely Andrew, however, her next preparation is going to be for the round of 32, which will likely be happening tomorrow here at Itaúna. So Keely Andrew got the job done today, as well as Havana Cabrero. Congratulations, you're into the round of 32 as well. We're going to go into a little break. We're stepping away from the broadcast. Enjoy these messages, but we'll be right back with more action at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And we are back here at the Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And thank you to Corona for all their support. We're flying over the rock formation here at Itaúna. It's Kaipo and Bruno on the call. And Bruno, we got another heat in the water.
Oh, yeah. And we can see by the footage, the bird's eye. We can see the formation of the sandbar.
Yeah, we can see this rock formation which traps the sand on the longshore current and forms this sandbank here that's very, very consistently breaking. Generally a longer left, a shorter right into the rock. The rock creating a little channel. There's going to be a deep channel between the edge of the sandbar and that rock formation. And that's what makes this wave rideable from, I'm going to say, 2 foot to 10 feet?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe bigger.
Maybe bigger. Maybe until 15, maybe.
Maybe 15 feet. So a lot of different moods to this break here at Itaúna. Out in the water, we have Alyssa Spencer, Leilani McGonigal, Hinako Kurakawa, and Carol Ribeiro.
Yeah, Carol Ribeiro is from Cabo Frio. It's like 1 hour drive
Oh,
from here.
beautiful. Yeah, by Buzios and stuff, right?
That's it. Near, just in the neighborhood.
All right, well, we're going to see Caro. Oh, no, we're going to actually open up here with the blue jersey. This is Leilani McGonigal from Pavones, Costa Rica. Leilani with a couple of nice turns there as she kicks out. So we'll be waiting for the opening score for Leilani McGonigal.
A nice way to start, like 2 moves.
Well, I would expect Leilani to perform on long lefts here on offer for her, because her home break, Pavones, is probably one of the longest left point breaks in the entire world, and just a wonderful place.
That's a classic one, huh?
Here's a replay, Bruno.
Yeah, let's do it. Nice snap at the top, and then went like for a re-entry on the end of the section. It's a good way to start. To put the feet on the walks and
yeah, a 4.33 for that effort for Leilani McGonigal. So a nice start, like you said, a solid score, and that'll get some of the butterflies out and some of the nerves out for Leilani McGonigal. Well, you know what? Keely Andrew, she put on a great performance out there. Some solid surfing, some great technique. I want to hear from Keely. Keely is with Rachel. Rachel, take it away.
Keely Andrew, great decisions there. Do you think this wave matches to your surfing?
Yeah, I think it does. I've been coming here for a few years now with the CT, and I always seem to do quite well here. And yeah, I think I just grew up on beach breaks, and surfing top to bottom is kind of my favorite thing to do. So yeah, I'd say it suits my surfing.
And yeah, there was a long way to your heat. Like, we were waiting for a few days. So how were you controlling your anxiety to be there?
Yeah, it was a couple of long days there. Yeah, kind of just wasting time, really, just waiting for the waves to get better. But yeah, I've been doing it for so long that it's just come natural to me, and I'm kind of in tune with my body and emotion. So yeah, just got to go to work.
So thank you. Good luck. You're into the next round, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Catching up here with Kurokawa, Hinako Kurokawa, our Japanese representative, and Hinako not able to finish off that ride. One of many Japanese competitors we have both in the men's and women's divisions here. Yeah. Here we go on the replay. Big drop.
So good to see them here. Last section, trying to reach the top and couldn't make it.
And let's catch up here. Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa in the pink jersey would be the high seed in this heat. We're taking another look at Alyssa. She's got a strong surfing technique, great on the forehand, great on the backhand. Unfortunately, the wave selection in that occasion did not work out for Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa Spencer, just 19 years old, nearly made the tour in 2019, 1 spot away. In 2021, she was very close again, so she's been so close to making the championship tour. Will this be the year? And this is Carol Ribeiro. Good job of negotiating the backwash that's ever present here at Itaúna. And Carol finding some sections there, so picked a pretty good wave.
Yeah, but it was kind of flat in some sections. She managed to have a long ride, but not any good or radical move there.
Turn our attention to Leilani McGonigal with a strong off the top there. Leilani winds up again, hits it, and goes complete on a second maneuver. Great surfing on the backhand for the surfer representing Costa Rica. Right behind her, Alyssa Spencer with a snap on her own. And Alyssa puts it all together here. Needs to get the finish. She does so. So rapid fire from McGonigal and Spencer. We're gonna anticipate both surfers to improve upon their scoreline with that performance.
Yeah, 3 backsiders back to back. Like the 2 last ones was dynamic. They're always trying to reach that right. Oh, nice snap at the top, and then nice pace. And a combo of 3 moves. Should be a keeper, huh?
That will be a keeper. And Leilani did pretty well on her wave as well.
A little bigger the wave. Nice snap. And she managed to stay in control the entire wave, even facing the backwash.
And that is something that is a skill set that you need to have when you're surfing this wave, because the backwash is something that you have to contend with in Itaúna, no matter what tide or condition. Here we go. Hinako Kurokawa. And that wave just peters out into the channel, that deep channel next to the rock, and you can see the fast track for Leilani Maganago as well as Carol Ribeiro. They're moving really fast with this current.
Yeah.
We're going above here. You can see they're coming from a deep water channel next to the rock, and the current would be running from the left part of your screen down to the right, and often it's a very strong current, right, Bruno?
Oh, yeah. Always in this kind of situation with these elements, the swell direction, the tide is coming in. The high tide will be at lunchtime, 12:30.
All right. Well, to tune you in, we're at 9:30 right now, local time. So another about 3.5 hours of incoming tide. And how do you think that's going to affect the surf with this incoming tide?
Yeah, we're going to have maybe we could see like more lefts coming, and a little situation there in the rights, maybe a little downtime between the first section and the alligator's mouth.
And the alligator's mouth.
Yeah.
And explain to our viewers what the alligator's mouth is referring to.
Oh, it's the last section there at the right. We have the sandbar there. It's a very shallow water. And then at the right, we always have that situation on the end of the wave.
And, you know, it can be a hazard. It can be something, but it can also be a giant opportunity, because the wave really stands up there in the alligator's mouth section. And it gives the surfers an opportunity to finish with a big maneuver. Well, hey, Rachel, where are you?
I'm right here at the Athlete Medical Center, the new on recovery area. It must be the favorite part for the athletes. They come here at the heats to recover from injury or from the effort of the heat, and they receive massages and everything. So that's a really important area for them.
Rachel, can you make an appointment for me while you're there?
What?
I want to make me an appointment so I can go there and get a massage a little bit later, please.
Okay, I'm going to do it for you.
Thank you very much. Rachel Apollonio, just a welcome addition to our commentary team. She's been bringing her own sense of flair here. And
her light, her charisma.
And she's a star in her own right.
Yes.
2 million followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
That's a small city.
She's great.
Leilani Maganago, long bottom turn, big hooking turn on the top. One more time for Maganago. Let's make it 3 for the surfer from Costa Rica. Wonderful surfing. She even wants a little bit more. She's going to settle with that. That was incredible surfing. And right behind her, Alyssa Spencer doing the same. Lip glide, hook to finish. And it's been all Spencer and Maganago at this point. 18 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And the 2 Goofy Foot surfers are running away with this heat. Previous score for Alyssa Spencer was a 7.1. Previous score for Leilani Maganago was a 6.67.
Oh, the level of the show is getting higher. Huh? Nice. So fast, and the angles of the attacks.
There's the alligator's mouth to finish.
Yeah.
And an explosive finish for Alyssa Spencer. Leilani did a great job on this wave too, Bruno.
It's always good to start and to finish strong, huh? And they both did it.
And just the tempo, you know, the rhythm that she has there, which is really important on the backhand, to be able to produce that rhythm, that rhythmic flow in your turns and maneuvers. Top to bottom, no wasted energy between maneuvers at all.
Yeah.
Just straight rail surfing for Maganago. And it is going to be, I mean, between these 2 women, Leilani Maganago and Alyssa Spencer, if they continue with this level of surfing right now, I think they're surely going to be here on finals day.
Oh, for sure. They are going vertical. Yeah, the backside approach allowed surfers to do that sometimes in these situations. Huh? Approach the waves in a more vertical angle.
Last score for Leilani McGonigal. She checks in with a 6.3. We're still waiting for the last score of Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa will take the lead with a 5.87 or higher. Regardless, the two surfers, Alyssa Spencer and Leilani McGonigal, when you look at the numbers, have run away with this heat already, and we're not even halfway.
That's it. We have two layers on the leaders and the contenders, like separate for a long road ahead of Kurokawa and Ribeiro.
Yeah, Hinako Kurokawa and Carol Ribeiro are both in a combination position. Both surfers need 2 scores. And Alyssa Spencer just checked in with an 8.67 on her last ride.
Goodness.
Way up into the excellent range for the surfer out of California.
Oh, amazing performance, huh?
Yeah, Carlsbad, California. Alyssa Spencer, a surfer that came up through the amateur ranks with a strong amateur and pro junior career. Like I said before, nearly made the championship tour for 2 years in a row. Will this be her year? It could be if she continues with surfing like this.
Yeah. NSSA scenario?
NSSA, yep, national champ.
That's it. There's Carol Ribeiro trying to overcome the situation. Not a strong wave, but she's trying, huh?
Yeah, Carol's picking good waves. I like the effort that's being displayed, but on the pure side of just technique and mechanics, you have to give the nod to Alyssa Spencer and Leilani McGonigal. Carol's last wave, a 2.77 just checked in.
We're halfway through now.
Here we go, big set coming through too with the incoming tide. Now you mentioned also you were taking a look at the charts, Bruno, on the swell period. What do we have as far as the swell size and period today?
We have a size of the waves are 1.5.
1.5 meters?
Yeah, and the swell period is 11 to 12 seconds.
So 11 to 12 seconds. Let's take a look at Alyssa Spencer. That is on the last effort, 8.67. 2 judges went as high as a 9, and then some consistent 8.5s. Again, 5 judges on the panel. We take the high number, we take the low number, we throw those away. The remaining 3 we add together and average out, and that's how we get to the scoring. The judging criteria is always about, speed, power, flow, and your connectivity between maneuvers. Also, maneuvers of high difficulty will be rewarded, and that's a lot of what's going to be in the criteria today. If we see an odd barrel, maybe, but today I feel it's more about the combination of major maneuvers, the variety of maneuvers, the commitment and the degree of difficulty, like I was talking about, and of course, the basics, speed, power, and flow. You put those 3 elements together on a ride, and you're going to get into the excellent range.
Yeah, and she did it,
and
nice
that was
fashion.
A perfect example, right, with Alyssa Spencer, of speed, power, and flow. $13.25 on the clock, ticking down, and it's been the Alyssa Spencer, Leilani McGonigal show so far in this heat. Leilani has an interesting story. Her dad was a former pro surfer as well. Sean McGonigal from San Clemente, California. We're going to get back with more stories because I'm just getting the word that we're going to go to a commercial break. I don't want to leave you, but don't worry. We'll be right back after these messages.
Esporte é vida, é emoção, é disciplina, é inclusão. E é por meio da Lei de Incentivo ao Esporte que grandes eventos esportivos acontecem. Viva o esporte!
Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o Estado do Esporte.
And we're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Women's round of 64 out in the water. And if you're just joining us, Alyssa Spencer has been putting on a show. She's up into the excellent range on one wave score, 8.67. She backed it up with a 7.1, a 15.77 two-wave total for Spencer. Leilani McGonigal, talented Costa Rican surfer, also in the mix with some high scores. Up against the wall, Hinako Kurokawa and Caro Ribeiro. Here is a replay of Hinako Kurokawa.
Yeah, she digged the rail on the takeoff, on the bottom turn, and that pretty much. And her expectations in this wave. Alicia Spencer is doing a great job. The mechanics, the speed, the angles of attack.
Yeah, speed, power, and flow, all displayed with Alyssa Spencer, and predictable outcome so far because she would be the favorite coming into this heat. But Bruno, from what we saw in the last heat with Luana Silva bowing out of competition, you can't take anything for granted, and nothing is 100% predictable. Even the high seeds are in danger.
Yeah, for sure, man. They are the highest seeds. They are wearing the pink jersey, but we can tell by the graphics, sometimes it's red. That shows they are the top seeds.
Yeah, so in competition here at the World Surf League, when we enter competition, both for the men and the women, either the red or the pink jersey it signifies your top seeds in each of the heats when we begin the competition. Caro Ribeiro, little catch of the rail right there, has to get through, gets another little hook off the top, a little sticky, but doing her best, coming to the inside shore break area, that wave does not reform.
Yeah, Carol's angles are too horizontal now.
It is a horizontal approach.
She should do a more vertical attack to overcome that great surfing by Alicia and Leilani.
Spencer, long bottom turn, gets a little caught up there, hits a couple speed bumps, a couple chops, but no harm, no foul for Alyssa Spencer. She'll continue to have a stranglehold on the lead at the moment.
We could see like she was watching, like aiming the first section to do a big turn, but the wave goes out.
The replay here of Ribeiro.
Yeah, two snaps on the smaller wave. It's not going to help her campaign there.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just to state the obvious, but both Ribeiro and Kurokawa, they've been in this heat outclassed by the surfing of Leilani McGonigal as well as Alyssa Spencer.
Surfing-wise and wave selection. Wave selection. Also. Yeah.
You can see a little bit of a outside sandbar breaking while our surfers are sitting inside here.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about what's going on out there.
We still have the swell coming more south way. We can see the changing from the southeast angle.
Mm-hmm.
We should see more lefts.
Okay.
The classic point of Itaúna. We're hoping to see a little change of the direction.
Have you been able to check out the forecast, Bruno?
From today, for tomorrow, maybe we will have a little shift on the angle, maybe to southeast. Should be nice.
Leilani McGonigal just taking advantage of those long bottom turns on her heels and hooking off the top maneuvers. Really impressed with the surfing of Leilani so far, and once again puts together a nice wave.
Yeah, the confidence is there, and we can tell by her body language and the way she's attacking the waves. All them choosing rights, huh?
Yeah. It looks like there's more, maybe a little bit more opportunity with this tide and sandbar and maybe swell angle in period on the rights. Here's the replay of Leilani.
Yeah. Two nice turns. And then she got a little stuck on the first one and took the pace to do a proper attack on the last section.
Yeah. Before I went to break, we were talking a little bit about the background for Leilani Maganago. Her dad, Sean, a surfer from San Clemente, California, and relocated his family to Costa Rica to that wonderful point called Pavones, where they started running a hotel. That was, before Leilani was born. And has a great surfing family. Leilani's older brother, Noe Mar Maganago, also a great QS surfer, and possesses a regular footer and has a lethal backhand approach, given that he was growing up on that beautiful left-hand point. If you haven't ever visited Pavones and you're a surfer, I would, and if you're a goofy foot for sure, I would highly recommend a trip down to Pavones.
Dream destination, huh?
I got probably, I'm going to say, the longest wave of my life there.
Like the lefts of Peru, huh?
Yeah.
Great
just
lefts.
Forever.
Yeah.
Down to 5 minutes right now. Alyssa Spencer with a strong showing. Last score for Leilani Maganago, who's currently in second place, of 4.83. Does not change the situation for Maganago, but Leilani in a strong position to advance out of this heat, as both Carol Ribeiro and Hinako Kurokawa are in a combination situation. Both surfers needing 2 wave scores of 12.97, and realistically, no opportunity. Let's check out the heat recap right now, with some excellent surfing by Leilani Maganago.
Oh yeah, that pace, the vertical approach, the speed, power, and flow, all that in the package.
Yeah, Leilani able to put it together, and also Alyssa Spencer, Bruno.
Yeah.
This was lights out.
Yeah, I like the angle. Oh, look at that. The spray is going high.
So this is a 7.1.
Yeah, that was a nice combo, huh?
For Alyssa, and that was a nice start. That already put her in a really dominant position, and now just went to town on this one.
The preparation, like the bottom turn, was so with the angle so nice.
And 8.67 up into the excellent range.
Yeah, the rhythm, the flow, and the power. It's always there.
Put it all together, and you get some excellent scores, because that was excellent surfing. Washing through here, you can see a set coming through, and Leilani takes a dig for that one, being in 4th in priority. No harm, no foul to blue Leilani Maganago, as she remains in 4th priority. So just wanted to take a look at that. Now she's kind of breaking away from the pack.
Oh yeah, she's trying to still ship away, like be more free in the water with the 4th priority. So.
And like we said, Carol Ribeiro as well as Hinako Kurokawa in a combination situation. So at this point, with 3 minutes remaining, it's an impossibility for either surfer, either the surfer in green or the surfer in white, to advance out of this heat.
Very
comfortable. Yeah, it's very comfortable. The only thing that could change this situation right now is if there were, as we saw yesterday, a priority interference. A priority interference could change the situation here. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Alyssa and Leilani are way too knowledgeable. They have a high heat IQ. They're not going to make a mistake like that. Here comes Leilani. This time she's going to choose a left. Nice little snap there. You can see the shorter wall on the left, so she just has to kick out.
Yeah, still the south swell. The wall of the lefts are not building up.
That's the swell angle.
Yeah.
The south, and it feels to me that there's also like a little wind swell in the water, maybe east wind swell as well, breaking it up.
Yeah, we have the confrontation of those 2 swells.
So conditions ever changing here. We got a little front moving through. I'm sure that's going to affect the wind for us. The swell is sticking in there. So very contestable waves so far. We have an incoming tide, and expecting some high performance surfing coming up. Next heat, Zali Kelly and the Brazilian representative. She's been a wild card out here in the CT. Taina Hinkle is going to be in the water.
Oh yeah, Taina Hinkle from the city of Palhoça, the place of Guarda do Embaú in Santa Catarina. they have great lefts there. And her dad is a great surfer, a shaper, and her coach.
Wow, second generation as well. More along that theme of generational family surfers. We've seen so much of those stories both on the men's and women's side here, right?
Yeah. That's one of great aspect of the construction of the Brazilian Storm. That is maturity.
The maturity.
Surfing.
Well, you talking about having competition here since 1976.
Yeah.
So we have some surfers that are probably 3 generations old here.
Something that you saw before just in Australia, California, and Hawaii, we're seeing now in Brazil.
Well, down to 30 seconds and elementary of what the outcome of this heat is going to be. So we'll just watch the clock tick down. Again, thank you for joining us. And if you are just joining us, we have a full day of competition. We're in heat 14. There's a total of 16 heats in this round. This round is 64 for women. We're going to get through those 16 heats, and then we're going to get into the men's competition. Men's round, after we finish this women's round, we're going to get into men's round number 2. That's the round of 48 for the men. Full day, Hinako Kurokawa. She's going to surf this wave to the beach. However, unfortunately for the Japanese surfer, she is eliminated from competition.
Yeah, she could not break the combo with this wave.
But we're going to wait for scores anyway.
Yeah, to do it officially.
We're going to make it official.
Yeah.
So hang out with us, even though I can tell you what the result's going to be. The result's going to be Alyssa Spencer and Leilani Maganago are going to move on. There's the numbers. Outstanding performance by Alyssa. Solid performance by Leilani Maganago in this Heat 14 of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Hey, stay tuned. We're going to be back right after this commercial break.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 15 of the round of 64 out there in the water. Zali Kelly, number 17 in the rankings in the red. Nadia Erostarbe from Euskadi, number 22 in the rankings. She's in blue. Carolina Mendes from Portugal, 8 in the rankings in white. And Tainá Hinkle, the surfer from Brazil, in the green. A very happy and content Alyssa Spencer looking for a chance to qualify for the championship tour with what I have to say, probably the performance of the event so far from the young Californian alongside her coach, Matt Myers. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. Maida, our first ride of this heat. Young Zali Kelly, the Australian surfer who's looking to qualify as well. She is number 17 in the rankings so far and needs a good result here in Brazil in order to keep those dreams alive.
Yeah, and she started pretty quick. And also now Tainá has this nice little wall there. Just, yeah.
No stranger to big heats competing at Saquarema is Tainá Henkel. Decent result last week at the Saquarema Surf Festival. Wasn't able to podium, though, get either first or second. She is looking to qualify for the Challenger Series next year, though, in her South American region. It seems like Mendes, the Portuguese surfer, having a paddle here. She's up and riding now. Wraps it back. Strong turn to start things off for Mendes. More of a setup turn, and wow, this wave just offering up section after section. Yeah, she is still gunning down the line. A decent combo to start things off, and a spectacular finish from Mendes right there too on the sand. So the Portuguese surfer with the best wave out of the initial exchange. Almost 4 minutes have gone by, and it seems like Mendes, despite her ranking right now, she's looking like a surfer that's easily in the top 20 on the Challenger Series, Maida.
Yeah, this wave was awesome. Look, she could like connect many maneuvers there. Really nice first turn. And then another one, and looking for some wall. Nice snap there. And looking for a big maneuver, finishing maneuver, and she found it.
That wave just reeling down the line, a lot of sections. We are approaching a lower tide this afternoon as well. So conditions, despite them having changed from this morning, maybe as good as it gets really here in Saquarema when we showed up this morning at around 6:30. But you look in conditions now, still very contestable, fun, consistent, but maybe not the same kind of expectations that a lot of these surfers had after looking at the waves early. And sometimes that plays with your mind, doesn't it, Maida? You're expecting things that maybe aren't there anymore.
Yeah, when you get in the ocean, like, things change really quick here in Saquarema, especially with the tides. Now we're getting to the low tide. Actually here, the break really works during the low tide, but we are seeing like beautiful walls, very opening walls. So I think we're gonna see a very nice show.
It's usually beneficial to have a mid to low tide here at Saquarema, even with the bigger swells too, you would say?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Here, like the high tide, we have too much backwash. Yeah, so mid tide to low tide is the better thing here.
24 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. A 3-point ride for Zali Kelly. Mendes' score comes in as a 5.5, and Tainá Henkel, who's up and riding, already has a 2.8, has to give way though. As Zali Kelly up and riding, her second scoring ride, great turn right there. Nice execution with the bottom turn from the youngster from Australia. And Henkel, as we were mentioning her before, no stranger to CT competition here in Saquarema. She already has a 2.8, and she had to give way because Zali had higher priority here, Maida.
Yeah, I like this turn, but then the wave didn't offer much. But the first turn was good.
Just the one, and Zali, excuse me, one of the youngest surfers from the Australian region to qualify too. And if you look at it, a lot of their surfers quite young that are qualifying through their ranks. Marlon Harrison, Mikey McDonough, and maybe you have the older veterans that are still in their mid-20s. Those are Jake Wilcox, Kalani Ball, and others. But for the most part, everybody under the age of 30. Here's the Spaniard, the surfer from Euskadi, Nadia Erostarbe. Looking at this left right here. And she's going to get a banger to finish right there on the right-hander. An incredible turn to finish things off on her second scoring ride so far. And it seems like we had not only the best performance of the event so far, but a very happy congratulations to Alyssa Spencer. She's on the glass with Bruno.
That's it, Mitch. She's from Carlsbad, California. She's not used to the backwash, but she did great ever since the get-go, huh?
Yeah, that was really tricky out there, but I managed to find 2 good ones, and yeah, I'm super stoked to just get a little rhythm going and get a couple good turns.
From here, we're not seeing too much lefts. Yeah, you knew you have to choose the rights from the beginning before going in the water?
Yeah, we've been watching it all morning and keeping an eye on it, and early this morning the lefts were really good, but it changed really quick, and I actually haven't surfed this right before, so I was a little nervous going out because
I've just been surfing the left, so I was like, oh, this is kind of new for me. I hope I can get the lineup and everything, and yeah, it ended up working out.
It's your first time here in Saquarema. It's going good, huh?
Yes, I love it here. Brazil has been amazing so far. The whole vibe here is super fun, and yeah, I'm excited to see what happens the rest of my trip.
See you in the next round. Congrats, huh? Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Bruno. Parabéns. Congratulations to Alyssa Spencer, the youngster from Carlsbad, California, that northern part of San Diego County. And boy, an impressive performance, 15.77 heat total. If not the highest heat total of the event, one of the highest so far. Let's go back to the replay, though, of Erostarbe, former European junior champion Maida.
Yeah, nice quick turn there. And then looking for some wall. Connecting things. Yeah, nice move to finish the wave.
Yeah, that strong finish definitely going to help her out in her scoreline. And then Hinkle was able to get a second ride. Just a 1-3-3 here, though, Maida. It doesn't seem like the waves she has been selecting so far have really cooperated with what she wants to do out there.
Yeah, and actually, Taina had some trouble here last week. She lost in her first heat of the competition during the QS, but she knows pretty well this wave. She competed here in 2019 during the Oi Hill Pro in CT, and she won Sally Fitzgibbons and Nick Van Dyck. So she knows how to do it. She has to surf a lot to make this heat.
Right.
Let's see if she can do it.
Well, she beat a couple of big names right there. Former champion out here, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Nikki Van Dyke, a former CT surfer with a lot of experience in high-pressure situations, too. But Hinkle right now, nothing better than just a 2.8. Mendez with the best score of the heat so far. Erostarbe's score comes in as a 3.07, excuse me. And Zali Kelly's second for just the one turn, a 4.77. Erostarbe usually travels with her boyfriend Guille. They're here now together. Was here with Adur Amatriayin as well, but since Adur lost, he left a few nights ago. And here's the Portuguese surfer, Carolina Mendes. Just a one turn at the end. Can she hold on? Unfortunately, she cannot. Just under 20 minutes to go, and now the answer back from Taina. Gaining speed down the line, needs a big maneuver right there on that finishing section, and she'll be able to get it. So decent exchange right there. Hinkle with what is more than likely to be her best wave so far, Maida, but you know, you look at the names out there in the water right now, Kelly, Mendez, Erostarbe, and speaking of Nadia, here she is, great floater up and over that section, commons it up. And Nadia making sure she's gonna finish this wave off. Great execution and good use of priority right there from the Basque surfer.
Yeah, I like it with a lot of flow. She could get everything together for 3 maneuvers. I really like this one. Look, very decent wave. Vertical, and then another one, rack. And then the finishing maneuver. Wasn't that strong, but was nice. So people like it as well.
Well, the peanut gallery loves it. And it seems like a couple of people still maybe waking up this morning on Friday. But Carol Mendez also had the attempt right here. Maybe just went a little bit too strong and not enough speed for that last section, just a 1.2. And this was Taina's last wave. Maida, you've mentioned before that she's made some big heats out here at Saquarema.
Yeah, but I mean, she's choosing. Look, I like this one, but this wave wasn't so big, so let's see what she can have with this. I think her strategy, since now it's being like to surf a lot of waves, trying to find some good ones and building some momentum.
Well, she has caught 4 waves so far and expecting her best number on her last, but huge scores coming through for Nadia Erostarbe. It's a 6.5 for the surfer from the Basque Country of Spain. Zali Kelly now in second place, looking to improve on a 3-point ride. Mendez still has the second best wave of the heat so far, a 5.5, needing a 2.27. And Hinkle gets a 3.7, now needs a 4.08. When you look at not only the surfers that we have in this round, but you know, the ones that have already surfed already yesterday, made it through. You look at the talent pool and you're thinking, okay, there's some surfers that maybe have the amount of experience, but they don't necessarily have that expertise or that one thing that kind of makes them flare. And that's when I like to see a lot of these younger surfers really rise to the occasion. We saw Alyssa Spencer in the last heat. Despite her young age, I'd have to say she's one of the best surfers in the event. Zali Kelly is another one, and she has a lot of competitive experience added to that little flair that she has as well, Maida.
Yeah, but we saw like Luana Silva just lost a high seed as well, surfer. It was a big loss for this morning, but in the other heats, we saw like many high seeds girls going through, and now is Zali.
Yeah, Kelly up and riding. Wraps it back for the first round and goes huge for the second one. But it maybe seemed like the backwash got the best of her right there. And now it's a chance for Mendez. Great bottom turn, nice fade, and a strong turn right there in the pocket. Good timing, precise surfing so far. A little hung up right there on the third one though. And she might just try to milk this wave for what it's worth. And she's gonna kick out right on the shoreline. Was needing just a 2.27. We will be seeing a situation change right here. And now the heat leader, Erostarbe. Ooh, just quick right there on the bottom turn. Wasn't really able to get to the open face because of that backwash either. But we are halfway through the heat, Maida, and it seems like Mendez will improve her situation.
I think so. I like the approach of these girls. They are like surfing this wave until almost the sand. I really like, they are not scared about the Boca do Jacaré that I mentioned to you, like this part of the wave that is pretty hollow, like close to the sand. So very nice wave for Carolina.
Mendez, number 80 in the rankings. She has a lot to make up for here in these last two events. That is if she actually qualifies for Haleiwa too. And this is also during the replays. Tainá Hinkle on her 5th wave so far. Wrapped it back right there, Maida. Was looking for a strong finish here at the end. And gets a decent one. Nothing major, but should help her out in the long run of things. Great heat coming up, the last one of the round, heat number 16. Sophie McCulloch, Francisca Kika Veshelko, and former CT surfer number 50 in the rankings so far, Chelsea Tuak, as you can see her on screen. The only surfer ever to qualify from Barbados, and the surfer from the Caribbean looking to qualify yet again. There you see the heat draw, McCulloch, Veshelko, Tuak, and Yasmin Diaz will also be in the green jersey. Those boards looking good. The Mayhem's underneath Chelsea's arms. And Maida, this is an important heat for the surfer from Barbados.
Yeah, and she looks like still young, and she was in CT in 2016, so a long time ago. Yeah, looking for a spot again.
Very confident. I spoke to her earlier this morning. She said waves are super fun. I know what I need to go and do out there, and I'm going to be looking for those rights. That little ripple that she is so keen to surf right now. And she was frothing. A 4.4 for Carolina Mendez. That moves her up into first place. 3.73, the last score of Tainá Hinkle. She is still in 4th. Zali Kelly now down to 3rd place. As Erostarbe in 2nd. She's looking for a 3.4 to recover first. Mendez and Erostarbe, though, have the two things that neither else in this heat has so far, Maida. Those big scores, better than a 5.5. 13 minutes on the clock. Mendez, Erostarbe in the lead, and it's the two European surfers that are looking to not only qualify for the championship tour, but also win an event. As live action, Zali Kelly. Nice combination right there, and a huge finish, but she cannot hold on. She's been having some struggling moments with those last end maneuvers. And once again, she's not able to finish that wave off. Needing a 4.81, she more than likely was going to have that score if she was able to finish off. So 12:30 to go on the clock. Mendez, Erostarbe in 1st and 2nd. Kelly needing a 4.81, and the local surfer Hinkle needing a high 5. Don't go anywhere. Be right back with the Corona Saquarema Pro. Welcome back to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. That's Nadia Arostarbe from the Basque Country of Spain, up and riding. Great combination right there on the backhand. And is able to get a decent finish at the end too. 10 minutes on the clock, and Carolina Mendez still leading things. She has first priority as well, but Nadia Arostarbe wasn't needing much to overtake first. Needing just a 3.4, and she just might get it here, Maida.
Yeah, probably she will. She connected a lot of maneuvers. The wave offered a long wall for her. Let's see it again. Yeah, nice turn there to start things. And then another one. Looking sharp. And then the third one. Got a little hang there, and then fourth. Many maneuvers, Mage. Fifth one. What do you think about this wave?
Well, it seems like the score is enough. It's a 3.7, but then Carolina Mendez, this was before the break, and an awesome way to start things off on that wave with a nice little snap, tail slide, first maneuver. But then after that, Maida, it just seemed like this wave went a bit flat. Score came in as a 4.4, so currently has her in second place, but it seemed like she wanted a bit more on that wave in order to get the score in the 6s or better. And this was also during the break, the replay of Tainá Hinkle's last ride.
Yeah. He couldn't stay at her feet. Tainá, I don't know, she's looking kind of nervous. Probably it's because it's her first Challenger Series event. So sometimes these girls are kind of nervous to compete the first time in these big stages.
It's normal too.
Yeah, sure. That's why they need to be here and compete, get some experience, like break things, break the nervous.
In English, we say break the ice.
Break the ice, yeah. In Portuguese as well, quebrando gelo.
Yep. Well, you know who quebró the yellow right there was Carolina Mendez. That doesn't improve her situation, though, just a 4.17, but a solid turn right there for the Portuguese surfer. And ranks implications coming up in the next heat. Sophie McCulloch, number 6 in the world on the Challenger Series rankings, needing a big result here to move up into the top 5 in the rankings, and she just could do it right here. But in this heat so far, it's been all Nadia Arostarbe and Carolina Mendez. Zali Kelly in third, still needing a 5.14. Tainá Hinkle needing a 6.17 now. And Tainá not only has competed at the CT level, as we're seeing Chelsea Tuak make her way up the beach, about to paddle out, number 50 in the ranking. She's going up against Sophie, Francisca Kika Veselko, and Yasmin Diaz. I was about to mention to you that Tainá Hinkle also had the chance to compete at the Surf Ranch at one event before. I believe it was 2018, maybe. She competed for Team Brazil. Didn't do as well as she wanted to, but I believe she was only 14 years of age back then. So she's still, what, 18 or 19 maybe right now?
Yeah, she was pretty young when she competed with Adriana de Souza, Felipe, yeah, all the Brazilian crew. Yeah, she's pretty young. She had some like emotional problems like the last year, but now she's getting like well and coming back to the big stages and competing again, like pretty nice. She had some good results also here during the QS, the local QS. This year she won in the Circuito Banco do Brasil in Santa Catarina. And also she took third place in Bahia in the same circuit, and also third place in Layback Pro Prainha. So this year she's doing fine. She's competing well and surfing good.
Well, there you saw Francisca Kika Veselko, also one of the younger competitors in the draw at this event in Saquarema. And, you know, Tainá Hinkle in fourth right now, needs a 6.17. First time we see her on the Challenger Series, as you mentioned, has an impressive resume when it comes to QS competition. That is regional, though. And despite this still being within her region, she hasn't competed against a lot of people at a high level from different regions of the world either, Maida.
Yeah, that's why she's kind of, that's why I think she's kind of nervous. It seems like in finishing maneuvers, I know she has all the skills to do this. She knows this place here. She serves well, but now she's not finishing the maneuvers that she wants. And also about choosing waves, I think she chose like the smaller ones.
Right.
So now she's with second priorities. She needs a big number. It will be great if she can find a good opportunity to do this.
We shall see. It would be the second best wave of the heat so far. She does get that 6.17, down to 5 minutes on the clock. There's a great drone angle of, you know, one of our towers here at the event. And just really the setup of what Saquarema is here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. You can see us right there in the small little room on the left. And let's look at the recap and how we got to this point of the heat. It's been Erostarbe and Mendez so far in control of the heat, Maida, and Nadia has the best of the heat of 6.5.
Yeah, very nice one. Nice turn over the lip, and then another one.
And then Mendez right here with her best too, a 5.5. Was able to fade on this one and get a great combination of turns.
A nice wave as well, like good size. The wave offered a lot to her, like many maneuvers. One of the longest ones here this morning.
Yeah, longer one, but you know, the score still in the mid-range, and then Erostarbe was able to back up her 6.5 with a 3.7. And the Basque surfer looking comfortable out here in these changing beach breaks. Tends to surf a lot of beach break herself, coming from that part of Euskadi, Sopelana, and other waves around there too. And the former European junior champion looking great out there right now with a shot to make it into the round of 32 with just over 3.5 minutes remaining. Kelly with priority still needs a 5.14. Hinkle needs the 6.17, and it's gonna come down really to the last exchange and whether or not this use of priority is really going to help Zali Kelly. We had a replay, though. This is Nadia.
Nice turn there. Then another one, but she couldn't stay in her feet.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate right there with the slip at the end. It seems like she was on her way to bettering that 3.7 that she has as her second best ride. And Kelly, despite her young age, been competing at the highest level for a long time, still looking to qualify for the CT for the first time, but you know, this use of priority right here is going to be very interesting and important for the outcome of this heat, Maida, because she's been waiting patiently for around 10 minutes with priority number 1.
Yeah, and she has like little more than 2.5 minutes remaining. I think she might need like to choose the really good wave. We don't know if she will have time to surf one and then another one. So, and she hold the priority for so long. Yeah. And things look a little tricky there right now. A lot of water moving. Look, she needs 5.14. It's not a huge number, but I mean, as we're seeing today, it's a good number. So she really needs to find a good opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 minutes to go. Erostarbe in the lead. Mendes in second. Kelly needs a 5.14. And Hinkle, the local surfer from Brazil, needing a 6.17. And that is a decent number to get today. We've seen a lot of great scores in the 6s and the 7s so far this morning, but they have really had to earn those scores so far. And we're down to 90 seconds. How beautiful is the water out there? Clear. You can see how warm it is too, despite that upwelling that we do see here due to the nearby Cabo Frio. But, you know, this is one of those beautiful places that we have on the Challenger Series, and expecting to come back here next season as well for the CS and the CT. Just over a minute.
Yeah, I think, and here Saquarema is the only place, I think, in the world that has the 3 divisions of WSL. And look, who is, it's Nadia.
Yeah, Erostarbe up and riding again. Oh, great turn right there. And as we say in Spanish, navajazo. She really used that board as a blade to really cut through that section. Huge drop there from Hinkle. Is an important wave, might be your last chance. Wraps it back into the lip right there with a better second turn. But really needs a big finish here at the end. And it wasn't bad. 30 seconds to go. She checks her clock. She's needing a 6.17. At the moment, it would have to be the second best wave of the heat. 20 seconds, and Zali Kelly's still waiting for a chance. Holding down priority. She's on the outside. And it doesn't seem like she's going to be in position for this wave. So Kelly will be bowing out of competition. It's going to come down to whether or not the last wave of Hinkle was enough for second place.
Yeah, it was sad for Zali because she didn't find herself during the heat. And look, this is Taina's last wave. I like the first turn. Then the second one was just functional. Then she looked for the big finish. It wasn't bad at all, but I don't know if it will be enough, like 6.17. It's a high score for today, so what do you think, Mitch?
My instinct says no, but, you know, it's going to be close. 4 consecutive maneuvers, no downtime. She surfed the wave as well as she could have. But just compared to maybe the 6.5 and the 5.5, it's going to be very close. Still waiting for the score of Taina Hinkle. And it's coming through right now. It's shy of the requirement. It is a 5.4. She's going to stay in 4th place. But a huge victory for the lady on screen, Nadia Erostarbe from Euskadi. She moves through, and she needed this result. Carolina Mendes, the Portuguese surfer in white, in 2nd place. She also advances. But the Basque surfer moving through. There's her boyfriend, Guille, and Ariane Ochoa. Very happy for the European surfer. The Corona Saquarema Pro will be right back after this commercial break. We got the last heat of the women's opening round. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Sophie McCulloch. I'm 23 years old and I'm from Alexandra Headland on the Sunshine Coast. I feel like I'm a competitive spirit in general. Like I grew up playing sort of any sport I possibly could, soccer, netball, rugby. Playing rugby, you know, I was just really determined to not let the other team score, and I have vivid memories of just like, I'm not like a super fast runner and there would be fast runners on the other team and I would just like somehow just like get to them and tackle them before they got to the try line. So I guess it's just like determination to do well for a team, and I'd love to do well for Australia in surfing, so if I can represent Australia and do really well, then I'll be happy.
Just outside of qualification is Sophie McCulloch at the moment, number 6 in the rankings. She's out there in the red jersey. Francisca Kika Veselko from Portugal, number 40 on the ranks in blue. 50 in the rankings, Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, the only surfer from Barbados to qualify for the Championship Tour. And Yasmin Diaz from the southern part of Brazil is out there in the green jersey. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops to call you through the last heat of the round. And it seems like we already had a couple of waves ridden so far. This is a 5.17 from Chelsea Tuak, Maida.
Yeah, very nice first turn there, and then a strong one, second one, and she's looking for a big finish.
But she got to work quickly right here, too.
Yeah.
And earned every single point of that 5.17 as well. And Sophie had a couple of quick waves here, too.
Yeah, looking for some wall there, nothing really special, and then to the end. She could stay on her feet. No, she didn't.
Almost, but she does go for those big maneuvers on those strong end sections. You know who did the same thing? Was Nadia Erostarbe. She is with Bruno Bocaiúva.
All right, Mitch, thanks, brother. Nadia was a hard one, huh? You was saying to myself that it's harder than it looks, huh?
Yeah, it's way harder than it looks like, even from the outside, but I tried to manage to have a good one, but then I didn't find the second good one, but I'm glad I made it.
How was to deal with this aspect, this always here, the backwash?
Yeah, it was hard, but I've been training here for like 1 week, so I managed. The first day was really bad, but I already managed to kind of work with it.
You are in the 22nd position right now, so one more step, huh? It's an important one, huh?
Yeah, it's important. Always the first hit is the hardest one, so I'll try to get better and better and try to make it as far as I can.
You can say a few words to Euskadi, to your family and friends there?
Yeah, muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, mucho, ta eskerrik asko denai.
All right, thank you. See you next round. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno, and Sorionak. Felicidades to Nadia Erostarbe. And you see how quickly she was able to switch between Spanish and Basque right there. Impressive. Something that only those people from northern Spain can do. You know what was impressive too? This last wave from Sophie McCulloch. There's a reason she is number 6 in the rankings right now, Maida.
Yeah, very nice wave for her. The first little maneuver there, and then looking for some huge opportunities to finish the wave, and was right on the sand, this last one.
Well, Chelsea Tuak has a 5.17 already. Smaller wave, you know, a little hung up there on the first turn, but really made up for it here on these last few maneuvers, if you ask me. You know, she's one of those surfers that she's not very tall, but she carries a lot of punch in that short frame that she has. Great surfer, Sophie McCulloch. Has a bachelor's degree as well. Graduated last year, and now she's completely focusing on the Challenger Series and qualifying for the Championship Tour for the first time as well. Still waiting on that score. 24 minutes out there in the water. Both Veselko and Diaz have not caught a wave. That might change though. Veselko having a look here. And Kika won't be able to get into that. Interesting fact about Francisca Kika Veselko, half American, half Portuguese. Grew up partially in Huntington Beach, California. Went to school there, I believe, her junior year of high school. Older brother Joe, studying to be a chiropractor in London. Younger brother Jamie, now in California, training over there with the different parts of USA Surfing, NSSA, Western Surfing Association, among others. Kika has been able to travel a lot since she was very young, and it's cool to see her represent both flags, the Portuguese and the Americans too.
Yeah, very nice. All these girls and boys that have like two different countries they can choose what to represent, and it's very nice to see this worldwide surfing god.
Right.
And it's nice to have all these mixtures inside the water.
McCulloch having another look. Her score comes in as a 3.77. Just under 23 minutes remaining, and we mentioned that, you know, Chelsea Tuak, the only surfer from Barbados to qualify for the championship tour, both men and women, by the way. And there have always been some great surfers from Barbados on the men's side, but on the women's side, you hadn't heard too much about that female development up until Chelsea came on the scene and, you know, made the CT, wasn't able to requalify through the championship tour, but, you know, she's been one of the more successful competitors to come out of the Caribbean. Here's Sophie McCulloch again, working underneath everybody else's priority. Great two-turn combo right there from McCulloch to start things off. And she's going to kick out. That is her fourth wave already in the first 8 minutes. And we got the men coming up afterwards. It's going to be a big heat. 3 Brazilians up against a French surfer. And the local boy, João Chianca, will be in the first heat of the round of 48 for the men. So you don't want to miss that for sure. But going back to the conversation surrounding Sophie, easily one of the most impressive performances we have seen, not only this year, but when you really see somebody qualify in their first year of full competition, this could be a person that does that yet again. Number 6 right now. She could easily move up a few spots, especially with the loss of both Molly Picklum and Luana Silva too, Maida.
Yeah, she can. She has like 2 third places during the Sydney and also the US Open. She was 3rd. So very nice results this whole year. And also she's skiing during the QS, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good surfer. And now she's in the lead of the heat.
Drops a 4.73 on her last. So that moves her up into first. And now Kika having a look here. Veselko, the Portuguese surfer, big drop right here for the 19-year-old. Great wrap to start things off. Love her style and the intensity that she brings to the heat. What a finishing maneuver there from Kika Veselko. And the competitors area loves it. So did I. And one of the most impressive waves we've seen all morning long. You could see the kind of the look back right there towards her coaches. Number 40 in the rankings. Needs a big result here to stay within striking distance of qualifying. And she's only 19 years old, Maida.
Yeah, 19 years old, pretty young, and also very powerful surfer. I really like this wave as well, Mitch, just as you, really strong and sharp. We can see later during the hit play, but nice, really nice wave.
I love this wave personally. Number 6 in the Portuguese rankings that finished last week, and Kika getting her first and potentially the best wave of the heat. It comes in as a 7.33 for the Portuguese surfer. Mentioned that she finished number 6 in the Portuguese surf series last week. Portugal has developed a lot of their surfers because their leagues and their surf series are so good. A lot of them don't want to travel outside of Europe anymore, Maida.
Yeah, and also like Portugal with powerful waves and with the constancy, so they surf a lot there. It's a very surfing country.
Yeah.
When you go there, besides the weather that is pretty cold and wild. Once I surfed there and I felt like so wild, everything like the water moving and the currents and like cold water. It's very wild to surf there, but I mean, these guys are more than used to that. And Francisca now just 7.33 in a good wave to start her heat.
Yeah, kind of a gnarly end section, and she attacked it with no fear. And now the answer back by Chelsea. This wave standing up. Oh, goes for the big throat tail. Thought she was going to be able to pull that off. And Chelsea down to 3rd at the moment. Has a 5.17 in her scoreline. That is just going to be a throwaway score for her. 18:20 the clock. Chelsea loves to surf point breaks. but is an excellent surfer at beach breaks too. Here's the replay, Maida, for the surfer from Barbados.
Yeah, she was looking for a wall, and then she just couldn't manage to finish this maneuver. I don't know if she oh, I don't know this word.
Slid?
Slid, yeah.
Or slipped?
Slipped, yeah, if she slipped or what happened there. Maybe she kicked the board. It was very shallow there.
Maybe, you know, you get through that Boca de Jacaré, the alligator's mouth right there at the end of that end section of the right. You look down and it's very shallow. There's a couple of our surfers in the área de atletas de Banco do Brasil. Freya Prom, Sarah Baum, and Ando Santos watching the last heat of women's competition for today. Sophie McCulloch in the lead, Kika Veselko with the one score in second is 7.33, Tuak in third. At the moment needs just a 2.17. And Yasmin Diaz so far with priority. 13 minutes have gone by and she has still not caught a wave.
Yeah, she's a very new face for everybody here. She's from Torres, Rio Grande do Sul, South Brazil, and she's two-time local champion, like Gaúcha, we say, local champion there, and also she won a local Santa Catarina championship, but just starting to get some experience in big stages. But until now, she didn't find any opportunity to surf, almost middle of the heat. And we see Francisca there.
Yeah, it seems like Kika was up and riding. 16:20 to go on the clock. She only needs a 1.17 for the lead. And seems like it was something great here from Kika. And boy, she is on fire. The great tail slide. Catches the rail for the second one. That'll move her up into first, but it seems like she is in rhythm and she understands what this wave requires of her and her surfing out here, Maida.
Yeah, she found a really good first wave to start the heat, and then, yeah, probably building some momentum for her, getting confident, and now she just dropped like 3.93 to take the lead. And probably she can throw away the second number, but now in a secure first place of the heat.
Well, she basically got a 4 for one turn. That's quite impressive if you ask me, especially for a 19-year-old. Sophie McCulloch in second. To get back into first place, she's needing a mid-6. She has second priority, though, and she's going to use it here. Oh, and Yasmin Diaz paddled for that wave, too. She's going to lose priority. So a flip-flop between both McCulloch and Diaz. So priority's going to go to Chelsea Tuak, who just all out of the blue with a stroke of luck ends up in first priority, and neither the surfer in green or the surfer in red obtain a score here, Maida.
Yeah, just kind of tricky situation there. Yasmin probably lost her and again, I think she pedaled for this wave.
She did.
Yeah, trying to find some room there. She was with priority and she lost just for a bad choice.
Well, if you're Chelsea Tuak, this changes the whole way you approach the last half of this heat. 14:20 on the clock. Chelsea Tuak in third with first priority, needs a 3.33 for second place. And here she goes, up and riding for the Bayesian surfer. Big turn right there, needs one more, and she gets it. So was that enough, at least momentarily, for second place? Now here's the heat leader, Kika. Wraps it back. Good tail slide right there from Veselko. And a decent finishing turn as well up into the lip line. So a good exchange there by both ladies. Veselko and McCulloch at the moment in first and second. But Chelsea Tuak making a comeback for second place. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro. We're in the last heat of the women, and the men are coming up. We're back in Saquarema, and guess what? We have a great heat for the final one of the women's round of 64. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Sophie McCulloch, number 6 in the rankings, gets moved down to 3rd place. She does have first priority, but Chelsea Tuak gets a 4.33 on the wave we saw before the break. Yasmin Diaz with just a 1.43 in her scoreline at the moment, and Kika Veshelko, the 19-year-old from Portugal, still in the lead, has the highest single wave score of the heat so far, a 7.33. And, you know, we talk about these big performances. Chelsea Tuak has been in this position before, Maida, and it is showing right now.
Yeah, nice turn up in the lip there in the second one as well. Looking for some room, but then the wave didn't offer much for her. And now Kika's again, up riding. Nice first turn, and then, yeah, decent second one.
Veselko, only 19 years of age. One of the best surfers from Europe at the moment in the juniors and in the opens, as we can see. And just a small score there from Yasmin Diaz. And then Chelsea Tuak was able to get another wave here with a strong turn up into the lip line. Great maneuver selection right there for Chelsea on the forehand. And just a bit more information on what can happen if McCulloch actually loses in this heat is Sophie McCulloch, who is number 6 in the ranking at the moment, ends up bowing out in this heat. Macy Callahan qualifies for the championship tour for 2023. So big implications on the line with the outcome of this heat. Sophie, only 23 years of age, member of the North Shore Board Riders, has lived on the Sunshine Coast her whole life. And as I mentioned before, last year she graduated with a bachelor's degree with a double major in marketing and biomedical science. Works part-time as a marketing and communications associate at a company called 80/20 Partners. So McCulloch has a lot going on outside of the world of surfing besides just being a professional competitive surfer. Also has a part-time job, went to school, and at the moment she is 9 minutes and 35 seconds away from being eliminated from competition. Needs a big result here in order to keep her chances of qualifying for the CT in 2023 alive. Requires a 4.78 Maida with just over 9 minutes.
Yeah, I think she can find a good opportunity to do this. But this is so interesting what you just said, like to see girls doing so good in surfing and also having another job, like part-time job. Yeah, it's really must be really hard to deal with all these things that she has to deal with, competing and also working with another thing. But now she really needs a good result here. And she's with priority, and she has 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. So plenty of time to do so.
Well, here goes Yasmin Diaz. Only has a 1.43 as her best score. And unfortunately for her, that wave will not provide any scoring opportunity whatsoever. We saw Joao Chianca on screen. He's coming up. He's number 18 in the rankings. Had a final performance at the Vans US Open of Surfing earlier this year. Here's Chelsea Tuak in second still. Great turn right there from Chelsea. And she has caught 5 waves, including this one so far. Her previous score of 4.23, it didn't go into her top 2, but she is trying to better her scores with each and every wave that she catches, Maida.
Yeah, I think her strategy was like building some momentum, surfing a lot, trying to find good opportunities, keeping busy. Look, this was her last ride, and a nice quick turn there, and then she didn't have enough more room to do more.
Scores coming through at the moment. Seems like it will improve her situation. It's a 4.67, so it does. That means that Sophie McCulloch now needs a 5.12, and Yasmin Diaz in 4th, still requiring an excellent score of an 8.41. But how about Kika Veselko, though, who's been able to catch 4 waves and a 7.33 and a 4.67. We're talking about 2 scores that add up to 12 points, and she did it really in a matter of minutes, too. She caught one wave, went back out, got a 3.93, and then a 4.67 right after that. And we're seeing one of the best surfers, I personally think, from Europe in the last few years really conquer her fears and potentially get a huge heat win here in Saquarema in her first round of competition. Let's not speak too soon, though, because Sophie McCulloch with priority, she is still on the hunt for that 5.
Yeah, and I think Chelsea and Kika knows how lethal Sophie can be, so still time on the clock, and she doesn't need too much, like only 5.12, and with priority, so let's see if he can find an opportunity to do so.
She's having a look at this. Veselko's going to let her go. Has second priority. McCulloch still with first priority. 6 minutes remaining. And now Diaz having a look. She's up again on another right. Struggled to get anything better than a 1, and yet again will not be able to do that. 3 Brazilians coming up in the next heat up against a Frenchman. And one of those Brazilians is the person on screen, Marcos Correa, a wild card for this event. Did compete at the highest level on both the Primes and the Challenger Series a few years ago, but now looking to requalify through his South American region. As we're seeing Tuak. Oh, great turn right there from Chelsea. Threw the tail out the back and even busted the fins out. And she is looking good at the moment, bettering her scores each and every time, Maida.
Yeah, she knows that she needs to solidify her spot in this heat because Sophie can take a good wave and surf a 5.12 so easily. So looking to move a little bit further with her scores.
Yeah, that was a...
Yeah, that was a good one.
Aggressive, mean, and the scores coming through. Very enthusiastic things here for Chelsea Tuak. It is a 5.8 for the Bayesian surfer. Still in second place, but now a lot more separation between her and Sophie McCulloch. Sophie now needs a 6.24, and Yasmin Diaz needing a 9.54. So basically in a mini combination situation, but with just over 4 minutes to go, it's the number 6 in the rankings who's up and riding, needing a big score here. McCulloch, that wave's just gonna close out. So if she ends up losing in this heat, Macy Callahan automatically qualifies for the championship tour. So big implications of what is gonna happen with the high seed in these next 4 minutes. I'm on the edge of my seat, Maida. This is one of the more entertaining heats of the round so far.
Yeah, it is. And Sophie, she was with priority and she chose like a bad closing out wave. So let's see if she can manage to find another opportunity with 3 minutes and a half left remaining in the heat. And now Francisca again up riding.
Kika looking to better a 4.67, and looking at the amount of waves that both Tuak and McCulloch have caught, both of them with 6 waves so far. But it's been the effectiveness of Chelsea, a 5, 3 4s, and another 5. She's been in that scoreline every single time of the heat so far. 3 minutes to go. Will priority switch with that look from McCulloch or not? Doesn't seem like Diaz was out in position yet.
And Chelsea, she kept like building her scores, like every wave.
She did. Here we go though, Maida. 6.24 is what McCulloch needs. She's trying.
She's trying. She looks kind of a little anxious, trying to find some good opportunity there. Here, Saquarema, it's not easy. Sometimes it's tricky to find a good one. But she keeps trying and trying. She knows that she needs a really good wave to turn this heat. And with 2 minutes and a half left, look, she's trying again.
Well, 6.24 is what she needs. Great bottom turn, wraps it back. Strong maneuver right there, but needs a great finish. And unfortunately, that backwash just gets her at the end. 2 minutes to go. Still has time. but needs to make it back out in order to get that low 6 that she requires. Tuak, though, in second place, has first priority, and it's going to be interesting to see what Chelsea decides to do here in terms of defense. And unfortunately for Sophie, this wave didn't work out the way she wanted to.
Yeah, it was a nice first turn, but then the second, she was caught by the backwash there. Look, the first one was kind of good, and then the second one, there was a bump right there, like 2 waves.
They met each other.
Yeah, they met each other, and yeah, she couldn't finish.
And there's the Australian contingency here at the event, rooting for Sophie, hoping she does well here. But Chelsea Tuak and Francisca Veselko have something else on their minds. Veselko betters her situation with her last wave, a 5.23. And all eyes are on Sophie McCulloch. So Chelsea Tuak did paddle for a wave. Seems like she actually stood up, goes down to priority 4. And with 45 seconds, she can't really play any defense here because McCulloch has higher priority than her at the moment.
Yeah, but almost like 30 minutes left on the clock. She's paddling there, trying to find some opportunity. Now there looks like a set coming. Let's see if she can catch a good wave.
Well, 20 seconds.
20 seconds. The clock is her biggest problem right now.
And it seems like it's going to be a split peak. Diaz on the left. And a decent turn right there. That should be her best wave. But this heat is over. And we're going to lose Sophie McCulloch, our number 6 ranked surfer. Francisca Veselko and Chelsea Tuak moving through into the round of 32. And that means a huge congratulations to Macy Callahan on qualifying for the championship tour for 2023. And this woman was a person that was able to guarantee that spot for Macy Callahan. Young Francisca Veselko from Portugal, 19 years of age, gets a huge heat win, 12.56 heat total, and moves through with the Bayesian surfer Chelsea Tuak, who is also looking to requalify for the championship tour. Huge moment for Portugal and Europe at the moment with this win of Francisca.
Oh, nice job for her.
And now looking at the rankings, congratulations to Macy Callahan, qualified officially for the 2023 championship tour. The Australian will be back on the CT when it comes to pipeline. And a shakeup in the rankings, that is for sure. We lose number 6 on the CS, and that's your official result right there. Kika Veselko in the blue, Chelsea Tuak in the white move through, McCulloch and Diaz out of the competition. Men coming back up, the round of 48, heat number 1. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Back to men's action, the round of 48 in the water. Jadson Andre in the red. Joao Chianca, the local boy, number 18 in the ranks in the blue. Tim Biso in the white. And local wildcard Marcos Correa in the green. Mitchell Salazar here with Caipo Guerrero. Caipo, welcome back. We got a great heat on our hands. 3 Brazilians out there against the Frenchmen.
Yeah, it's just switched gears into the men's division. This round 2, the round of 48. But big news coming off of that last heat, right, Mitchell? Well, we might as well get into a replay right now because this is Jaddy Baby starting off here right at the buzzer. This was when we were at break. Jadson Andre, vicious stab into the lip, goes vertical for that finish, and that's a nice start from the veteran in this heat. Followed up here with Joao Chianca, Chumbinho, attacking and timing with the backwash. Great technique. You gotta have sturdy legs for a finish, and Joao is able to do that.
Yeah, and a couple of quick waves too. Tim Biso had a 2.93 on this, Kipes.
A little float to start for the surfer from Guadalupe. And Biso got the finish there, but just comes a little bit loose. I have a feeling that would have gone high with the completion. Jadson, yet again, on another wave, opened up with a 5.67, and why not? Andre, quick to the trigger and makes sure that he gets a couple of waves right from the get-go. And Joao Chianca also with the same strategy, staying really quick, making sure they get some waves, giving themselves a lot of opportunity.
Oh, making sure we're getting to work as well. 25:40 on the clock. Joao Chianca opens up with a 5.17. Biso with a small score, less than a 3. And Andre has 2 scores that will probably help him out in the lead. Let's go down to the glass. Francisca Veselko with a huge win. Take it away, Bruno.
Thanks, Mitchell. Kika was saying to me that she's used to this kind of conditions. She's from Carcavelos, near Lisbon, Portugal. How was it out there, Kika?
Yeah, I felt pretty comfortable in Portugal. I have these conditions pretty much every day. And yeah, it was a good heat. I was kind of nervous in the beginning, and I didn't start the heat that fast. But then I got the 7-point ride, and then I felt a little more comfortable, and I started getting in the rhythm because there's a little bit of current, and you can't get too caught behind, or you're going to just keep paddling. So I got in the rhythm, and then I got a couple more waves.
And how proud you are to represent Portugal in such a big stage like that.
Yeah, it's incredible to represent your country, especially when you make through heats. You feel even more proud. And yeah, I'm proud to be Portuguese and to be here representing.
One more step to go. You're still far from the bubble, but we still have 20,000 points to be held on.
Yeah, everything's possible, and I'm going to believe until the end.
You can say a few words in Portuguese to your family and friends.
Olá, estou super contente de ter passado o meu hit aqui hoje. As condições não estão muito fáceis, mas tem altas ondas perdidas. E pronto, obrigada por verem e vamos continuar. Bora Portugal. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Kikas. Parabéns, boa sorte. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno, and parabéns to Kika. Live action, Marcos Correa up and riding on the backhand, and big shout out to Edison High School. That's where Kika spent a few years going to high school at the end of her actual junior school career. Part-time resident of Huntington Beach with her father, Joe. Back to the heat, though, Kaipo. It's been a busy one. Marcos up and riding on 2 rides so far.
Yeah, Marcos Correa with some nice flow on the backhand. Nice rhythm, gets up there, timing the backwash. You can see the technique from Correa, and well done. Jadson Andre on this replay. You can see the difference with Jaddy and his technique. A little longer bottom turn, a little more spread out turns, but it goes a little too high on that one and unable to put it down. Really impressed with this. Biso, powerful on the backhand, hooking turns, throwing a ton of spray, long bottom turn, and that equals a targeting lip. So Timothy Biso put that together, and we're gonna wait for that score. And Joao Chianca, these guys are getting busy out here. Chumbinho has to get through that little crease in the wave, but no problem as he throws up. This is a hotly contested heat between these 4 surfers. Lots of action. And why not? Jadson just caught another wave while we're going through a replay. We got a replay of the replay. And Jaddy baby looking down the line, trying to connect the dots. Throws it up, but incomplete for the finish.
So the last two of Andre, small scores, 3-1-3, and the last one just going to be in the high ones, low twos. Shianka, though, 5-1-7 open things up, a 4-5-7 as his backup. Tim Biso, though, drops an 8-point ride on his second score, one of the highest of the event so far, Kai.
Saw that one coming, didn't you, Mitch? I mean, just the flow that Biso had, the power off the top, all the spray, that equaled speed, power, flow, and that equals an excellent score.
And we got a big heat coming up, number 5 in the rankings, the flying Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau, looking for a huge finish here in order to requalify for the CT. But this young man on screen, Tim Biso, dropping one of the few excellent scores that we've seen all event long. And Kipes, I mean, this is not only a question for yourself, but I think a lot of people out there are questioning themselves too. It seems to me like Jadson Andre tends to be in good rhythm, whether or not catching high scores. In this heat, potentially catching too many waves that aren't getting better than a 5.
Staying busy out there, however. Look at live action. Biso's up again.
Again on the right. Already dropped an 8, and the sun comes out for this heat. As soon as we start with the men's round of 48, Marcos Correa also with a 4-point ride on his last. And the local boy Shianka, number 18 in the rankings, an important event for him, Kaipo.
Joao Shianka really needs a couple of keeper scores. He's got that big result at the U.S. Open where he was a runner-up there. So that is his one keeper. He needs to perform both here as well as Haliva if he wants to get back on the championship tour. And I personally would love to see Chumbinho back on the championship tour. I think he deserves it. He had kind of a shocker year on the CT. A lot of the finishes didn't go his way, but when you look at his overall 2-wave heat totals throughout that first half of the CT, he would have made most of the heats in the rounds that he lost. He was just so unfortunate not to get it going. You know, he started with a 9th at pipe. After that, it was just a string of 17ths. But those 17ths were high-scoring events.
Absolutely, I'm right there with you. And not only a lot of excellent heat totals, but also he faced John Florence at 2 of his best stops as well. That was at Pipeline and at Bells Beach. The sun came out, and the people are heading to the beach as well. Kaipo, we are expecting big crowds for tomorrow and Sunday. First time I've been here myself, but you've experienced Saquarema when it is crowded and busy.
Oh yeah, we jump off the stage over there, do some crowd surfing over here every once in a while, just because there's no sand left. It's just all human beings. It's a good time.
Just under 20 minutes to go. I don't think they'd be able to handle my weight though, so you know, might be a bit tricky for me. Tim Biso, though, this kid is impressive. As you were mentioning, from Guadeloupe, originally represents France. The young surfer, not only a great goofy footer, but good all-around surfer, great barrel rider, good at beach breaks too.
What I noticed about Tim Biso in the last couple of years, he's put on a lot of muscle. He was a much skinnier kid when he first got on the scene in the qualifying series. It looks like he's put some time in the gym. I mean, maybe changed his diet or something, but he's bulked up quite a bit, and that has lended to Tim Biso and the power that you see.
That is true. 19 minutes to go, and you look at the scores in this heat so far. An 8-point ride, a 5-1-7 for Shianka. Andre in third at the moment, needing a 4.07, and Marcos needing a 5.74.
So with Tim Biso too, I just got some information from my international communication network, and what happened was Biso is he moved to Portugal. So I think all the good food over there at Portugal helped him develop some more muscle. You know, some grilled octopus. Some bacalhau, all that good stuff that you can get in Portugal.
I want some grilled octopus here. I haven't been able to find it yet.
Oh, we'll find it for you.
There's a reason why we have a Portuguese broadcast team here as well, because obviously they love being able to promote their home country. But when it comes to surfing in Brazil, we're obviously seeing the development not only in the veterans, but a lot of youngsters too. Shianka and Correa, they're still only in their mid to early 20s, Kaipo.
Yeah, just at the beginning of what I'm sure is going to be a long professional career.
Marcos had been surfing in the 6-star primes, what they had been known before. Did well in the regional rankings both years in order to qualify for the challengers, but he was just left out by a few spots. He's looking to requalify did well at the Saquarema Surf Festival, but hasn't been able to get that real win so far that has been able to catapult him up into the 4 or 5 ranks in terms of the South American region.
Look at the conditions, Mitch. I mean, it's been there's been a bunch of different personalities of Itaúna already this morning.
I know, I didn't bring my rain jacket either. I'm a bit worried. Here's Correa, though, on the backhand. Sets things up, has an incredible air game, too. He's going to stick to the rail. Big turn right there. Under the lip. He's needing a high 5 at the moment, Kaipo. Wouldn't mind seeing that score go up into the good range just based off of that one turn.
100%. You saw Marcos really load up off the bottom on that backhand bottom turn to be able to place that backhand re-entry straight vertical with that was really impressive. Lightning fast. I want to see this again, so let's pick this through on the replay. Sets up, eyes things up, little check turn there. Then this is going to be the long bottom turn, puts it up, bangs the lip. Just a stabbing motion to the lip for Marcos Correa.
This is already turning out to be one of the heats of the event, too. Action-packed from the get-go. And a strong finishing turn right there. Kaipo, you normally see a lot of those whiplash turns at the end of these waves end up being falls due to that backwash. And as Maida was calling it, the mouth of the alligator right there at the end, too. And we have seen a lot of victims of that final section here at Itaúna that have not been able to complete their rides, especially during key moments of heats as well.
Shore break section, the mouth of the alligator, it brings opportunity as well as hazard. You can take you down in a horrible way, but if you time it correctly, like Correa did, it can really add some explosiveness to your final maneuver, and that's exactly what happened.
And a little bit of dramatics, too, it seems. Scores coming through. It isn't enough. It's a 5.13, but it is his best. Now makes the requirement less. He now needs a 4.62. Andre, though, down to 4th. He needs a 4.07. And you're talking about one of the veterans on the championship tour, not only from Brazil, but that have still been relevant over his 13-year career on the CT. Only CT win was in Santa Catarina in the southern part of Brazil, Kaipo. And it's been a long time since he won a big event as well.
Yeah, it was 2010, broke onto the scene, taking down Kelly Slater in that final. And that's when Jadson Andre really introduced to the world, I feel, consistently doing those air reverses. Now a maneuver that's standard, but back then, very few people were able to do that. Very few surfers were able to do that. And Jadson Andre wowed the world with his quick aerial surfing.
Yeah, and he had 2 years in a row where he got a semifinal to Kai Barger at the World Pro Junior Championships. And then, actually, excuse me, both were runner-up finishes. Lost to Kai Barger in the final, then lost to Maxime Husino in 2010, though. Made it to the CT. He's looking not only to make it back there, but he's also to see a couple of surfers from Brazil also requalify. Zeke Lau, though, number 5 in the rankings. He's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. There's Kalani Ball on screen. He's coming up. A big heat for him. He's number 94 in the rankings. Needs 2 huge back-to-back results in order to qualify for the CT. And he's got a tough heat ahead of him. There's Jadson Andre catching his 6th wave of the heat so far. Just under 12 minutes. Mitch and Kaipo here with you. And Kipes, it's been an action-packed heat so far, but it's really been the stand-up performance with the 8-point ride of Tim Biso that has kept him in the lead for the majority of the heat.
And you would think that when on paper going into this heat, Timothy Biso would definitely be the underdog. You would be favoring João Chianco, who's a local here. This is his home break, and Jadson Andre, who's just got so much competitive experience over a decade on the championship tour. So good job for Tim Biso to be able to find that. Jadson Andre just actually doesn't need to be here. He's here just because he loves to spend time in the competitive jersey.
Yeah, and he said that he had been going through some personal and emotional moments, some difficult times for him. Number 55 on the CS, requalified for the CT already through the championship tour. 32 years of age, 13 years on the championship tour already. And not only is he having a great time here in Saquarema, good to get a few heats under the belt, knowing that there's a CT here next year as well. Just under 11 minutes to go. Here's Biso on the backhand again, looking to better a 2.93. Nice setup snap, straight up into the lip again, and manages that backwash well, Kaipo. It seems like he's been in rhythm so far in these first 20 minutes of the heat.
Good job for Timothy Biso to recognize that he's got to back up that 8-point ride, and that's been his mission in the back half of this heat, and I believe he just did that. Take another look at this for Biso. Has to skip through this first section, glides through the roof, back up for a little lip glide. So 2 maneuvers on the backhand, and I think that's going to improve his situation here. Right here, just to make some extra yards to get around that whitewater, and then again, that backhand lip glide for the finish.
Saw him arrive a few hours ago already, Kaipo. He's been watching the heats, been watching the waves, and really been analyzing these conditions out here at Saquarema, knowing that there's a lot of work to do out there in 30 minutes. Here's Marcos on the backhand, using second priority here, smaller wave, more of a setup turn right there, making his way down the line. Great turn, busts the fins out the back, and a strong finish too. As I say that, has to go down to his belly.
Yeah, that's incomplete. You go down to your stomach, that's an incomplete final maneuver.
Unfortunate there, because he was on his way to a decent number. At the moment, still in third, looking for a 4.62. And it seems like everything was going well until the third turn, Kaipo.
Nice little check turn there. Comes through this section, eyeing it up. Gets that one and a little slip. So this is when things start going wrong. Has to try to force that. And because he forced it, just not able to go complete.
Yeah, the section wasn't really there at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel things went wrong right here with a little bit of a slip up. And that caused him to be not in the timing that he needed to finish off that wave.
So Marcos trying to use this opportunity as well as he can, and then the local boy Chianco was up and riding too.
João starts with a nice little figure-8 roundhouse cutback, has to relinquish itself to another roundhouse cutback, wants a little bit more out of here. The inside section stands up, let's see what he has. Lip glide, combos it up, one finishing maneuver, has to be solid on his feet, and he does so.
Well, we know who had his breakfast this morning. That was João Chianca. Yo-Yo Hopkins loves it over there in the athletes area. 8 minutes to go. Biso betters his situation, extends his lead with a 4.33. Correa's last gonna be a throwaway, won't go into the scoreline that he's requiring for second. It's a 4.1, and waiting on Chianca's last wave should be in his top 2 scores at the moment, Kaipo. And you know, you're talking about one of the performances of the year when it comes to 2 events. The one heat at Bells Beach against John Florence, and the loss at Pipeline, same to John as well.
Hey, and you know what? João at Pipeline went down swinging. He took off on some bombs, had some deep barrel rides. And again, when I looked at that round, any other heat he would have made it, but he just came up against a charging John.
Yeah, and a former champion out there too. 6.73 for Sianka. Still in second place, but better situation. That means that Marcos now needs a 6.77 and Jadson needs a 6.24. But how about the story of the heat so far? Tim Biso with 5 waves ridden so far, 2 above a 4. And not only is he in the lead, but he's beating surfers that are not only used to surfing this wave a lot more, have a lot more competitive experience when it comes to competing here in Saquarema too, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, Biso turning it on when he needs to, you know, and that's the competitor's heart right there. That you got to dig in and you're surfing against yourself. Every single one of these surfers, they're not surfing against the other guys in their heat. They're surfing against themselves. And if you can just focus on your own performance, and I feel that's what Timothy Biso's doing in this heat, centered, and that's why he's successful.
Well, he's been selecting the best wave so far too. 6:20 on the clock. He does have the lead and priority. Jadson Andre in 4th, still needing that low 6. And Marcos in selecting waves that have maybe been a bit too small for the scores that he needs at the moment. But Joao Sianka, the local boy, putting on a great performance so far with a 6.73 and a 5.17. Here goes Biso. He's going to use priority here. And he won't be able to get into that wave. It seems like Jadson might have been complaining about something right there, as we're going to stick with Joao, though. Picking off one of these rights. He did tell his partner, Simmer Macedo, earlier this morning to go on these rights as well. Has an incredible air game, this kid. He's setting up, goes for the reverse, and wasn't able to stick the landing. Almost tried to pull it back, but an interesting situation there. Jadson usually doesn't get mad like that, Kaipo.
Yeah, on the paddle, that was really interesting because Timothy Biso did have priority, so he had all right to paddle for that wave. And Jadson Andre threw up his hand to the beach as if there was some type of infraction. I don't believe there was one, but maybe just some frustration with the positioning from Timothy Biso. Here's the paddle right here. Let's take a look at what Jadson's on the inside. Timothy's got priority, and then Jadson's just like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't realize that Tim Biso had priority is the only explanation that I can think of.
So do I. 5 minutes to go. And Andre now with first priority. He needs a low 6. He's paddling for this. And he's up on the backhand. Already scored a 5.67 on his first wave. Needs something similar to that. Great first turn right there. Timing a bit off for the second one. And you can see it right there. Maybe a slip up after the first turn, Kaipo. As Marcos now up and riding. Great looking double up here. Engages with the lip on the first turn. Better second one too. And he loves it. Needs a 6.77. Would have to be one of the highest waves of the heat. But guess what? He just might get it here, Kipes.
I think so. I actually think he's going to get the score. He got a 5.13 for one big vert earlier in the heat, and he got 2 big vertical snaps on the back end. Take another look at this smooth face. Gets a little chip shot into this. Whacks it one time, vert. No hesitation, back up in the lip again. He likes the feeling of that ride, and he thinks he got the score. I think he may have gotten it too. In contrast here on this replay, Jadson Andre has to do multiple kind of little bottom turns before he gets up into the lip, and right there, killed all of his momentum. Didn't have enough speed for the closeout, and just dug a rail because of the lack of speed.
Well, this would be a big upset too if Joao Sianka, the surfer from right here in Saquarema, ends up bowing out of competition too. In second at the moment, has first priority and needs a 5.61 for the lead, but really just looking to better a 5.17. And we're still waiting on the score for the surfer in green, Marcos Correa. It's an interesting situation too, Kai, because judges really have to make a decision on who they believe deserves to advance in this situation. Do you like the 2 waves better of blue or the 2 waves better of the surfer in green?
Well, no doubt what's happening up in the judges' tower from that last exchange, they're taking a look at the replay screens and really dissecting the last wave of Correa before they assign a number to it and punch it into the computer. But look at all the surfers, how closely, the close proximity of all of our surfers at the end of this heat.
No space, split peak. We're gonna stick with the heat leader, Biso. And this wave just kind of fading away. Use priority, though, to maybe block a couple of the other surfers in that instance. Jadson did end up going left. Doesn't seem like he had much either. And the scores coming through for Marcos in green. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, but it will be his best wave. It's a 6.17, so still in third. Now needing a 5.74. Jadson still needing the 6.24, and here's Biso. Big turn right there, incomplete though. 2 minutes to go, and if you're Shianka right now, you stay in putt, Keipel, or are you a little bit more active here in the last 2 minutes?
Joao Shianka right now with priority, you got to get all over Marcus Correa. You got to not let him catch a wave because he can overtake your position, and here goes Correa. So you need something big, but it's within his reach.
Wraps it back for the first turn, straight up into the lip for the second one, and
dodged a bullet there.
Didn't seem like that wave was really offering up the potential for the score anyways. Just over 90 seconds to go. And it seems like Shianka might be having a look at that wave. He decides to let it go. Andre, though, has a great air game, Keipel. Few lefts out there right now with the lower tide, but we could see a Hail Mary happen here in the last minute. Joao letting that wave go. Andre says, I'll take it. Goes for the big backside air reverse, and watch out with the landing. Awkward landing right there with his board. Seems like everything's okay. Checked his clock to see how much time he still has. And he went for it here, Kipes.
Oh, man, stay away from the fins. I mean, that was the Hail Mary full of grace, but that was a no deal. But no harm, no foul to the body for Jadson Andre, but unfortunately, does not look like he's going to come out of this heat.
40 seconds to go. Tim Biso with a huge performance in this heat so far. The local surfer Chianca in second. Marcos in third. Still needs that high five, and Andre in fourth. Needing that low six. Here's Marcos giving himself a shot, up and riding. Decent combination to start things off. But this wave just going flat. Don't think this is going to be even close to what he requires at the moment with 10 seconds to go. And not for lack of trying. He gave it his best, Keipel. 11.3 heat total. But it was just the strong performance by both Joao Shianka and Tim Biso that gave him the move through. And Correa, though, very graceful to have this opportunity here competing at the Challenger Series level. We'll probably be seeing him again later.
Yeah, and good news for the local boy, isn't it, Mitch?
18th in the rankings so far. Needs a huge result here in Saquarema to be able to make it through. And looking at the replay here, Keipel doesn't seem like he's going to get the score.
Yeah, this is the final wave for Marcus Correa. Needed a 5.74 and checked in far under that, so that's going to be in the road for Correa.
Yeah, just a 3-point ride there for Marcos, and then the heat leader seems like he might have bettered his situation right here with the 4.7.
Pretty speedy surfing from Timothy Biso, I'm telling you right that. So he's looking good. Looks like he's in tune. Looks like he's compatible with Itaúna.
Yeah, and he definitely looks beefier, that is for sure, as you were saying, adding some muscle to his frame as well. He takes the win, and the local boy Joao Shianka moving through as well. We lose the two Brazilians in green and red. And we got a big heat coming up. Ezekiel Lau about to hit the water for heat number 2 of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
And it was a huge win at the Vans US Open of Surfing for the flying Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau. No stranger to victories. Back-to-back years with a Challenger Series win, Kaipo, and he was able to take the victory here in Huntington Beach over Joao Chianca.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, the big guy, but looking light in some small surf. The Southside HB Pier, but what a celebration for Ezekiel Lau.
Hawaiian dominance at that event too. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking the win on the women's side over Macy Callahan. And heat number 2 in the water right now. Ezekiel Lau, number 5 in the rankings, looking to requalify. Eitan Osborne, number 12 in the blue. Kalani Ball in the white jersey, and Douglas Silva is in green.
Really interesting heat when we look at the math in this lineup. Eitan Osborne, number 12 on the rankings, but he's number 12 with only 3 results to that ranking. We take your top 4 results for your overall ranking. So every single point that Eitan makes here is going to add to his overall status on that leaderboard. Here he goes, right at the beginning on the replay. Eitan, just a little shower shampoo to start off, ducks through that section, looking for something in the end here on the short break. And Osborne, we all know about his air game, freestyled his way through this wave. Again, look at, he has to skip through here, punts it out, a little boned out on the back leg. Pretty nice style there for Eitan Osborne. And on the replay here, Kalani Ball. Now, this Australian has some smooth surfing and some great rail engagement. Kalani Ball, he gets the finish too, right with the backwash.
I love that wave too, Kaipo. And this was Douglas Silva. He had the Hail Mary air in the first heat of the event.
Silva, a little bit of a wonky wave and not allowing him a ton of potential there, but just stayed on his board.
He is wearing an ankle brace too. That is something to be noted. And here's the surfer from Ventura. As Kaipo was,
oh, wait a minute. You saw he skipped out there on that bottom turn, and that looked like it hurt his shoulder a little bit on the drag. An unexpected jolt to the shoulder. Kalani Ball here.
Up and riding on his second scoring ride. Opened up with a 7.33, a great score. And it would be the first time since around 2008 since an actual male surfer from Ventura, California would qualify for the CT as well if Eitan Osborne does that. Looking at Kalani Ball though, 25 years of age, has been around for a long time, had a big come from behind win in round number 1, Kaipo.
Yeah, and Kalani Ball, although he's just 25 years, I feel like he's been on the scene for so long in this qualifying series. Started off as a teenager. Let's take a look at this wave for Kalani Ball. This is his last wave, which didn't have as much potential as that opening 7.33. So he'll still be looking for a backup. Take a look here. What happened? Drags his arm, gets a little caught up, and then he goes, ow. My shoulder, my arm, my biceps, something was going on there for Eitan Osborne.
Man, I hope shoulder socket didn't pop out right there. 25 minutes on the clock. Last 2 surfers to qualify from Ventura on the men's side were Nathaniel Curran and Dane Reynolds. Those were 2007 and 2008. And here goes Ezekiel Lau from Honolulu, Hawaii. Up and riding. Had a dominant performance in his first heat. Foam climbs that first section. Great second turn. And it's just going to be the 2-turn combo, riding that Tokoro surfboard underneath his feet. Here's Eitan, goes for the club sandwich and almost pulls it off. This kid, not only one of the most radical and progressive surfers in the world, Kaipo, has a high consistency rate when it comes to completing these ones too.
You know what? I'd love to see Eitan on the championship tour. I think that kind of flavor and personality would help the overall cast of the championship tour. Really noted as a free surfer, but I think he just brings that kind of Dane Reynolds-ish kind of attitude where he'll take some different lines, he'll try some different maneuvers. You know, definitely not your typical professional surfer. You know, more of a free surfer, but I love that approach.
Split peak, Silva on the right. We're gonna stick with him. Didn't seem like he got much off. And now Eitan looking for the ramp here on the left. Goes for the backside rotation, watch out. That board was spinning around in all sorts of directions. Gotta be careful there with those fins and hitting the rails too, Kaipo.
Already we see what the intent is for Eitan Osborne. His intent is the air game, focusing on the airs, but right there caught that rail, and so that's him behind. So he really had to force this one. Danger time right there, where you get that board between your legs. It's not where you want the board to be. Very dangerous.
and has only surfed in 3 events so far, too, so he doesn't have a throwaway result at the moment. And then Zeke Lau on the right, still waiting for this score, Kaipo, to come through. Seems like it should be a decent one out of this heat. Here's another angle. It seems like he actually has a second scoring ride now. Whew. Went for it right there with the big rotation attempt.
Gosh, what time is it in this heat? Oh, it's air 30, I have a feeling.
Well, there's a few of them that are actually trying to go for those big sections. We have hit a low tide pretty recently, but it's been the rail game in this heat that has really kept Kalani Ball in the lead at the moment in the first 7 minutes of this heat. And looking at kind of the inspirational story of Douglas Silva wearing an ankle brace out there in the water, had the Hail Mary air that actually got him through the first heat of the event too. But in this heat, he really needs to pull not only a couple of those airs, they're going to have to be on heavier and gnarlier sections too, Kaipo, to make it against these three other surfers.
We've had a lot of action in just 8 minutes right now. And I'm looking forward to more. I love the conditions coming into play again, ever changing out here. We've had a couple of squalls move in and out through the lineup. Tide's still going up. And here's a story about Ezekiel Lau on the bottom third.
6'1", 28 years of age, number 5 in the rankings. Back-to-back seasons on the CS with a victory. Last year he won in Ericeira at Ribeira de Ilhas, and now at the Vans US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach. No stranger to competing in HB is Zeke, but the biggest victory of his career there so far. Here's the Aussie, Kalani Ball, great bottom turn, top turn combo. A little hung up coming out of that maneuver, but he's only looking to better a 1.8. Should do that and a bit more too, Kipes.
Yeah, got the job done. It's just smart surfing by Kalani Ball. Our other 3 surfers going for a lot of airs. Kalani Ball keeping to fundamentals right now, and that's working out for Kalani Ball.
And that gets you through heats, right? Meat and potatoes. As Ball looking to not only improve on the 1.8, he knows the dangers of competing against both Lau and Osborne in the water right now, too. Score for Zeke comes through, the first one, a 4.4. So a decent wave to start things off. And this is Kalani's last, Kaipo. Managed to deal with the backwash well.
Yeah, like you said, just meat and potatoes surfing, kind of y batata out there and getting it done.
Your Portuguese is improving a lot, by the way. You're doing. Did you do your Duolingo this morning too?
I've been on it. I've been trying really hard.
Okay.
And thank you to all of the accommodations and the great people over here in Brazil. I've been learning a lot.
68-day streak so far, I believe, for Kaipo. Here's Ezekiel Lau real quick. 20 minutes on the clock, and you know, still waiting to see whether or not Silva is going to be able to actually get a wave with a scoring opportunity, because you know, being the low seed in this heat, Kaipo, being a wild card, really not surfing with priority that much in a lot of events here in Brazil at this high of a level. It's a huge difference for these surfers.
I hear where you're going with that, because learning to play priority, you need a lot of reps at it, you know, and that really does favor the surfers like a Ezekiel Lau, who knows the rhythm of priority and what to do in each situation because of all the times he's spent on the championship tour. That's a great observation, Mitch, because Douglas Silva, he's in danger of getting that priority anchor. He's going to use it here, so this is what he's going to choose.
Ends up going right. Great carve to start things off. And we can obviously see he has a strong rail game too. And a second turn, pulls it off.
Okay.
So that'll be his best wave. He's stoked on it. And he's going to kick out with a vote of confidence right there. 19 minutes on the clock. Was needing just a 3.14 for second place. Will likely get that. But in the totality of the heat, Kaipo, are you thinking this is probably going to be a keeper score for Douglas at the end?
I feel it is, and I also feel, as we look at the replay, let's really dissect this. Winds up, nice hack on the backhand, steepens up here, and that was a dynamic backhand re-entry, and he survived that convergence of the 2 wedges coming together in the short break, so had to have some solid feet to be able to do that. Talking about the priority, though, it was really smart of him to go on that, because sometimes I've seen with the rookies or newcomers in that they'll just sit with priority for too long. And talking about priority, that's where our judges are. Those are the priority panels, and that is our judges tower, where everything is scrutinized every single time someone gets up and start surfing.
Yeah, you can see the board over there to the left side of your screen, and just a beautiful setup here for the Corona Saquarema Pro. Great athletes area. We have a physio down there as well as a doctor. So an incredible medical staff. Want to say a big thank you, obrigado, to Flor and Dr. Carlos. Been attending everybody each and every day, and they've been busy so far. As Ezekiel has been as well. He's got 3 waves in the first 12 minutes of this heat. Nothing better than a 4.4. Silva's score comes in at a 6.07. It's a decent one, Kaipo. That moves him up into second place. Kalani Ball is still in the lead. And priority with the surfer from Ventura, California, Eitan Osborne. He currently needs a 4.41. This kid has every kind of air in his arsenal. Big spins, frontside 180s, full rotations, straight airs. And it seems like a person that was in rhythm with the ocean out there was Tim Biso. He's on the glass with Bruno.
Thanks, Mitchell. It took a while, but now we're ready. Timothée is from the Caribbean Sea, but he's living now in Ericeira, Portugal. It's a citizen of the world. But how hard was to deal with this volume and the water moving so fast?
Well, especially I feel like my hit was really hard. All those guys, 2 of them were on the CT, and another one, I know how good he serves. So for me, it was I had a lot of pressure in that heat, and I really wanted to do great to show my surfing, and I succeeded with that 8. The wave was really good, and it was extremely hard to back it up. I'm not gonna lie.
And you said to me that that's the trust board. You know, you're using since Australia in the beginning of the Challenger Series tour.
Yeah, I decided to work with Stacy, a shaper from Australia, and he made a batch of my first batch. It's one of these boards, and I still ride it today. And she's still alive, she still goes well, and the better the waves are, I feel like the better the boards too.
You are in the 30th position on the rankings. One more step on towards your challenge to rise to the city. Huh?
Yeah, I had a tough contest in Ericeira. Didn't make a round there, so I decided last minute to come. I spoke with my parents and I was like, hey, you know what, maybe I should go to Brazil, and I didn't want the year to finish on the first round, you know. So I'm happy I came. I'm in the round of 3. Yeah, I'm super happy, super grateful for everything that's been happening to me right now.
Ok, tu peux parler un petit peu de français pour votre famille et amis.
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde de regarder. Super content d'être passé. Et voilà, maman, papa, mamie, à bientôt.
Congrats. See you next round. Back to you guys.
Merci beaucoup, Bruno, and félicitations to Timothy Biso. Wasn't going to come, last-minute decision to come, and it's paid off so far. He's in the round of 24, Kipes.
Yeah. And equally as impressive, Timothy Biso speaks 3 languages.
Yeah, probably more than 3 too. Europeans tend to speak at least three languages. You know who speaks the language of surfing though? Douglas Silva had a 6.07, just backed it up with a 4.4, and this was Eitan's last wave, Kaipo.
Oh, just a roof climb. Nice floater with the airdrop, but wanted more, needed more off that. Kalani Ball on this replay. Again, just smooth, keeping it to the fundamentals, and it seems like it's going to be working out for Kalani Ball.
Probably have to say the most underrated surfer out of these 4 out in the water too. Looking to better just a 2.83. He gets dropped down to second place as Silva takes the lead.
Exactly. How surprising is this standing right now? What I would on paper be the favorite, Ezekiel Lau in 3rd. Eitan Osborne, I would put him as another favorite. Oh, here we go with Zeke though on the comeback.
Oh, goes for the big layback snap too. A la Sonny Garcia right there. Straight up into the lip, has one more section. He's gonna wrap it back. Decided to go for the spring suit this morning, Kaipo. The other day he surfed in trunks, so maybe the water temp did drop down a little bit, but Zeke needing something close to a 6, a 5.77 to be precise. Here's Kalani Ball, just under 14 minutes, setting things up right here with the beautiful bottom turn. Goes straight up into the layback jam. One big section at the end, he won't be able to fit in another one. And it seems to me like Zeke, not only hard to find his rhythm so far in this heat, he might just get his best wave too. And here's the heat leader, Silva. Big turn at the end as well. And he is a passionate young surfer. I'm counting the claims so far. It's been 3 from Silva. But with 13 minutes to go, this kid does not want to lose in his home country of Brazil.
And he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job as a wild card, not to get, shaken by any of the bigger names inside this heat. He's doing a good job with sticking to and doing the appropriate maneuvers for the waves that he's on.
Right.
So good job. Good surfing, Douglas Silva.
Just under 13 minutes remaining. Here are a couple of replays. We're going to stick with Silva on the first one.
So a little hook there, and everything doubles up on the inside, loads up, times it with the backwash, and he likes it. It's a celebration at the end of that heat, at the end of that wave. Kalani Ball right now, again, really smooth, but multiple kind of bottom turns put the rhythm off on that wave, and you could see that Kalani couldn't fit a couple of turns in there. Zeke Lau on the comeback on this replay jams that outside maneuver, gets back to the open face for one more snap to add to that point total. It's going to be right on the line as far as the need for Ezekiel Lau for that performance.
Well, scores coming through as we're looking at the replay of Kalani Ball's last wave. He caught 2 in a row, Kaipo, and this one seems to be the better of the two.
Yeah, longer wall, more area in front of him, and Kalani Ball finishes.
Like the way this kid surfs. Very technical, strong off the bottom too, but really the story of the heat so far, the surfer from Brazil in green, Douglas Silva, got dropped down to second right there momentarily. Kalani Ball gets a 3.3 on his previous wave. 11:35 on the clock. We could see some big upsets as number 5 and number 12, currently 3rd and 4th in the heat. Liam O'Brien and Keko Butler are about to come up. Be right back with more action from Saquarema.
Are you seeing this strange image with several planets flying here on Itaúna Beach? This is a provocation for us to remember that our planet Earth is a limited edition. We only have one of it. And if we continue to consume plastic the way we do today, we could soon lose it. That's why Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled just this year. Let's go together for a better world.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Guerrero. Heat number 2 in the water of men's round of 48 action. Ezekiel Lau and Eitan Osborne at the moment trailing 3rd and 4th respectively. Lau needing a 6.7, Osborne needs a 6.93. Eitan does have priority, but how about Kalani Ball taking the lead with his last wave of 4.87, and Douglas Silva in second place, the local wildcard Kaipo, who had a buzzer beater Hail Mary finish in the first heat of the event. And so far he's taking it to number 5 and 12 in the rankings respectively too.
Yeah, I'm semi-baffled right now on what's happening as far as the standings in this heat. But from day one, we've seen there's been a lot of unpredictable finishes here, but we've also seen a lot of buzzer beaters as well. So could change. We got 8 minutes plus to determine who's going to move on into the next round.
Absolutely true. It's been one of those spontaneous events too, and you know it's been unpredictable so far, the weather. It's been sunny, nice, cold for a while, rains, all of a sudden there's a lot of wind. I don't want to jinx it, but it's a pretty nice day so far where, you know, there hasn't been too much rain, a little bit overcast right now. And overcast right now for the positions in this heat so far for both Zeke and Eitan. Lau needing a 6.7. Osborne needs something close to a 7-point ride. And Eitan with first priority decides to let that first wave of the set go by. Maybe something on the outside though. He's got on a couple lefts, just some attempts. And might be having a look at this. No. Nobody interested. Kalani Ball has caught 7 waves so far, Kaipo. Both Osborne and Lau, 5. And we might be seeing some action here. Ooh, this is a good-looking ride. Osborne's going to use priority. Ends up going right. Bottom turns straight up into the lip. More of a setup turn. And goes for a big finish. He cannot hold on due to the backwash, though. So a missed opportunity right there, Kibes, for the young surfer from Ventura, who was needing something close to a 7-point ride.
Sometimes incompletions are like a tumbleweed blowing down the road where they just continue that momentum. Loads it up here and a little aggressive, but really what he was a victim of was that backwash once he was up in the lip line.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Eitan Osborne. Next heat gonna be a big one too. Number 4 in the rankings, Liam O'Brien coming up. And some qualification implications out in the water on the line right now. There's Justin Becret, the French surfer who's ranked number 77. Did surf in a CT event earlier this year in Portugal. And Richard Dog Marsh, his coach. Dog's been residing in the southern part of France for many years now as well. Former CT surfer himself. He's going up against Santiago Muniz and Kehu Butler as well. Should be a fun and exciting heat. 6 minutes to go, though. Kalani Ball still in the lead. Douglas Silva with priority, and the Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau, former CT surfer, looking to requalify number 5 in the rankings, has a big win earlier this year. Would be a big upset if he loses here in the round of 48, Kaipo.
Sure would, because Ezekiel Lau, he could clinch his spot back on the championship tour if he was to make the final here, but he's got to get through this heat first.
Maybe didn't do as well as he wanted either with the result in that Iseda, where he had been a champion before, actually the previous year. And now you're looking at Eitan Osborne. He's only surfed in 3 events, by the way, this kid. Bolito, the Vans US Open, and at Iseda.
Yeah, he skipped the opening Australian leg, Eitan Osborne did. So this could be his first throwaway, and he'll have one more chance at Haleiwa. But you don't want to leave it up to Haleiwa.
Especially going up against the local wildcards over there, AKA Shion Crawford and co. Some of the best surfers on the planet just waiting patiently for their opportunity to cause some upsets and make a name for themselves. We're down to 5 minutes, Kipes, and it seems like we're seeing a bit of consistency with the sets now on the horizon.
All right, let's see the positioning of our surfers, and especially the surfer with priority in the green jersey, Douglas Silva.
Well, he's on the inside of both the surfer in blue and red, and as a competitor, and especially when you're being coached by some of the best in the world, that's usually one of the first pieces of advice they give you with priority, don't they?
Yeah, well, that way you have visibility of what the guys under your priority are able to do. But it looks like...
Ooh, Osborne sneaking this wave underneath priority. He's up and riding, big section ahead.
Oh!
Just mistimes that final section. Maybe got caught thinking in between maneuvers too, Kaipo.
Oh, he was just forecasting, anticipating a ramp, and I know he was loading up for a big air, but yeah, the mistiming was obvious, and the frustration on the way out was as well.
He still has time, though, just under 4 minutes. And looking at the heat recap of how we've gotten here so far, Kalani Ball and Douglas Silva have been in control of the heat so far. Ball opened up with a 7.33, Kipes.
Yeah, just great fundamental surfing, rail engagement, multiple maneuvers, great timing and tempo through that inside section for the finish. That was his 7.33.
Then Douglas Silva was able to get on board too, a 6.07. Momentarily held the lead as well.
Likes the feeling of that completion on the inside in the alligator jaws section. Douglas Silva backs up that 7.33 with this ride. This was a 4.87, getting the job done. Quick to the lip. Nice finish for Douglas Silva.
And I like these underdog performances too from both Kalani Ball and Douglas Silva. Cat and mouse being played over there on the southern end of the peak. 3 minutes to go. As you can see, Ezekiel Lau has broken away by a large margin from Douglas Silva. But here's Osborne. He's basically a 7. Goes to the air right here, and not enough speed for that flat section at the end. 2:40 to go. Boy, he's given himself every chance, Kaipo, but these 2 waves that he's had back-to-back, those sections at the end haven't really set up the way he's wanted to.
Again, projecting down the line, building board speed, looking for the ramp, missed times to launch, and frustration for Eitan Osborne.
And obviously, some qualification implications on the line. The peanut gallery right there, Ramsey, Alan Ryu, and Tristan Gilbard looking very closely at this heat with 2 minutes remaining. Boy, and I would have thought at least, you know, in the 6 or 8 minutes where both Lau and Osborne have been hunting for scores, they'd probably be given at least 1 chance. Zeke hasn't had a single chance in those 6 or 7 minutes, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating for someone like Ezekiel Lau. He's just been out of rhythm in that in the rotation of priority, and that's really he's gonna be a victim of that right now because we're down to just 90 seconds and he's 3rd in line.
Man, and with the incredible performance that we saw out of him in the first day of competition too, would it be surprising to see him lose? Douglas Silva gonna let him go on this way, pulls in, still in there, and unfortunately that wave just gonna clamp down on Zeke. Not for lack of trying though, traveled a good amount of distance, Kipes, and just over a minute to go. Silva rolled the dice and let Zeke go on this wave.
There's some tucks right from the takeoff. You can see him traveling in the barrel. He's on the foam ball there, but like you said, Mitch, he's just clamped on him. Didn't have any chance for the exit unless he tried to bust through that lip.
Man, he tried though, and he traveled a long distance too. Still has 50 seconds, so does Eitan Osborne. Kalani Ball on the outside, and Douglas Silva waiting patiently for Zeke Lau to make it back to the lineup so he can kind of control the setting in terms of priority use. As Eitan now, he needs a 6.93, just a couple of setup carves so far, really needs a huge section here at the end. 30 seconds to go, he's kind of setting up for something big, goes for the front side 180, and isn't able to pull it off. 20 seconds. You see the frustration right there, the thrill of victory, but also the agony of defeat is what we see here on the Challenger Series. And on the CT, both our high seeds in this heat, Kaipo, are gonna bow out. And due to large part of the performance from this gentleman, Kalani Ball, he's taken out the biggest heat win of his career so far. And he does it up against Zeke and Osborne.
Yeah, Kalani Ball just keeps on rolling through the draw. He's going to be in the round of 24, no doubt.
Man, on some big upsets early on day number 3 of competition so far here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. It's the Australian ball ranked in the 90s on the CS, and the local wildcard Douglas Silva, who by the way is also wearing an ankle brace too, moves through in 2nd place. They take out Zeke Lau and Eitan Osborne. It seems like this was after the buzzer, Kaipo.
Well, this isn't going to count, but this is just for your entertainment. Let's see what Zeke had going on. Big alley-oop, and that would have changed the scenario here in this heat, and you can see the frustration by Zeke Lau. The clock ran out. Clock was his enemy, and he's eliminated from competition, but gosh, that is got to be frustrating for the Hawaiian.
Still the best I've seen all week long, though. But a huge win for Kalani Ball. Douglas Silva moving through. We lose Zeke and Eitan. But guess what? This kid's moving up in the rankings, too. He's got a chance to qualify at the last event in Haleiwa as well, but he's got some more work to do here in Saquarema. Number 4 in the rankings coming up, Liam O'Brien with an important heat coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Well, it's been an impressive performance by this young gentleman so far in 2022. Has linked up a couple of great results back-to-back at the Evans US Open of Surfing, and then in Portugal, Liam O'Brien looking to requalify for the CT in 2023, Kipes.
Oh yeah, Liam O'Brien, rock solid. Had the booties on Aerosera. Some extra grip to extra rip. Lob, looking smooth on the long walls of Aerosera. And an impressive performance over there.
Yeah, was able to get a semifinal finish at the event in Portugal, and with that result, catapults him up into number 4 in the rankings too. Back in Saquarema though, round of 48, heat number 3, Liam O'Brien in red, Justin Becret is in blue, Santiago Muniz, and the lone Argentinian of this heat is in white, and Te Kehu Butler in the green jersey, the Maori from New Zealand out there competing as well. Hasn't had the kind of success he'd want to so far this year. His father also a great surfer from New Zealand and second generation professional surfer, I guess we could call Kehu, and he's out there not only representing New Zealand, but his Maori pride as well.
This is right. So he did put an impressive performance on in the opening round, Te Kehu Butler. But the scenario here for the top seed, Liam O'Brien, if Liam is able to make the final, he automatically clinches his spot on the 2023 Championship Tour. So Liam has a chance to get the job done before we get to Haleiwa.
Just might do it. One of the more consistent surfers on the CS. Let's go down to the beach where Bruno Bocaiuva is with Kalani Ball. Let's stick with Liam O'Brien though real quick. Catching his first wave of the heat. Oh, and a great finish right there from Lob. Love the spray on his boards too. Now let's go down with Bruno. He's with Kalani.
Thanks, Mitchell. I'm here with the Kalani with the best result of this season in the CS Tour so far. And Kalani, how was it out there?
Yeah, it's been a super tricky year for me. I've had a lot of losses early on, so yeah, I just came here with like a really relaxed attitude and just wanted to do some good surfing and not focus so much on the results. So yeah, it's working at the moment and I'm having a lot of fun here and the waves are super fun, so I'm stoked to get through that one.
It should be a boost on your confidence to beat 2 top seeds, huh?
Yeah, for sure. That was a super hard heat. Yeah, I kind of like those heats though because I feel like there's no pressure on me. Like I'm probably the guy that people aren't expecting to get through compared to those guys. So, but yeah, I feel like I thrive in those situations, and yeah, that was a good heat.
You have a lot of room to move here in Saquarema, but you have good memories from Haleiwa last season, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I had a really good event there last year, made the semis. So yeah, I just want to get back into that event, and yeah, the goal is just to do as many heats here as I can, and yeah, head over to Hawaii.
You can send a message to your family and friends back home.
Yeah, if anyone's watching, it's pretty early in the morning, but thanks for staying up or getting up to watch, and love you all. Cheers.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Either people are going to sleep or waking up really early because it's about 2 a.m. back in Australia. Thanks for tuning in, by the way, Down Under.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Well, another surfer from Down Under, Liam O'Brien, with a great shoot-turn combo right there. You can tell he's done his homework, Kipes. Manages to really study that backwash well and anticipates the section before it even breaks. That DHD looking great underneath his feet. He already has 2 scores in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
That's right. Let's take a look at this from Australia. Men at work from Down Under on this wave. Really quick 2-turn combo in a very short space on that wave. Impressive. Replay here. This is Justin.
Justin Becre, who also had one of his first heat wins all CS long.
Nice paced approach for Justin. And then also Santiago Muniz got into the conversation here. Really quick snap there from Santi. Up and down, no completion.
So both him and his brother Alejo were born in Argentina. They've been raised most of their lives, though, in Bombinhas, Santa Catarina, Brazil. One of the most southern parts of that state of Santa Catarina. Some great waves, great surfing. But when I asked their father why the decision to move to that part of Brazil specifically, the waves are good and consistent, despite it being quite cold, very similar to Argentina. He said, I just love that place. I went there to visit when I was younger, and we ended up moving as a family. Justin Becre opens up with a 3.37. Liam O'Brien backs up the 3.17 with a 5.17. Muniz is going to have a throwaway score on his second. And Kehu Butler with priority out there, Kaipo, waiting patiently with 23 minutes to go. And it seems to me like Liam O'Brien definitely learned from what happened in the last heat. He's getting to work early, and he wants to take advantage of that first place position in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt that Liam O'Brien saw what happened to Ezekiel Lau, and he took note of that, and he does not want that to happen to himself because, again, he can clinch his position back on the championship tour. A guy, Liam O'Brien, who was basically, in a way, just bad luck, cheated him out of his rookie year on the championship tour. Got hurt the morning of the first event of the 2022 season at Pipeline. So unfortunate. Broke his ankle. Long recovery for Liam O'Brien. And so it would be the justification for Liam to make it back on the championship tour would be appropriate. Here we go.
Well, he's up and riding again. Great first turn right there. And just digs a rail. And yeah, I'm absolutely right there with you, Kipes. 30 minutes before the event started at Pipeline on the first day, he broke his ankle on that lower part of his leg. And he is the only surfer in the history to qualify for the championship tour and not surf a CT event as a championship tour surfer. He's been awarded wild cards before in the past, but he wasn't a CT surfer back then. Here's Kehu Butler. Bust the fins outside on the first turn. Love this kid's style, a lot of power. Aggressive maneuvers, as you can see right there. As a bonus section here at the end, wrapping things back, kind of setting up for one final section, and it's just going to be more of a carve down as he finishes off his first wave. Good use of priority right there, Kaipo. Should be a decent score.
Yeah, really quick over here. He's Kehu Butler says kia ora to that opening lip glide. Big turn on the outside for Kehu. Now a little bit of downtime in the middle. Wants to connect the dots. Does so. Keeps the board on rail. Carves through that middle section. Shore break coming up for him for the finish. Little tap there. And oncoming section presents itself. And a nice little carve right on the sand.
Yeah, and Kehu, also not only from New Zealand originally, spent a lot of time growing up in Australia as well. Obviously the proximity to the other nation just south, but you see a lot of young, not only New Zealanders, but a lot of Tahitians go to Australia as well to train and compete early on in their junior careers too, Kipes.
Yeah, I mean, well, the system that Australia has for between the club surfing and their junior circuit, it's a breeding ground for great competitive surfers, because I feel as a nation, as a surfing nation, Australia has the most resources given to young surfers developmentally. I mean, what other country has so many training centers and so forth? Brazil's kind of catching up right now. We've got a couple of training centers happening here.
I don't think to the same level as Australia still, though. Here's Liam O'Brien. Big turn right there on the left.
Wow.
Yeah, a bit surprising that he was able to control that thing coming out of it. Just under 20 minutes to go. Has a 3.17 as his backup at the moment. And the modern-day Mark Richards was looking left here, Kaipo.
Yeah, this was a dynamic turn and impressive. Looked like he was just sideways, and there was no way for him to get that board back engaged under his feet, but he was able to do that. A little dirty on the finish, though. That might cost him a little bit on the score.
Good chance that he does better. That 3.17, though. Justin Becre with priority has a 3.37. Mentioned that he works with Richard Dog Marsh as his coach. Was able to travel with Justin to my hometown of Mazatlan, actually, last year during the CT event in Mex, and had a good time. Was able to score some waves with us. And here's Santiago Muniz, former two-time ISA gold medalist, and goes for the big layback snap at the end. Decent combination there for the Argentine in the white jersey, and should be his best wave so far, Kipes.
Yeah, he's got to get back in rhythm, Santiago Muniz, in this heat, but we're only at the 18-minute mark, so he's got plenty of time.
Kehu Butler's score comes in as a 4-point ride. Becre still waiting with priority on the outside. As scores coming through for Santi. Seems like Liam O'Brien doesn't better on the last left that he caught a 2.97. And we are scheduled to run 12 heats of this round of 48, so the entire round.
That's the entire round, yeah.
Which is, you know, a decent day of competition, not only for the athletes, for our judges too. And if all things proceed the way they should, good chance we finish this event by Monday. And it seems like we have Bruno Bocaiuva down on the beach. Let's go to him. Where are you, Bruno?
Hey, Mitch, I'm here at the sponsors. Here is the surf simulator. A couple of kids are having a blast here, and I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. I was here a couple of hits ago, and I have a chance in the surf simulator, and I had that wipeout, and I broke my big toenail. At least they didn't shot, so no camera, no images of that thing, you know. But the kids are having a blast, and that's a good thing, huh?
It is, Bruno. And how about the vibes down there so far? And how's the contest been as we're looking at live action? Liam O'Brien. Yeah, Bruno, how's the event been overall for you? In terms of, you know, how many people have showed up and the comparison to the CT event?
You know what? It's still Friday. Tomorrow, the beach is going to be packed. We can see the crowds coming, but tomorrow is going to be a huge one, huh?
Love to see it. Obrigado, Bruno, and hope you have a great day. Bom trabalho.
All right.
17 minutes on the clock. We saw Liam O'Brien up there, up and riding. And the superstar from Australia getting to work again, Kaipo, on another right-hander.
Just really nice rail control in that opening carve. Big snap there, pulls into the barrel with no exit, but the two turns are what he's going to lean on for the score.
A few years ago, during COVID, Australia had a number of events that were more specialty events than anything. I remember broadcasting them from the studios in Santa Monica in Spanish, and Liam O'Brien ended up getting second to Mikey Wright at an event in Stradbroke Island, a wave that is actually quite similar to here in Saquarema, and that might help him out here in the long run. Kehu Butler, big turn right there for the Kiwi. And the surfer in the green jersey looking to better just a 0.37. Here's Santi Muniz. Back-to-back great rides here. Great combination there for Santiago. Straight up into the lip. And he's going to foam climb this wave until the finish, too, with another nice snap. We got a heat on our hands with just under 16 minutes to go. Kaipo, things are heating up out there in the water.
Yeah, I mean, it just gets more dynamic. It just gets harder as we go through this draw, but I've been thoroughly impressed on the level just from heat one here at Saquarema.
And here's the French surfer, Becre, up into the lip after the one down carve to start things off. So out of the exchange, we could probably say the least impressive performance, and that's saying a lot because both Kehu Butler and Santiago Muniz's waves, quite good. Here's the replay. We're going to start with Justin's last.
Justin, smooth here. Needed the finish. He gets a little caught up, but shows the judges that he was in control. Santiago Muniz, you can see Santi's turns really quick and dynamic. Just like his brother, it's just like these really quick snaps that he's able to do off the top. But that third one was lightning fast. And then gets a finish, so really milked that wave for all it was worth, Santiago Muniz.
And Kehu Butler's wave right here, Kaipo, came in as a 5.1 for the New Zealander.
Yeah, just really consistent here, not getting ahead of himself, is making sure that he finishes with that lip glide right at the double up section.
Love that finishing turn right there for the Maori. And with 14:20 to go, Liam O'Brien still in first. Betters his situation with his last wave of 4.83. Moniz's two previous scores coming through, a 3.43 for second to last. And Kehu Butler at the moment still in second place. And guess who we got coming up? None other than three-time world champion. He's going to be hitting the water in heat number 4. Don't go anywhere. More action from Saquarema to come.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema, Brazil. That's Justin Decree up and riding. We are in heat number 3 of the round of 48 of competition so far at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Guerrero. Liam O'Brien in the lead with a 10-point heat total. Kehu Butler in second place. But it's the French surfer currently in fourth, Kaipo, who's looking for a 5.27 or better here on this left.
Does a good job. We'll see if that comes in for the score. Oh, on the other end, heat leader Liam O'Brien continues to show his mastery of the rail game. Long arcs and a lot of projection through those turns for lob.
Man, the way he draws off the bottom is nothing short of impressive. And this was the left with the split peak kipes. Santi Muniz with just the one turn incomplete. Just under 11 minutes to go, and you know, looking at this heat as we're seeing Liam up and riding again, this is already a 7th wave. Good little tag there on the first one, a big second one, managing to kind of not only glide the lip with the backwash right there, but also managing the impact of coming down. 10:35 on the clock. You're looking at the high seed. At the moment, he's moving through. But both Santiago Muniz and Kehu Butler within striking distance of first. They have scores that are very similar to Liam O'Brien's best wave.
Yeah, it's a really tight heat, isn't it, Mitch? And that's the way we like it. Liam O'Brien here, you can see the wonk, the little backwash on the takeoff, manages that. Nice snap into the lip here, and then actually times this one with the backwash. Great use and management of the backwash, and great timing from Liam O'Brien.
He doesn't improve. It's a 4.3, and we're down to 10 minutes on the clock. Kehu Butler with priority. Santiago Muniz represents Argentina, but has been raised for the majority of his life in Santa Catarina, Brazil. And Justin Becre with nothing better than just a pair of threes. He's got 3 waves so far, Kaipo, but all 3 of them in the 3-point range or less. And so far it seems like he's had consistency with getting those smaller scores, but it just doesn't seem like his wave selection has been on point in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it is about your rotation with priority, but then also wave selection has been key to success today, as it always is, but even more so when you have a tricky lineup like Itaúna.
Yeah, it's tough out there right now, especially with the tide changing as well. Muniz needs a 4.18, Becre needs a 5.27, and we can't state it enough. We have one of not only the best surfers to come out of Brazil, but one of the best surfers of all time about to hit the water. That's Gabriel Medina. And guess what, Kipes? It's going to be an all goofy footer affair. The next one with 9 minutes to go. Liam O'Brien still in first, Kehu in second. And, you know, I've not only been amazed with what I've seen from the competitive experience so far from young Justin Becre. He's still in his early 20s, Kipes, but he did have the chance to surf at the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal earlier this year as a wild card. Maybe didn't do as well as you wanted to, but he gained a lot of great competitive experience at that event.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're able to be with the top level, with a championship tour event, you're going to learn something. You know, if you're not successful, you still can learn a lesson.
Well, there's a saying here, especially in Brazil, you either win or you learn. And guess who was learning right there was Santi Muniz. Unfortunate that he fell right on the second turn, was needing a 4.18, was on his way to the score right there too. 8 minutes to go and was using priority. Now he has to give way to the other 3 surfers, and he has 8 minutes to make it out of this heat. In South America, besides Brazil and Peru, you usually don't think of Argentina as a surfing nation, Kaipo. They have had some great representatives in the past, though, including Leandro Osuna.
Yeah, Lele has been a force. Whoa, Jet Schilling going to be coming up next against this guy. Gabe Medina, 3-time champ. This is going to be a show, and this is going to be a test for Schilling and an opportunity, actually, to show the world what he's got when he's faced up against a world champ like Gabe Medina.
It's no coincidence that we're going to see 4 goofy footers in the water and 2 goofy footers in the booth while we're actually doing that heat. Great turn right there from Santi Muniz. An even better second one, too. Wraps it back. I love the intensity he brings to every turn, Kaipo. And with 7 minutes to go, this might just be what the doctor ordered right here.
Yeah, it's danger time for Kehu Butler because his advancing position in second place right now is in jeopardy. Santiago just needed that 4.18. I'm sure he got it, but looks like something happened maybe with his equipment.
Seems like he might be doing the runaround as
runaround.
well.
Yeah.
Boy, that board looks good, too. Seems like an epoxy. We'd like to get the knowledge on what he's riding out there right now, because a lot of people first day were staying away from the epoxies. Very choppy, big, too. They didn't want to ride something that was necessarily that buoyant. And out there right now, a lot cleaner. Waves are fun. Scores coming through for Santi, still waiting on it. And we got the surfer from San Clemente coming up, Jet Schilling in the next heat. Live action, though, Kehu Butler wraps it back once, kind of drifts the fins for a little blowtail right there on the second one. And he's looking for a strong finish here as well. One more section. Beautiful carve there from Kehu, the surfer from New Zealand in green. Still in second place, but we're waiting for Santiago Muniz's last score. Just under 6 minutes to go. It's going to be a good battle for second place right now, Kipes.
Yeah, I mean, it's back and forth, and that's exactly what we enjoy seeing. Kehu Butler, frothy face, manages the backwash there with that snap. Gets a little bonus section on the inside here, and that's exactly what the Maori needed. Stitching it up with a little crease in the wave, no problem for Kehu Butler. Right behind him on the replay, Santiago Muniz with his brand of ultra-fast surfing. lip glide to make some yardage down the line, and so quick in all of his turns. Short transition as well in between turns. Great job for Santiago Muniz. So like you said, Mitch, it's going to be a back and forth battle. And the only commanding person is Liam O'Brien right now, but all that could change when the next scores drop.
It could. Scores coming through for Kehu, and it doesn't seem like he will improve on his low score. Scores through for Santiago Muniz, though. It is enough for second place, 4.67. And look at how tight it is for second place right now, 9.6 to 9.1. Kehu Butler now in third, needing a 4.5. And the French surfer Justin Becret with priority needs the highest score of the heat so far, Kipes, a 5.77. But as you were mentioning, there's still a chance that all of a sudden you get 2 waves in a row and Liam O'Brien, who's been in the lead for the entirety of the heat, all of a sudden gets dropped down to third place. We did see that happen in the last heat.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of big upsets. We've seen a ton of buzzer beaters these last 2 days of competition. So it could happen again. Very unpredictable with the finishes here because there's so many opportunities, so many waves being ridden in each of these heats.
Well, the first 2 surfers wearing red in the round of 48 have gone down. Jetson Andre, Ezekiel Lau. So let's see if Liam O'Brien can kind of break this streak right here. He does have the lead at the moment. Just under 4 minutes to go. Kehu having a paddle here. He's up and riding. Needs a 4.5. More of a setup turn right there. Big section ahead. And a strong finish for the New Zealander. Not a bad accommodation right there, Kipes. 3:30 to go. But a 4.5 in this heat seems like it's a pretty decent score when you compare it to almost every other wave in the heat.
Yeah, that's true. Look at all the scores. They're kind of clumped together there in the 4 and 5 range. So just a little differentiate that. Back to live action. Look at Santiago streaking down the line.
This is actually Justin Becret, the Frenchman who waited with priority for a long time. He's stoked with that performance there. He hadn't broken the 3-point range in terms of the 3 waves that he had caught before this one. But this one, no doubt, seems to be his best. 3 minutes to go. It's an important one, Kaipo.
Yeah, and I apologize because I almost forgot that Justin was in this heat. He hadn't ridden a wave in a long, long time, but waited, was selective, and he may just get the number. Mitch, what do you think?
Well, needs a 5.77, close to a 6-point ride. Here's the entirety of the replay, Kaipo.
Well, nice snap. Goes down the line and is able to get a big finish in some challenging water there. Manages a backwash, manages a double up, and he feels like he got it.
It's a great wave. Great wave there for Justin, no doubt his best. And there you see the athletes area having a look at the wave. And then Kehu Butler also with another one. He was looking at the moment for a 4.5.
So you're really going to see maybe a seesawing in positioning as far as situation out there. Live action here, though. This is Santiago Muniz.
Yeah, Muniz up and riding again. You can recognize his quick style anywhere. Beautiful finishing turn right there from the Argentine. And he is going to kick out of that one. His previous wave wasn't enough. It was a 4.67. But guess what? Justin Becret just leapfrogs everybody and goes from 4th all the way to 1st. Gets a 6.33 on his last. Was needing a 5.77 at that moment of the heat. And with 90 seconds to go, could the curse of the red jersey keep on happening this morning as Liam O'Brien is in danger of being eliminated? Santiago Muniz on this wave was needing a 5.08 or better, Kaipo, and there's a 1:20 on the clock.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for that score for last of Santiago Muniz. So it's up in the air right now, tense times for Liam O'Brien.
Down to the last minute here. Kehu Butler also out there, now in 4th with 2nd priority. I think the only thing that might be saving Liam right now is that he has 1st priority. Here's Justin, though. Took the lead, and his low score is a 3.83. That won't improve his situation. 45 seconds, he just might be repositioning himself or calling it a heat. As here's Lob. Answers back. Great combination to start things off. And a bit of a slower pace to that wave right there. He's looking to improve on a 4.83. And I think this might be, Kaipo, the heat with the largest amount of waves surfed, in day 3 of competition so far. Around 30 waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, replay here, Liam O'Brien, again, excellent rail work, great transition between turns, clean surfing for lob Liam O'Brien. But he's going to take this to the beach, and the judges still owe us some scores, so everything's up in the air at the moment, Mitch.
Whoa, 4.87 for Muniz, and either way, none of it is going to matter because it's going to be Justin Becre and number 4 in the CS rankings, Liam O'Brien, moving through. Huge, huge heat for Liam O'Brien, and he was close to being eliminated right there by the surfer in white from Argentina, Santiago Muniz. We also lose Tekehu Butler from New Zealand, not for lack of trying. There was a close heat, 10.16, 10 points, 9.8 and 9.17, just a point separating first and fourth place. Well, Heat 4 coming up. We have the 3-time world champion, Gabriel Medina, coming up against fellow Goofy Footers, Jet Schilling, Taichi Wakita, and Nacho Gundensen. The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat right there on screen as Santiago Muniz makes his way up the beach. Decent performance. We'll be seeing him next year, potentially on the Challenger Series 2. Don't go anywhere. More action here from the Corona Saquarema Pro coming right back. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Special guest here in the booth, Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. My name is Mitchell Salazar. Caipo Guerrero with us. Travis, great morning to you. It's been an awesome day of competition for day number 3 so far.
Yeah, thanks, gents. Super stoked. What a heat we have on our hands today. I'm about 4 acais deep, ready to watch the show.
Caipo, we have 4 Goofy Footers out there in the water right now, and none other than 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a highlight heat in the round, isn't it? So we're going to see. But I think it's a big opportunity for someone like Taichi Wakita, as well as Jet Schilling, to make a name for themselves. You take down a world champ, you always make the headlines.
Yeah, and don't forget about the Argentine, Nacho Gundensen. He just saw his teammate lose out in Santiago Muniz. And Travis, you know, we've seen 3 days of excellent competition so far, but we've seen a lot of upset already in day number 3 too.
Yeah, and Saquarema does that despite the conditions. It can be very challenging, like the first 2 days, or pumping Saquarema, and you still get upsets. Gabriel's a prime example of that. I mean, the guy doesn't have a chink in his armor, and he's struggled out here before. He's had some great performances, but also you just never know. You got to get out there and work it out, I guess.
And I think that's really what Gabe Medina, his intent on competing here is. He was quoted like, hey, last time I came here, kind of had a shocker. I want to get my jersey back on. Even though I don't need to be here, I want to prove myself. And it's probably like a little mental goal for Gabriel Medina to be successful here right now.
Yeah, I mean, Travis, we've seen not only the success that he's had worldwide, but the lack of success that he's had here in his home country of Brazil. He hasn't won an event, whether in Rio or actually here in Saquarema before. his best finish so far, 3rd place, and that was in 2013 in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, it's anyone's guess why that is. I mean, like I said, he doesn't have any weaknesses. He's good in anything from 1 foot to 20 foot. So, yeah, I wonder what it is. And maybe it's the home crowd pressure, but it's good to see him here, like getting the reps in and getting ready for the CT next year.
And Kipes, that came in as a 3.5. 4 goofy footers out there in the water, too. This is a kid you know a lot about, Japan's Taichi Wakita.
Taichi mob up and riding, and a nice little stab on the backhand for Wakita. So nice start. We're still waiting for that number.
So coming through, it seems like it's going to be in the 3-point range. 26 minutes on the clock. Jet Chilling waiting with priority. And while we wait for the next wave to come through, let's go down to the glass with Liam O'Brien.
Thanks, Mitch. We all know his story. Huh? He qualified for the CT and didn't have a chance to surf 1 heat. He had an injury. Now he's strongly coming back. How huge is this step for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty cool just to get back to where I am now. It's been cool. So at the start of the year, it was a bit of a heartbreak, and I don't know, big injury. It was like my first big injury, so I didn't really know what the process was to come back, and definitely took a while. But yeah, I'm just stoked to be surfing well again, and yeah, just to be competing is great. So whether it's at this level or the next level, I don't mind. Like, obviously I want to get there, but I'm just having fun competing.
And how important will it be to wrap it up here and don't have the pressure to surf Haleiwa?
Yeah, it'd be pretty nice, but I'm not banking on it. Just going to try and surf as well as I can in each heat, and if that gets me over the line, then so be it. But if not, then yeah, off to Haleiwa, I guess.
And you feel more strong after the injury?
Yeah, for sure. Ankle feels good now. Took a while, like it felt pretty stiff and sore for a long time, but yeah, it's feeling better and better, and yeah, I feel like I'm kind of surfing how I was, so yeah, it's good.
Send a message back home to your mates.
Oh, thanks anyone back home watching. I think it's pretty late, but yeah, stoked on all the support everyone's been giving me, and yeah, hopefully I can keep surfing all right. Cheers.
Good luck, brother. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno, and congratulations to Liam O'Brien. Laub moving through into the round of 48. Takes the heat win with his last wave. During the interview, gentlemen, we saw Taichi Wakita up and riding here, Kaipo.
Wakita, again, just sharp rail work, a paced approach, gets to finish it, times it with the backwash, so well done for the Japanese competitor.
Hey, Travis, while we have you in here, I mean, your generation of surfers, obviously a great one. You were on the CT for a few years, but it seems to me like South Africa has kind of lacked a few competitive surfers that are really bursting onto the scene. Royden Bryson was around a few years, Ricky Basnet too, but where are the young superstars coming out of South Africa now?
They're coming. I mean, I guess it happens for every nation, and you know, it ebbs and flows. My generation, we were super lucky. I think at one time there were 5 of us on the CT, and back then it was the top 44, which is more than 10% of the tour, which is crazy for a country that has like 20,000 surfers. But we have a few really promising Groms coming up. The guys that were in this event, Shane Sykes, Adam Mason-Camp didn't come to this one, but he's also a great surfer. Max Elkington, Jordy Marie, or Gabe Medine was on a good one.
Yeah, he is. Just as he usually is with his wave selection. Excellent second turn, and how about that combination too? This kid does not lose a step, and after the injury, it seems like he looks even better. 28 years of age, will be 29 by the end of this year. And a 3-time world champion. He's going to be looking for number 4 going into 2023, Kaipo.
Oh, yeah. And you got to bet on Gabe Medina. Let's take a look at this replay of Medina. And it's just the standard Gabe where he just can do no wrong. Smooth flow through all of his turns. He's got a planet on his board because his surfing is out of this world.
And this was on the right, Travis. Jet Chilling, the surfer from San Clemente.
Yeah, Jet's little weapon. Oh, that's going to be a decent score. 2 big turns, little claim at the end.
Yeah, that kid has an excellent generation of surfers around him too. Taj Lindblad, Kate Matson, Cole Hushman, who was in the event too. And we look at, you know, the landscape of surfing worldwide as, like Kaipo was saying, Medina surfing is out of this world, obviously. Interplanetary, we could say. Well, when it comes to competing here in Brazil, you actually one-upped Medina in a heat in Rio de Janeiro a few years ago.
Yeah, that was the year I retired. I had an absolute shocker that year, but I somehow managed to beat John and Gabe in the same year. I pretty much lost every single other heat, and I retired at the end of the year. I was like, okay, I'll quit. This is as good as it's going to get. But yeah, and that was on my birthday too. I finally got through a heat on my birthday. My whole career, I'd always lost on my birthday, and then that was my birthday. I got a 9 in the last minute to beat Gabe in Rio. So
was that the barrel? That was your birthday present, huh?
It was I needed a 9 and 1, and I got a 9 and 2 or something in the last 10 seconds.
That was a below sea level barrel too. It was a huge wave as well, and I think for the most part we hadn't seen waves as good as that one in Rio up until we came to Saquarema. Here's Jet Schilling on the backhand, and a quick pace on this wave. Another great finish for the surfer from San Clemente. His opening ride came in as a 6.77. Should be seeing something similar here, Kipes.
Oh, we talked about it at the beginning of the heat. This is clear water for Jet Schilling right now. He can make a name for himself with a victory here, and he looks like he's up for the task. Really good job, you can see on this wave, of fitting 3 maneuvers in very quickly, in quick succession here. And I love this drone angle where you can really see the fact that Jet fits that final little lip glide to finish. Well done for the surfer from San Clemente.
So 20 minutes on the clock. Gabriel Medina in the lead with a 5.33 and a 3.5. Still waiting on Schilling's last. Wakita has a 3.4 and a 3.7. Nacho Gunensen, the lone Argentine out there in green, has just a 1.07, a throwaway. And here's the 3-time champ. He's going to kick out real quick. And Travis, you've been around with tours and competition for a few years now. I'm going to ask you a very personal question as a goofy footer. We have 4 goofy footers out there in the water. There's 3 in the booth right now. Are we going to see the addition of a few lefts on both the CS and the CT?
I'm going to choose the right to remain silent on that one. All I'm going to say is we're always pushing for it. You know what I mean? If I never have to go right ever again, I won't be upset about it. So you know where I land on that one.
Talk about a loaded question there.
I think all of us think about it, though, at any point in time, right? So, you know, goofy pride, it's tough to knock us out of competition. This guy does not want to lose out here. This is Nacho Gunensen. A great finishing turn. Spends a lot of time in the southern part of Brazil, in the state of Santa Catarina. Speaks fluent Portuguese, too. And the youngster, former ISA gold medalist at the junior level, he's looking good here on this wave, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, he's put his name and put it in the hat right now, working it out. Nice little tail throw there. I like the little drift that he got at the end of that closing maneuver. First one was just kind of a bank down the line, but exclamation mark at the end.
And seeing a lot of these kids from different parts of the world, and especially up-and-coming names, as we're going to get back to that, because Gabe up and riding. Oh, an excellent finish right there, and he can hang on. The backwash just got the better of him on the finishing end of that turn. You see a lot of these surfers from different parts of the world, Travis, and as you know, working in tours of competition, does that excite you, seeing a lot of these new names come up?
It does. I mean, Nacho, for example, I don't know much about him at all, to be honest with you. He came in as an alternate, and he definitely seems to have a pretty solid repertoire. It doesn't look out of place at all out here. So it keeps happening. Everywhere we go, there's just new guys and girls popping up that have huge potential. So it all depends on how they do when they put the jersey on.
And one of them is the lady on screen, Sofia Medina. She had a huge performance yesterday, Kipes, supporting the older brother here this afternoon. He has a 5.33 as his best wave, but guess what? Jet Schilling takes the lead with a 4.93. Scores are in for Gunensen, though. A 6-point ride, looking good in the moment. In 4th place, though, needs a 2.83. 18 minutes to go, and gentlemen, this has been an exciting heat so far. And Taichi Wakita now with priority, the surfer from Rocky Point, Kaipo, needs some work to do.
Yeah, well, he's got priority, so that's one thing in his favor. He's capable of getting that mid-range score. It's not a giant ask right now, 5.14, and we'll see. This is time where it's not just a physical task, I feel. It's also a mental task for Taichi Wakita to center himself, calm himself down, and be able to perform on call.
You think it was a no-doubter to bring a CS event back here to Saquarema, Travis?
100%. I mean, this is probably the most consistent wave in Brazil, if not South America. I've been here multiple times, and we've never really had an off event as far as the whole window is concerned. And there's a CT here too, so it makes total sense. It's an awesome proving ground, and today is a perfect example. The waves are so fun. These are the type of days you really look forward to competing on the Challenger Series.
Absolutely right, especially even the first day. It was blown out, it was windy, it was cold, but we still were able to run 16 heats out of 18 that we had planned too. And despite the forecast that we have seen for this, later part of the weekend, we should be seeing some fun waves on the horizon. Here's Gabe on the left, goes for the air reverse, spins it around, wraps it back right after. And I love the swag that he's bringing to the water right now too. You can see the chain right there. I've seen a few people wear chains right now while competing Kanoe Garashi. We just saw a surfer 2 heats ago too. I think it was Tim Biso also had a gold chain on, and Kaipo. We're seeing the swag being brought out here from the professional surfers as well, kind of adding a little flair for the dramatic too.
I like it. I keep my hardware at home though, however, but yeah, I like I like chains out. Let's do it.
Here's Taichi Wakita, second generation professional surfer. Great bottom turn right there. And Wakita on his way to a big score if he can pull that off. And the backwash just gets the best of him. And it went from a 5-foot wave into an 8-foot closeout at the end, Kipes.
They don't call it the alligator jaw for nothing. That was the alligator taking a big, big bite out of Taichi Wakita. There was a lot of opportunity, but I don't know if anyone could have made that landing. That was, combined with the backwash and double up, that was a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, and Travis, he was on a way to a big score right here. How'd you like this one?
Yeah, this first turn was incredible. I think if he had made this last turn, it would have been one of the biggest scores of the day. Definitely the biggest of the heat. So, but that backwash, man, it is brutal.
Look at the peanut gallery right there. They were expecting him to ride out of it, but he went for things. And then Kaipo, Gabe on the left, looking for a backup score right here.
By Medina standards, that was kind of a lazy air reverse for Gabe. I know he's trying to manufacture something. The wave kind of gave up on him a little bit. Medina always, he's going to put a lot of effort into it, but I think there's a standard that people hold him to.
Well, here's Nacho managing the backwash well right there. Ooh, I don't know about the finish right there. Maybe called it a bit too early at the end. 14:35 on the clock. Was only needing a 2.96 though to move up into the top 2 spots. And imagine if Gabriel Medina loses to somebody with the name of Nacho Gundensen, and what a huge victory would be for this young kid coming out of Argentina, Kipes.
Yeah, I'm just interested. I just want to clarify. I see his name is Jose, but Nacho must be his nickname.
Yeah, Jose Ignacio. And we call here in Latin America people with the name Ignacio Nacho.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the explanation. Well, Nacho tried to put some cheese on that one for the finish, but not able to do it. He had the claim going down. But, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the number. It was a dynamic first turn, however.
Yes, it was. 14 minutes to go. Schilling still in the lead. Wakita takes second place. And Gentleman, with just the strength of the one turn, gets a 5.5. We're seeing the criteria really evolve over the last few years, Travis. And it's been way more adept for those people that have really selected the better waves in the heat.
Yeah, the better waves are going to offer you opportunities to do bigger turns, and that's the focus. You want to see people just really going for it and doing big turns, and not just nursing waves all the way in. It's just way more entertaining, and that's the way it should be rewarded. And that's Taichi, that wave, he did a massive turn and got a 5-5 for one turn, which is the way it should be.
Yeah, look at what's happening right now, Mitchell. We got Gabe Medina in 3rd place. I mean, we got back half of the heat going, but we could see another shocker.
We definitely could, and a lot of proximity between the athletes. Don't go anywhere. More action from Saquarema coming up.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to Praia de Itaúna at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitch Kaipo and Tours and Competitions' own Travis Logie out here for heat number 4 of the round of 48. Jet Schilling in the lead, Taichi Wakita in second. Not very common that we see Gabriel Medina, the 3-time world champ, in third, and Jose Ignacio Gundesen in 4th place. He has a 6-point ride, needs just a 3.2 to move up into 2nd place. Here's a Japanese surfer, Taichi Wakita. He's had a great timing in this heat so far in these rights, and part of the mob from Japan. This surfer with a great style. That wave, unfortunately, just for Taichi, as he used priority, didn't pan out the way he wanted to. And gentlemen, the effectiveness of Jet Schilling in this heat is not to go unnoticed. 20 minutes have gone by. He's only caught 2 waves, but Kaipo, those 2 waves have been first.
Hey, all those mock heats that he's been running with Griffin Colapinto, Cade Matson, Kalohe Andino seems to be paying off from the young man from San Clemente right now. He's showing a lot of high heat IQ and really showing us some patience. But Gabe Medina, this could be the comeback for the 3-time world champ.
Doesn't need much, a 3.88. More of a carve to start things off on the backhand. That's going to be a throwaway for Medina. And you look at these surfers, the generation of surfers from San Clemente right now, as good as it gets, Trav. Griffin Colapinto, a couple of spots out from qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL finals.
Yeah, if you can't become a better surfer hanging with that pack, nothing will make you a better surfer. It's just ridiculous. You're paddling out at lows any day of the year. There's CT surfers, World Junior champs, all sorts out there, both on the men's and women's side.
Yeah.
It's just a hotbed for talent, and it just keeps increasing every year.
Yeah,
It's
the
crazy.
whole part of Southern California, Kaipo. Alyssa Spencer with what I think the best performance of the day so far.
Yeah.
Out of the women's side. You see Sori Lindblad from San Clemente, too. Sam Sibley, who we unfortunately lost. But, I mean, the Californian talent is definitely noticeable right now. Big turn right there from Medina. And guess what? Funky Cold Medina can hold on. And Tone Loke said it best, 8:45 to go. This should be more than the 3.88 that he needs to move up into 2nd. Kaipo, you're looking at not only one of the people that revolutionized the sport of surfing, definitely did it for the flag of Brazil too, when he won his maiden world championship in 2014. As we're seeing Jet Schilling finish off a wave right there. But going back to the importance of Medina in the sport of surfing, there might not be a more important figure in the sport in the last 10 years.
I agree with you, but we got live action here, Mitch. Oh, not much, but 2014, that's when the switch turned on for Brazil, right? It kind of unlocked the key, unlocked the door. There was their first world champ, 2014, and then the momentum shifted, and since then we've had 4 Brazilian world champs.
And guess what? Jet Schilling was probably thinking of qualifying for the World Championship Tour in 2014 too. He's in the lead at the moment, Travis, but this wave from Medina should move him up into the top 2.
Yeah, a smart call. CT experience shown there. Each saw there was only one section there, but he knows that if you do a really big turn, you'll get rewarded, and there's not much in this heat. No one's really run away with it. So, yeah, smart call. He'll move up into those advancing positions, I reckon.
And the swag you can see right there with the claim at the end from Gabe. 7:30 to go on the clock. Priority now with Wakita. He is more than likely going to get dropped down to 3rd place, as Nacho Gundesen also in 4th, still needing a score. And, you know, you see with 7 minutes to go, there have been plenty of waves on offer for these 4 surfers in a 30-minute heat. Here's Taichi. Great bottom turn, top turn combo, straight up and vertical, and one more for good measure. Times the backwash well. And Kaipo, the surfer from Rocky Point, 2nd-generation professional surfer, looking good. He might better his low score right here.
Oh, gambate. Taichi Wakita, that was well done, man. And the timing right here as we check out the replay, watch him, like he bottom turns during the backwash, hits the lip. Again, bottom turns during the backwash, hits the lip with the backwash. Well timed, well surfed. We'll see what the reward is.
And Travis, managing these tours and competitions, seeing brother-sister combo in an event together, both Taichi and Sarah. You see Gabe and Sophia. How cool is it to see it from a perspective as an outsider and maybe having the potential of doing someday for another generation like a South African surfer?
Yeah, it's amazing. I really appreciate it because I had family that surfed really well. We never got to tour together, but just in our local tour in South Africa, we did a bunch of comps together. It was so cool. So to see them come to get to this level and potentially end up on the CT together, I can only imagine how cool that must feel.
That would be amazing. Wouldn't it, Kipes, if a brother-sister combo qualified for the CT together?
Yeah, Wrights did it. Yeah, it's possible.
That's true. And one of them actually became a world champion twice. And guess what? Their coach is actually here for this event. Glenn Micro Hall, one of the great minds of surfing. And with just under 6 minutes to go, Medina takes the lead. The one turn comes in as his best. A 6.63 for Gabe. And look at the paddle battle right here between Jet Schilling and Medina. Ooh, things are getting spicy out there, gentlemen. As we're looking at Taichi Wakita, he got dropped down to 3rd place. And you know, we were talking about the effectiveness of Schilling. He's only caught 3 waves. He's been in the top 2 spots all heat long. But these mental games that the 3-time world champ play, Travis, it's no joke.
It's no joke. It's serious stuff. It's a good learning curve for everyone. I mean, Gabe's clearly taking this really seriously, which I love. And Jet's not backing down, which I love too. So it's just entertaining. I love it. And Gabe getting a 6.63 for that one big turn, just back again to experience. He just knows it's all about quality, not quantity, and he showed it there.
Yeah, and you actually beat him the year he won his world championship, if I'm not mistaken, right, in 2014?
Yeah, that was the year, yeah.
So you beat John and Gabe in the same year, really the only 2 heat wins that you had all year long, and you're talking about one of the best surfers of all time, and you were there in a moment of history that will always be remembered as potentially one of the coolest moments in history, too, as this guy had an incredible moment this year, too. Kaipo, number 6 in the world,
Yeah.
Pupo.
Miggy coming up next. That's going to be a great heat. But, you know, with Travis right now, with his job with Tours and Competition, I mean, this has got to be the highlight of your career, Travis, because you make finals day every single event.
Yeah, exactly. Every event, make finals day. I always qualify at the end of the year. So yeah, it's awesome. I love this stuff. I love surfing and I love the competitive part of it. It's a passion of mine and it's my job, so I'm lucky.
Well, speaking of competition, let's look at the heat recap, gentlemen. Kaipo, it was a quick start from Gabe that kind of put him up into the top 2 spots. That came in as a 5.33.
Yeah, 5.33 opener. And Jet Schilling, he had a great opener right here. She had a ton of maneuvers in a short space there, manages the backwash, manages the alligator jaw, but this was the turn of the heat. The professional, that's why he's 3-time world champ. Good decision making, excellent surfing, a 6.63 for that one maneuver.
Yeah, and looking at the heat recap right there, it's really been the dominance and the wave selection from Jet Schilling and Gabe that have put them up into the top 2 spots. 3 minutes to go. You saw Nacho right there, just a quick in and out. And not for lack of trying, he does have a 6 in his scoreline, but hasn't been able to get a backup. Medina, though, on the backhand now, the heat leader, looking to improve on a low 5. Will not do it there, went for the big rotation. Now priority with Taichi Wakita. And we see a couple new stickers on his board. Things look great underneath his feet, first of all, and it seems like he's looking much more comfortable than he was here in the CT Kipes.
Yeah, Medina, I mean, this was just keep on swinging, but he's all together. You notice some new stickers on Gabe's board?
Yeah.
There's room.
There still is, too.
Wow.
Some real estate. And this was right behind it, Travis, Taichi.
Yeah, got up a bit late on that one. And then finished it really nicely. It's going to be a decent score.
Made up for it, was needing a 6.21, and how big of a heartbreaker would it be if Jet Schilling ends up losing this heat after being in the top 2 all heat long? 28 minutes have gone by. You hear your name at first or second the whole time, and then all of a sudden, somebody just gets a score at the end and knocks you down. He doesn't want to leave it up into the hands of the judges, though. Schilling up and riding. More of a couple setup turns right there, and Kipes. That was a difficult wave to surf at the end for Schilling. And here goes Gabe, straight up in vertical. And this gentleman definitely knows the rhythm and the pacing of surfing a wave here, like the right-hander at Itaúna. No doubt why he is one of the best in the world. Three-time world champ Kaipo in action.
Oh, are you kidding me? Gabe Medina, no matter what the conditions is, he's able to put it together. Such dynamic surfing from Medina, and a pleasure to watch it on the replay. You can just see rock solid in his body mechanics, as well as just the technique of Gabe Medina, unleashing flow and power all at the same time. Beautifully done.
You think we're seeing the best goofy footer in terms of competition all time, Travis?
100%. I don't think it's debatable. Like I said, I keep repeating myself, but there really are no weaknesses there. I mean, I actually stumbled across a video on WSL's YouTube the other day. It's a 17-minute video of all his highlights from 2012 to 2019 of him in a jersey, and it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. You guys should check it out. In all types of conditions, chopu, cloud break, pipe, snapper, J-bay. He definitely is the best goofy footer competitor we've ever seen.
Probably the most complete surfer on the championship tour at the moment too. And I'm right there with you when it comes to competition. Maybe nobody better to do it. 30 seconds to go. Jet Schilling in second, goes for the big rotation on the backhand and pulls it. The San Clemente Cyclone in full effect. He's looking to get a 5.19, excuse me, to retake the lead. And Kaipo, he did not want to lose this heat and make a statement against the three-time world champion. And now Nacho Gundesen, I mean, he would have to do something incredible to make it out of this heat after the one air of Schilling. And not for lack of trying, but the Argentine definitely going to town right there at the end. Can't finish it off, but how about the performance right there from the youngster from San Clemente?
What I say before this heat, this was nothing but opportunity for Jet Schilling to make a bigger name for himself in pro surfing. And people are watching Gabe Medina when he surfs the heat, but that means they're watching Jet Schilling just go with the full rotation, lands on the roof, buttered it. Great job by Schilling.
Might be one of the best heats we've seen all event long too, Travis. All four goofy footers really had at least one decent score in the scoreline.
Yeah, that was an incredible heat. It had everything. I mean, that last air was amazing just because of the pressure and the situation. There were still scores coming in. To stick it like that, and that claim was incredible. Love that.
And the paddle battle between him and Gabe a few minutes before too. This kid did not want to back down, still waiting on scores.
Yeah, but, you know, Gabe got a 7.23 on his final wave, so the ask is pretty large, but we'll see.
He needs a 7.1, though. I have to say that this is going to be more than that, right?
What do you think, Trav?
I think it will be. It was you never know, but I think it will be. It was really high full rotation.
I agree. It's excellent. That's excellent.
Well, guess what? It's an 8.67. Moves it back up into first. And the USA has a great surfer on their hands in Jet Schilling. He takes the big heat win out there against the three-time world champion Gabe Medina. Taichi Wakita and Jose Ignacio Gundensen move out of the event. And, you know, the four goofy footers with an incredible display of surfing. Travis, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck the rest of the event. We'll be right back with more action. Heat number 5 coming up of the round of 48 here in Saquarema. Welcome back to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. You see the exit of the water, out of the water right there from three-time world champion Gabriel Medina. And this kid moved on into the round of 24 with the second place finish. And he is being escorted by security right here coming out of the water. A global superstar, but an even bigger star here in the country of Brazil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops for the call. Heat number 5 in the water now, and Gabe moving through, but maybe one of the best heats we've seen all event long. Maida, Jet Schilling with the big win at the end with the big air reverse.
Yeah, it was amazing heat, very interesting. Was really nice. I was at the beach and the crowd was going crazy. Each wave were served. Really fun heat, very nice. And now it's sunny. The sun comes out and the vibe is really good down the beach.
Made things even better, that is for sure. And a big heat out there in the water with a lot of implications for qualification. This is Miguel Pupo from Maresias, Brazil. He ended up number 6 in the world at the end of the 2022 CTCs in Maida.
Yeah, very nice start for him during our break. He's competing here. He likes to compete here in Saquarema. He had a good result during the Rio Pro. He went to the quarters, but now it's Maxime Husseneau.
Yeah, in the top 10 of the rankings is Maxime. Big turn right there for the former World Pro Junior champion and the French surfer from Reunion Island originally. Looking good out here in Saquarema. Let's go down to Rachel on the glass. She has Jet Schilling with her.
Yeah, I have Jet Schilling with me, and that was definitely a super interesting and nerve-wracking heat. Does it feel even better to have a great result against the three-time world champion?
Yeah, it feels good. I haven't been able to sleep because I've been thinking about the heat so much. I was like, fuck, I got Gabriel, I'm so stoked. Like, I just wanted to beat him so bad, and I went out there and proved him wrong, you know? I was so stoked, and yeah, I can't believe it, but we still got a lot of more heats to surf, and I just want to keep making more heats and have fun.
And for sure, it's super tricky out there because we are in the super high tide. So tell us, how tricky was it there?
Yeah, it was really tricky out there. It was super wonky and weird, and I was just like, I just got to stay on my board. And yeah, I had a couple good paddle battles with Gabriel. I was like, oh, this is what it feels like to compete against him. So it felt great. So, yeah.
Okay, so enjoy that feeling. Congratulations. You're in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Jet Schilling. The biggest win of his career so far right there. And back to live action, Michael Rodriguez paddles for that wave. He's gonna lose priority. And going back to the heat in the water, a lot of implications for qualification on the line here. Both Husseneau and Rodriguez are in the top 10. Delahaye, number 21. He has a final already this season on the Challenger Series. That was in Bolito. And here goes the Brazilian surfer in red. Mike, just a quick in and out. Miguel Pupo opens up with a 7-point ride, a 4.83 for Maxime Husseneau. This is a huge heat we have out there in the water right now, Maida.
Yeah, it is. It seems like it's going to be really interesting as the last one. And now Gatien just paddled for the wave but couldn't get in. And for Maxime, it's an important heat as well. Look, let's see the replay here for him. Nice turn there. And then look for a big finish. Slides the tail. Yeah, nice move.
Yeah, he's number 9 in the rankings at the moment coming into this event. Rodriguez is number 8. And Miguel Pupo with nothing to lose, nothing to gain too much either, besides, you know, some qualification points that a lot of other people would love, including this gentleman on screen, number 22 in the rankings coming into Saquarema. David Silva looking to requalify for the CT in 2023. Live action. Here's Emerald managing the backwash. Great turn right there from the surfer in red. And the Brazilian doing well to not only displace water on this wave, but to be able to surf the wave to its full potential. Might be able to get one more turn in right here at the end. He's going to kick out on the sand. And now the answer by Miggy. On the backhand. As Maida said, had a quarterfinal finish here in Saquarema during the Rio Pro. And gets a 2-turn combination right there on the backhand. Boy, and this is an interesting heat. Miggy doesn't have to be surfing in this event, decided to do so. He's here in Brazil, competing in Saquarema. But this could be a big, big heat if both Husino or Rodriguez, even Delahaye, lose out in the round of 48, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. A very, very important hit for him. Look, it's him upriding here. Nice turn.
Yeah, Husino just digs a rail right there. He won a World Junior Championship in 2009 over Jetson Andre, too. Has a lot of competitive experience. And here's Gatien. Big bottom turn. He's won a QS before, a 3,000 in Peru. And a strong finish right there at the end, too, on a difficult section. 22:40 on the clock. Conditions are turning on. The sun is out. This is real Saquarema we're seeing right now, Maida.
Yeah, many waves has been ridden already. The heat is firing. Look. Also, this guy, Gatien, I like the first one and the second maneuver. So we have some scores to put here on the board. And this is Michael Rodriguez. Nice turn. The second one was good as well, and the third one not so strong, but he was looking for a finish there, and he could, yeah, no.
And then Miggy got a second scoring ride too. Had a 7 initially on his first wave, Maida, looking for a backup ride here.
Yeah, strong finishing maneuver.
21:40 on the clock. Waiting for the scores from Emrod in the red jersey. They seem to be very positive. It is a 6-point ride for Michael Rodriguez. He moves up into second place. Miggy waiting on his second scoring ride. Should be helping his heat total out quite a bit. As Delahaye also waiting on his third scoring wave. And you know, you told me a few days ago about where Rodriguez is originally from northern part of Brazil. Was born in Brasilia, though, in the Federal District, in the capital of Brazil. As we see David Silva, also known as DVD. And Rodriguez now living in the southern part of Brazil, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he lives in Florianopolis. Yeah, but, I mean, he was born in the middle center of Brazil and then moved to North Brazil. So a guy from many places here in Brazil.
Seen him for a long time. Here's Miggy. Dropped a 4.4 on his second wave. Looking to better that great combination right there from Pupo. And you can tell he knows this wave well. Excellent surfing right here from Miggy on this kind of mid-range wave. And that little midship offering up a lot of scoring potential for the surfer from Marecia, Sao Paulo. 20 minutes on the clock. As we see right there, the 30-year-old, 5'9", doesn't have a ranking on the Challenger Series, ended up number 6 on the CT though. And he is looking very comfortable out here in these waves at Praia de Itaúna.
Yeah, he surfs this wave pretty well. This wave looks like his own home break, like Maresia's very powerful wave. Look, very sharp, and their maneuvers very vertical, with a lot of flow, surfing pretty well. Miggy, and completely relaxed, no pressure at all, nothing to lose here.
And then this was Gatien during the replay, was able to get another wave. His previous one came in as a 4.43, Maida, and you look at his ranking right now, number 21. This is an extremely important event in terms of qualification for him too.
Yeah, and by this angle, we could see how his foot, he loses the feet, and then after all, he could stand.
And then Michael Rodriguez up and riding again. Unfortunately, right there, was not able to complete that turn. But he's been on some of the best waves this heat so far. There you see his ranking, number 8. 27 years of age, 5'9". Not a huge surfer, but has a lot of power for his frame, though. Sends a lot of spray when he connects with the lip well. I think a good word to describe his surfing is precision, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. And he's looking pretty fit. I mean, and like with good vibes. I spoke to him like a few days ago, and he was like, oh, I'm very confident. I really want to do this to get classified. So Let's see. He's surfing pretty well, but now in third with the third position, the third priority as well. But he has already a 6-point ride and a throwaway.
Well, there's a reason why he's number 8 in the CS rankings right now. The kid has skills, but can he put it together for a victory at the end of the event too? And in reality, most of the times you do need a victory in order to qualify for the Championship Tour. I think on the women's sides, it is completely necessary to qualify for the CS. If you see almost everybody in the top 5, at least 3 of them have a championship. Here's Miggy once again. Oh, big turn right there to finish this wave off. He cannot make a mistake right now. He has finished every single one of his waves, has 4 to his credit. As we see Delahaye right there, the French surfer. Seemed like a quick wave for him. And I don't know about you, Maida, but it seems to me like it's been the most consistent part of the day right now in terms of waves.
Yeah, it is. And it's kind of surprising because the tide is pretty high. And yeah, this wave was nice for Miguel. He's surfing so powerful. I really love his style.
And then Delahaye right there, but there's Sammy's reaction.
Yeah, might be so nice, like to surf in the same competition as your brother, and all the good vibes here at home, like with many friends and family. Yeah, very nice for them. We have like a lot of surfers that are here surfing with brothers.
Yes,
Also
Sarah,
Wiggly and Wesley Dantas, Gabriel and Sofia.
Taichi and Sarah Wakita. You know, we were just talking about it with Travis Logie too. Tyler Wright, Owen, Mikey on the tour at the same time. But it's been a while since we've seen that. The Irons brothers were together on tour. Damien and CJ Hobgood, Corey, Shea Lopez. Now, when I come to think of it, there's been more than a few people that have actually qualified with their siblings on the Championship Tour. And look at that beautiful shot of the church here in Saquarema. And a good friend of mine, former CT judge, Eric Kramer, actually got married at that church right there. And there you see the river mouth. And not only an incredible view, but the waves here just as good as the paradise that we see on screen. There's former champion out here, Wiggly Dantas. He won in 2014. And here's Emrod, gonna use third priority. More of a wedgy wave right here, big section ahead. Wraps it back. Was setting up for a barrel, it seemed, was trying to stall. And he is gonna kick out of that wave, was needing a 3.43 or better for second place. Here's Gatien Delahaye. More of a setup turn and a strong finish for the French surfer in white. And Maxime Housineau, who's been holding down first priority for quite some minutes now, in fourth place, needing a 4.61. That might change though. Miggy Pupo gets a 6.47, and Gatien looking to better his low score, Maida.
Yeah, and also Gatien is trying to extend his spot on the heat. And this is Michael Rodriguez looking for a better score to go up in the rankings.
That wave just closing out when it seemed like he might have gotten a barrel. And this was the 5.0 of Delahaye right here. Oh, a big layback for just the one turn. But I dare say, I wouldn't mind seeing that kid on the Championship Tour either. I think his style would fit a lot of the waves that we would see on the CT. Sunset Beach, Bells, Margaret River. And not too many French surfers on the CT either right now. Here's Emrod. Quick wave there for the Brazilian surfer in red, 14 minutes to go. And Miguel Pupo is having one of the best performances we've seen all event long, Maida, 13.47 heat total.
Yeah, he's surfing pretty well. But what I was thinking about Maxime Housineau, he's with priority for so long, and he really needs to change his backup score. And probably he's feeling a little bit pressured because he's like close to qualify. And if he qualifies, he will be like the only French surfer
On the championship tour.
And also he might get an Olympic spot because like France has
Right. Zero surfers on tour.
Zero surfers on tour, and so a lot of things going in through his head. He needs to get focused and surf another wave to try to move.
13 minutes to go. There you saw Miguel, current heat leader, with another wave. He has 6 waves so far and nothing less than a 4.4. He has just been in rhythm with the ocean so far, Maida, and it seems like this heat has been non-stop in terms of waves.
Yeah, and he is really choosing well the waves. Like every wave that he chose had an open wall and pretty nice wave. He could like throw many maneuvers. Yeah, Miggy completely in tune with the ocean right
Absolutely. I think so. As of right now, I mean, it seems like he's going to be hard to beat for anybody who faces him later on in the event too. 12 minutes to go. Huseno still waiting with priority on the outside. At the moment needs a 4.85. Miguel gets a 5.8. Doesn't improve his situation. Emrod in third, needing a 3.67. And this gentleman is currently in second. Gatien Delahaye goes for the big layback, but comes unglued there at the end. Looking to improve on a 4.67. And this kid too has had a QS win in the past. He won a 3-star event in Peru at Señoritas in Punta Hermosa. And a very impressive young surfer, originally from the French Caribbean, but now resides in mainland France, Maida.
Yeah, and he used the same strategy. He already served like 7 waves, trying to find good opportunity here, but now he's needing. Oh, he's in second place. Yeah. Second place. So he need 8.47 to move for first place.
It's a big requirement right now, especially considering how well Miguel Pupo has looked in this heat. But Gatien has the surfing to do it, but he's always been one of those people, especially when it comes to high-level heats, high-pressure situations. He makes it through, but he does just enough in order to make it through. Here's Emrod now. Times the backwash well there on the first section. Critical turn on the first section, and now needs a strong finish. He gets a decent one. Did not need much, a 3.67 or better to move up into second place. And Emrod might just do that and a bit more. 10:30 to go. Here's the replay, Maida.
Yeah, very nice first maneuver. And then a kind of slow second one, trying to find some speed for the finish. It wasn't that powerful, but I think he can get enough. Like he just need 3.67. Probably he will get.
A decent finish too here with the white water coming down on him. You know, he's always been a very quick surfer, but I think a lot of people always underestimated his power. And this was Huseno finally using his priority. Great layback jam there and a strong turn to finish things off. So when you talk about a person that's waited around for a long time and has also been competing for a long time too, this is excellent use of priority, Maida. Made it count.
Yeah, for sure. And he doesn't need too much as well, like just 4.85. I really liked the last maneuver.
Well, it's Miguel Pupo and Michael Rodriguez at the moment in 1 and 2 in the heat. Just over 9 minutes to go, and it's been an entertaining heat, number 5. But it's been all Miguel Pupo in the lead. Don't go anywhere. More action coming from Saquarema after this. Back in Saquarema, a beautiful shot there of the church here on the hill, closer towards Barrinha, and an awesome shot of what this amazing and beautiful place has to offer in terms of geography and in the architecture here on display. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Pops, and the sun is out, and guess what? The fans are showing up to Maida. We're expecting a big crowd to show up here in the next 2 days as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be completely packed here. We have a good forecast for the weekend, sunny day, so probably we're going to see this really crowded.
Should be a fun weekend. This was during the break, Maida. Emrod going left for the first time in this heat.
Yeah, 2 good maneuvers there.
Well, the score comes in as a 5.23. He is in third. His best wave so far, a 6-point ride. Maxime Husino gets a 7.03 on his second wave, and Miguel Pupo still in control of this heat. But Gatien Delahaye, who was in second place for the majority of the heat, now in fourth, hitting a 6.87. 6 minutes to go. Priority with the heat leader in green. Husino in second, looking to improve on a 4.83. And Mike needing a 5.87. But the French surfer in white, he was having a very consistent heat, but hasn't broken the 5-point scoreline range. He needs a 6.87. Boy, and you look at the scores between the first 3 surfers out there, 13.47, 11.86, 11.23. Great heat out there in the water, and even Delahaye too, Maida. He's been on a roll, but he needs to step it up right now and needs to get something close to a 7 to make it through this heat right now.
Yeah, and Maxime Husino used his priority that he was holding for so long very well, and he took this 7.03. And this is Miggy surfing very relaxed.
Yes, he is. A couple of setup turns right there and a big finish for the surfer from Maresias. He is going to kick out confidently. I don't think he's fallen so far in this heat, Maida, and I'm counting. He has 7 waves, including this one, or 6, excuse me, but he hasn't fallen on either one of those 6 waves. Just under 5 minutes to go. Delahaye now with priority. He's needing a big score of a 6.87. And here's the replay of the Lhasa Pupo.
Yeah, really nice turn there. And then another one, and we like this last maneuver here, Mitch. Wasn't it? Very strong and a lot of commitment to finish.
Yes, it was, and people in the athletes area enjoying it too, and this was Gatien's last, needing a 6.87. Wraps it back and then was looking for a strong finish and unable to get it right there. You were mentioning the high tide, and oh, we got some sea life here, a nice little turtle. Praia de Itaúna.
Wow, so nice, this footage.
Do you normally see a lot of turtles here? Tartarugas?
Yeah, here in São Paulo's coast, like, it's amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can see a lot. Here, I mean, I don't live here, I don't know, but if we are seeing here doing a live show, yeah, probably they have a lot as well. They like to stay like close to the rocks, so.
Yeah, by the reefs.
By the reefs, yeah.
Just under 4 minutes to go. Pupo still in first, Husino in second. Emrod with a good heat total so far, but not enough. Close, but no cigar. Still needing a 5.87. Delahaye needs a 6.87. And boy, in terms of the rankings right now, a big one in this heat. Delahaye up and riding, big section ahead, snaps it into the lip line, and just the one for Gatien. Let's look at the heat recap of how we've gotten here so far with 3 minutes to go. It's been Miguel Pupo so far, hasn't fallen on a wave, and he improved on his last wave, made a 6.53, but he's been unstoppable this heat.
Unstoppable. Many good wave surf for Miguel Pupo. And look, this is another ride. Very nice turn there, up in the lip. Another one. He throws the tail, and he liked it.
And then Maxime Hussein, a come from behind second place finish at the moment. This is his best wave, a 7.03. Loved this one.
Yeah, he was more precise, like he chose few waves, but then he did well.
And Gatien live action. Seems like the last few falls have not been good for Delahaye. He's still in fourth with 2 minutes to go, and man, he needs a big result here. Number 21 in the rankings. He's looking for qualification. He's a tall, strong surfer. Haleiwa would probably suit him well, but that's not the goal, Maida. The goal is to take advantage of the points on offer here. Same thing for that gentleman on screen, number 8 in the rankings. And the young Brazilian, Emrad, still has a chance. A fall right there, but with 90 seconds to go, still needs something close to a 6-point ride.
Yeah, and he has only 1.5 minutes left. Let's see if he has a chance here. Yeah, looking for some ramp, but yeah, couldn't find.
Well, he's got a great aerial arsenal, that is for sure. Repertoire is there, grabs, different ways of setting up the air too in terms of the combination of maneuvers. But that section not offering up anything right there at the end. Delahaye with a quick in and out too. And the two surfers in 3 and 4 in the heat right next to each other. Here's Miggy, a quick one as well.
Yeah, and for Michael, this loss will cost a lot for him on the rankings, and he will go to Hawaii needing a very good result.
Well, luckily he's still within the top 10 at the moment, but that is before this heat ends. 25 seconds, he's up and riding. Big section ahead, goes for the big air reverse, but doesn't pull it around. 20 seconds, that might have been his last chance. And where's Delahaye as Maxime Hussein holding down to first priority. And here's Gatien. This wave will count. Needs a 6.87 or better, wraps it back. And a double up section right here. Big turn to finish that wave off. And he tried as well as he could have, but he needs close to the best wave of the heat. Maida, what are your thoughts initially? You're thinking that Gatien getting the score, or do you think it's going to be a bit too short?
I think it's going to be a bit too short. It was a good wave, though. I don't know. Let's see what the judges think. But yeah, it was sad for Michael. We can see his frustration. But look, very nice turn there. Good finish, but the wave, it wasn't like too. It was a little bit small, this wave, I think. The 7-1s were bigger.
I agree, and scores come through. It isn't enough for Gatien Delahaye, 5.1. It's the dominance of Miguel Pupo still happening. Number 6 in the world moving through, and number 9 in the CS rankings, Maxime Hussein moving through as well. Heat number 6 coming up. More action from Saquarema after this break. An incredible run last year at the event at Barra La Cruz in Mexico. David Silva made the final, eventually lost to Jack Robinson, but one of the stand-up performances of the event. And this young gentleman from Brazil was able to dominate each and every heat he served up until the final. And the backhand was on display. Maida, what a performance from the young Brazilian at one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world.
Yeah, this event he served so well, and he's a really good surfer, and he could prove himself. Was amazing to see him do this good. And also Jack Robinson was surfing.
No,
amazing.
He's on another level right now. Heat 6 in the water. Jordy Lawler in red, David Silva in blue, Kei Kobayashi from San Clemente, California in the white, and young Joel Vaughn from Australia in the green jersey. 2 regular footers up against 2 goofy footers. And here's the replay of Jordy Lawler, first wave of the heat. Oh, and Lawler had an excellent performance in the round of 96. The goofy footer out of Australia. And Kei Kobayashi finds a barrel out there somehow. And the surfer from San Clemente loves to surf lower trestles on almost a daily basis. Trains at DSC Performance with Kevin Dean and everybody over there in Southern California. And this young man, Maida, works as hard as anybody else on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and look, he finished on the sand. And this is Jordan Lawler again.
Yeah, a fall right there for Jordy. That's his 3rd ride. Waiting on his 2nd score still. Joel Vaughn from Australia, great result at the Vans US Open of Surfing, quarterfinal finish. And David Silva, when you talk about somebody that is really looking to requalify, this surfer in blue has a lot of talent. I think people always think about David Silva and think power immediately, but he has a fantastic air game too, Maida, and he's looking to show it right now in this heat.
Yeah. But Kei Kobayashi, it will be interesting to see how the judges will judge this small little barrel there. We're waiting for the scores. And this is David Silva's stats.
There you see number 22 in the ranks, 27 years of age. He's been a runner-up at a CT event before. That was in Mexico last year. And an impressive young surfer with a lot of power. Kobayashi's barrel comes in as a 5-point ride. Here's Silva having a paddle right there. He's going to go down in the priority order, it seems, as Joel Vaughn holding down first priority. He does not have a wave yet. You know who had plenty of waves and they were great? Miguel Pupo. He's with Rachel.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo is right here. You know this wave so well. Your wave selection were definitely on point. How fun was this heat for you?
It was really fun, you know, when you start off the heat with a good score. The nerves come down a little, so it was easy to just keep choosing the right wave and doing turn after turn. So I was pretty happy to finally show my surfing. My first heat was a tricky one, so I'm pretty happy right now.
We know you are the number 6 of the championship tour rankings, but tell me one important thing about running the Challenger.
It's really important. You know, I've won 5 times already on the Challenger, so I know it's really hard, it's really tough because everyone wants to qualify, and I'm here kind of messing things up. But I just want to surf in my home country and show my fans my surfing, and really happy to be in the next round.
Yeah, and now in Portuguese, your brother Samuel, seu irmão Samuel, just told me to ask you if you are a good coach. Seu irmão Samuel me pediu para te perguntar se você é um bom coach, se ele é um bom coach.
Ele é um ótimo coach, a gente que troca muita ideia durante o ano. Isso ajuda muito um ao outro. Acho que os bons resultados vieram devido a isso. Mas eu também tenho meu pai, tenho o Adriano que está aqui comigo, e todos os meus amigos sempre dão um conselho que eu sempre aproveito e tento usar dentro d'água.
Congratulations, keep going, and back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel. Parabéns to Miguel. And I guess that Sammy's coaching skills are paying off.
Yeah, he said that he's good, but he's here also with Adriano helping him. So a lot of experience for him with the help of the world champion, Adriano de Souza. So that's why he feels so good here and surfing really relaxed. And this is Joel Vogel.
Yeah, Joel Vaughn, the youngster, 19 years old, and qualified for the Challenger Series for 2022, and making things worth his while here in Saquarema to strong finish right there on his first ride. A 3.93 here with his father. His father likes to be called Vonnie. And Joel up and riding again. More of a wedgie kind of looking wave. Might take to the air. He's going to stick with the rail, though. Big turn at the end for young Joel Vaughn. Kei Kobayashi opens up with a 5-point ride. At the moment, he has priority. David Silva with just a quick throwaway of a 0.5. Jordy Lawler, his best wave so far, a 3.5. And we have some great heats coming up later this afternoon as well. We will be finishing the entire round. Those are 12 heats. And there's the surfer from Uruguay, Marco Giorgi. You mentioned to me the other day he's been living in Santa Catarina for many, many years now. Basically considers Brazil his home too.
Yeah, he lives here for so long. And now he's a father. I was I was there at the athlete area, and her daughter was there. Very cute girl.
I know.
Yeah.
I told him I want to babysit for him. The daughter's so cute. She's so nice too. Marco Giorgi also been around for probably first time I saw him compete on the QS maybe 13 years ago, I want to say, 14 years. And he's still in his early 30s too. This was the last wave of Joel Vaughn, came in as a 4.37. So he momentarily moves up into first place, Maida. 21:30 on the clock. Jordy Lawler, former champion at the Australian Open of Surfing. That was in Manly. David Silva on screen. He's won some big events in the past too. And he's no stranger to CT competition himself.
Yeah, and he had the best score on the first day, 8.17, right? A really good one. So he knows how to find good opportunities here in Saquarema. He knows how to surf this wave. And yeah, he still have like 20 minutes left. So a lot of things to go with.
Plenty of time. 14-point heat total in the round of 96. And as you mentioned, the highest wave of day number 1 of competition, an 8.17. Meanwhile, the surfer in white, Kei Kobayashi, opened up with one of the few barrels we have seen in competition, a 5-point ride, the highest scoring barrel we have seen so far in the event, Maida.
Yeah, we don't even know how he found that barrel right there, because we haven't seen so many today. And now with the high tide, we didn't expect to see this.
Well, Kei is a crafty surfer, let me tell you. His older brother, Shaw, former professional surfer himself. Father Masaki loves to surf at lower trestles. And here's Kei. Nice tail slide right there to start things off. Beautiful bottom turn for the second maneuver. And Kobayashi gonna get a strong finish too. So Kei looking to back up the 5-point ride. He's gonna do it right there. He actually made a final a few years ago during the Rip Curl Grom Search International in Maresias. 69 is his number in the ranking, 23 years of age. And the surfer from Southern California, he's looking to extend his second place position. He's probably gonna take the lead here, Maida.
Yeah, I think so, because he has the best score of the heat, a 5-point ride, and he doesn't have any backup score, so, and it was a good wave, Mitch.
Yeah, I like this one. The tail slide to start things off, the deep drawn out bottom turn, and a good finish right there too for Kei. As I said before, works very hard. Wakes up usually at around 4:35 to train every single day on a weekday. And now David Silva, a replay here, Maida. One of the best backhands in the world. For a good reason, he made the final in Mexico last year and ended up runner-up to Jack Robinson at that event. Waiting on a few scores from Kobayashi and Silva. 18:40 to go. And I want to ask you what it's been like so far. First 3 days of competition. First 2, stormy, rainy. Day 3, the 4 seasons in one day, but it's sunny now. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. And it's good because it's not so hot outside. Last week, like, the days were like pretty warm and hot. Today it's sunny, but it's very good temperature. Yeah, lovely day here at Saquarema. And good waves as well.
Oh, it's firing.
I think it's firing. Not as big as yesterday, but like pretty good waves, decent scores. Yeah, very nice show here. Look, people were really enjoying down the beach.
Yes, you see the umbrellas there from 51 Ice. Big props to them, and thank you very much for your support here at this event. And obviously you want to stay covered from the sun too whenever it is as sunny like this. But you're right, the first day that I got here on Sunday was quite warm. Today, still a little chilly outside despite the sunlight. So, you know, it's interesting to me that that happens. Reminds me of wintertime in California, actually. And scores have come through for Kei Kobayashi. 6.43 for the surfer in white. Waiting on Silva's last score. And now here's the Australian Lawler. Great style does this surfer have. Good technique. Couple of setup maneuvers right here, up into the lip. And just as he did in round one, more of it in round two. Love the consistency on the backhand here from Lawler. And just flowing through the motion so far. Gonna be his best wave. Needs a 4.8 for second place at the moment, Maida.
Yeah, I think he might get it. It was a good one. And now David Silva, he took a 5.73. Yeah, for his, not the first wave, but the first score, like decent score on the board. But he still needs 2.57 to get in the second spot.
And here's the replay of Jordy Lawler's last wave. We saw him in round one of competition really get those scores that kept him in first the whole time. Was slowly bettering his scores too. And the young Australian looking comfortable to move through into the round of 24. Rachel, where are you at?
Look where I am. I am right here at the VIP area where people are having so much fun and watching the contest. And look what I have here. Many 51 ice for free for everyone who is here. So they're drinking 51 ice, watching the heats, cheering, and it's a really nice space.
Hey Rachel, question for you. It's our first event covering here on the Challenger Series for the WSL. What's the experience been like for you so far?
I am loving it. Actually, I got so nervous in the first day, but now I'm feeling more comfortable here. People are cheering for me too, so it's a very special job.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Obrigado, and
Thank you.
Hope you keep enjoying your day over there at the VIP area. Tough life, it seems, that Rachel has just being in the VIP area, Maida.
Yeah, she looks like she's tired.
Yeah.
No, she's having so much fun down there, and also in the athlete area. Yeah, getting to know many faces and learning a lot. She's pretty good. She's a very special girl.
14:40 on the clock. Kobayashi still in the lead. Lawler's score comes in as a 5.1, his best. Silva's score, though, a 5.73. The second best wave of the heat so far. Joel Vaughn down to third. He has priority, needing a 4.24. And Devere needing a 2.87, not much. There you see the support squad for David Silva.
It's his dad.
Here's Jordy Lawler, though, up and riding again. Ah, love the style right there from the Australian. He makes things look so easy, too. Especially on the backhand. This is what got him the win a few years ago at the Australian Open. How'd you like this one, Maida?
Yeah, I like this one. The first one wasn't that good, but the other one was pretty vertical. Yeah, what do you think? He's going to put on scores?
Well, there's a chance that he does better at a 3.5. It seems like the score came in as a 3.2. So does it improve just underneath his second best wave? But I think, you know, if he does that on the set wave, probably going to see quite a high score. Ooh. What happened here? Kei Kobayashi with higher priority. And David Silva tried to sneak in the left right there. So maybe a bit of a mistake from the surfer in blue. And the experience in competition at high level from Kobayashi might be playing off here, Maida.
Yeah, let's see it again. I think he thought he would go to the right. Then, what do you think, Mitch?
Well, it seems to me like we might be having a priority interference right here. You have unconditional right away when you have priority over another surfer, so you can go whichever way you want.
Yeah.
And yeah, we hear the beach announcers in the background. Priority interference, blue on white. So that's going to make it nearly impossible for David Silva to make it out of this heat, as only his best wave will be scored, and a heartbreaker right there. But, you know, if you're Kei Kobayashi, it was a smart move. You had a priority. You could go any way you want. Here's Joel Vaughn, currently in third. That's going to be a quick wave for him. Needs a 4.24 at the moment for second place. And, you know, you feel for David Silva. Has 2 events to potentially requalify for the CT. But he's been in high-level situations before, knows what he's doing. And you just can't make those kind of mistakes right here. If you see somebody with higher priority, especially at a beach break, you can go right or left. It's better just to make or let the wave go, as we're seeing the WSL rulebook in terms of the interference. If a surfer hinders another surfer's ability to maximize their scoring potential while riding a wave, then the obstructing surfer will receive an interference. And the penalty, since it is a priority situation, second scoring wave equals 0.
Yeah, it's sad for David, but like, I mean, in this stage, he cannot do this mistake. He will go to Hawaii probably needing a lot to try to qualify. I'm not really sure if it will be still possible.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he would more than likely have to win, and for some people to lose early on. Here's Joel Vaughn, though. He needs a 4.24. The one strong turn there on a closeout re-entry. And with just under 11 minutes to go, he gets the score. It's a 4.6. Jordan Lawler down to third place. Has priority, needs a 3.87 or better. And yeah, I mean, those things just kind of happen. Another high seed that we're going to lose in this round of 48. He still has a chance, though. Joel Vaughn has less than a 9 in terms of his heat total. So if David Silva gets a 9-point ride or better, at the moment, obviously, he could still make it through this heat. Here's Kay, the heat leader in white. Looking to better a 5-point ride. That should help. And just as I say, that falls on the second turn at the end. But he's looking comfortable so far in this heat at Saquarema.
Yeah, but for David now, if he still has a chance, but I mean, when you make a mistake like this, your confidence goes to the feet, you know. So probably it's going to be pretty hard for him. And this wave of Kei Kobayashi was really nice. Pity that he couldn't stand.
9:45 to go, and this was Jordy Lawler's last. Got dropped down to third, was needing a 3.87 or better. And not only is he very precise and quick, he is very methodical in the way he approaches each section too. Maida, very few mistakes made by this surfer in the red jersey. Still waiting on that score right there. So Kei Kobayashi with an early and commanding lead has a 6.43 and a 5. Joel Vaughn and Jordy Lawler fighting for a chance to make it through into the round of 24. Don't go anywhere. We got more action coming up live from Saquarema.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Great aerial shot right there of our scaffolding site here for the event. Number 6 out of 7 on the Challenger Series. David Silva up and riding number 33 in the rankings, has a priority interference in the heat, but that's not stopping him. An incredible turn there on the backhand from David, and he's looking for a strong finish. Won't be able to ride out of that last one at the moment. Does have a priority interference. Would be needing something in the upper 9s to move up into the top 2 spots. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. Maida, he needs a 9.58 or better. He had 2 incredible turns on this wave.
Yeah, but 9.57, it's a really high score. And yeah, but he did a really good job on this wave. Look, I really liked. He's really sad that he made this mistake of interference.
But that turn right there, whew, one of the best we've seen all event long. Boy, this kid rips, that is for sure. And unfortunate that he does have that priority interference in his score line. And then Kei Kobayashi here with just the 1 turn. Seems like he was able to make it around the section here too and add a little bit of a whitewater tap there at the end. You can see the strength that he has in his legs, despite being a small surfer. Still in the lead, 5 minutes 30 to go. Jordy Lawler in second, gets a 4.47. And here's Joel Vaughn, who is in third at the moment. He's needing a 4.98, let's call it a 5. Wraps it back. Good amount of power in that turn, but it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be the score that he requires at the moment. So you look at Silva, what he tried to do on that wave, an incredible turn on it. I mean, we're talking about one of the best turns out of the event. But now you have 2 Australians that are not only hungry to qualify, 2 surfers that are looking to not only eliminate this kid from competition, make a statement by moving through as well.
Yeah, and Mitch, look, he took a 8.17, a very decent score, very nice, the highest score of the heat, but he has this interference, so this won't count anything for him. He's still needing a 9.57.
And this is Joel Vaughn's last. Still needing the 4.98, and I'm telling you, he was close. He makes that last turn and maybe adds a little bit more. Wouldn't have minded seeing that score in the 9-point range. Scores coming through for Kobayashi. They look very positive, and they are a 5.57 for the heat leader, David Silva. But there's his last score, 8.17. 4 judges in the 8-point range. One went as high as an 8.8. The low, a 7.8. You throw away the high and the low, you average the other 3. They were thinking about it. Whether or not if he was going to be able to finish off the wave, he might have been close to getting that 9-point ride that he was needing.
Yeah, heartbreaking to see David Silva make this mistake at this stage. He really needs a good result here in Brazil because he's like 5,000 points from the 10 best, the top 10 of the rankings. So, yeah, big loss for him.
3:20 to go on the clock. Vaughn's last wave, just a 2.8. Still needing the 4.98, and you see the experience here from the older Jordy Lawler against the younger Joel Vaughn. And Jordy Lawler, an expertise when it comes to using, an expert, excuse me, when it comes to using priority and knowing how to handle it in a heat. He's gonna use it right here with 3 minutes to go. Looking to better a 4.47, straight up into the lip. Wraps it back and gets a decent finish too on a tough section. 2 minutes 40 to go. So he could potentially better the 4.47 and complicate things for Joel Vaughn a bit more too, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. It's what he's trying to do because he knows how Joel can be like very, very lethal. Yeah, and still 2 minutes and 20 to go. Let's see if he can get better score there.
Yeah, and this was Kay's last wave too during the replays. The beautiful roundhouse cutback right there, and I love the design of his board, the spray that he has on the bottom, the Pikachu.
Yeah, very nice.
You know,
and he's very stylish as well.
it represents his character too. Pikachu, very energetic, a lot of energy, moving all the time. Kay is the same way. He has a lot of energy, and as you can see, he's caught a good amount of waves out there in the water too, 5 so far, but an impressive performance from the young surfer from San Clemente. And there you see the man on screen with 90 seconds to go, David Silva with priority, still within contention. He needs a 9.63 or better because Jordy Lawler's total just improved, got a 4.53. Joel Vaughn still in third. He needs a 5.04 now. Here's Lawler on the left. Good little throw tail reverse right there. A decent start for this left-hander. He knows the danger that both Vaughn and Silva still present in this heat. Last minute in heat number 6 of the round of 48.
Yeah, we know that David Silva can be really dangerous to the end of the heat. If he needs the 10-point ride, he can get it. So Lawler there trying to improve his scores to get a defense.
Well, David Silva is also a veteran too.
Yeah.
He's been around for a few years now. A lot of time on the CT, a lot of time on both the QS and the Challengers. And this was Joel Vaughn. Ended up going right too. He was needing a 5.04, and he might have just gotten it there with a great 2-turn combo. Here's another angle, Maeda. Got the first turn and was able to make it around the corner and get an even better second one too.
Yeah, from this angle, we could see that they were like really strong, 2 maneuvers. Yeah, he might have this.
And then Kei Kobayashi was up and riding too. Gets the little tap right there to begin things. And then straight up into the lip. Very few errors made by Kobayashi in a heat. And in this heat in particular, 0. So Kei's gonna take the heat win. It seems at this moment, though, we are still waiting for scores from both Joel Vaughn and Jordan Lawler. Kei Kobayashi might improve his situation, looking to better a 5.57. And a huge loss here for David Silva. A learning point for him, though, number 33 in the rankings. He's going to have to go to Haleiwa with a mindset of having to win that event in order to qualify. Kei Kobayashi, though, moving through, and it is enough for Joel Vaughn. It's a 5.7, moves him up into second place. Look at the expression right there on his face. He is so happy, and the 19-year-old moving into the round of 24. He can't believe it. A great moment for this kid. Has been through a lot this year personally. Has a quarterfinal finish at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and you see the good sportsmanship there between Jordan Lawler and Joel Vaughn. Great heat. David Silva, Jordy Lawler out of the event, but Joel Vaughn moves through. And how about the big heat win from Kei Kobayashi, moving through into the round of 24. More action coming out from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be right back.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
And welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Round of 48 for the men out in the water. Jorgen Kuzne, Marco Giorgi, Lucas Silveira, and Ian Gentile. 4 enter the water. 2 are going to advance into the round of 24. Thank you for joining us this beautiful afternoon as we fly by this long white sand beach here at Saquarema, ending up at Itaúna, where is the site of competition here, and the opener for Jorgen Kuzne. Bruno, check this out.
Oh, nice way to start. You already have a tail slide in reverse. 4.17.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4.17. By the way, this is Kaipogoro, joined by Bruno Boccayuva to talk you through the action. And Bruno, I absolutely love the fact that the waves have stuck around, but the conditions have improved immensely since yesterday.
Oh yeah, man. It's more cleaner, the lineup. We have the sun, so everything's getting together, and that's Marco Giorgi.
Marco Giorgi come around the section. You can see the frustration. He wanted a little bit more from that wave.
There comes Lucas Silveira. Oh, nice wrap. Yeah, he's so powerful and stylish at the same time.
Former World Junior champ, Lucas Silveira, with a powerful turn. You can see him ranked number 33 on the Challenger Series, giving himself a chance. Hey, a win here, and he's right in the conversation for qualification.
That's it, with a 15,090. 950.
Yeah, he's a force to be reckoned with, and I expect a big number for Lucas Silveira when it drops. So we got scores for 3 of our 4 competitors. 4th competitor out there in the green jersey, Ian Gentile, waiting for his first ride. But here's a replay.
Yes. We can call it a Larry layback? Or?
You can call it a layback, yeah. Or people say the Larry.
Yeah.
The drop wallet, whatever you want to call it.
So
I call it powerful and stylish.
That's it. Yeah.
A huge maneuver. Here's Ian Gentile on his first ride.
A little behind the ball. Now nice wrap. And trying to do, a proper turn. A more radical one. Expressive. And then the wave flats out.
Yeah.
I like these international fields of like this heat on Kaipo.
Well, yeah.
French,
you get a little bit of everything. You got a French guy from Uruguay. You have a Brazilian, and you have a surfer representing Hawaii. The highest ranked here would be Ian Gentile, right now number 7 on the Challenger Series rankings. Got a 9th place finish in Sydney, in 9th place at Huntington Beach at the US Open, and just coming off a semi-final finish in Portugal at Ericeira, where he jumped up 14 spots on the ranking, and he is definitely putting himself in contention.
Yeah, he's rising to the occasion, huh?
Certainly, and then he's above the cut line right now, Ian Gentile, and then surfers in front of him. He's got to realize another surfer from Hawaii that's number 5 in the ratings. Ezekiel Lau has been eliminated for competition, so that's actually presents some opportunity for Ian Gentile.
It's so important for everybody, but Ian's feeling, he can smell it, smell the bubble. Like.
Marco Giorgi goes for the air, has to throw it away. Little missed time for Giorgi. Ian Gentile, although he lives in Maui, he does have Brazilian heritage as well. Mom and dad from Brazil, correct?
Yeah, from Ceará, from the northeast, from Fortaleza, the capital of Ceará.
And Ian Gentile, if we look back to, let's check it out right now, because Lucas Silveira backing up his opening score. Opening score for Lucas was a 7.17, big number. Here goes Jorgen Kuzne. Jorgen got a little caught up there and goes down.
A phone climb there.
All right, well, let's hear from the last heat winner. Kei Kobayashi is with Maeda.
Okay, we know these conditions really fit your style. So how was the heat for you?
Yeah, going in the heat, I knew it was going to be a tough heat. I mean, every heat in the Challenger Series is really hard. And yeah, I woke up this morning and I thought it was going to be a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. And yeah, I tried my step up earlier in the morning, staying with Fuwax, Guy Mansur. And yeah, I went for a free surf and it felt good, but it felt a little bit long and came down and it looked really like, not playful, but like really, like you said, suits my surfing. And yeah, I've had a lot of fun.
Well, and you found a small little barrel there, huh?
Yeah, it was fun. This morning, I actually got a couple of barrels down the beach, and I didn't really do many turns, but got barrels, so that was fun, a little surprised. I know it gets really good here, and I have really good memories here in Brazil, and yeah, I ride for Fuwax, the best wax in the world, and yeah, so I have really good memories here, and I love Brazil. The food's good, everyone's super nice here, and yeah, it's a good time.
Okay, so enjoy your time. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
今回はラウンド2やっと勝てて本当にみんなの応援で次も頑張るので明日はラウンド3ということで今回はブラジルのチャレンジシリーズ頑張るのでみんな応援よろしくお願いします。Made my round 2 heat finally. It's been a long time. I've made this round. I've never made this round, so it feels good to finally make a heat or two. So thanks everyone for all the support.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, Kei Kobayashi, ganbatte. Omedetou gozaimashita. He's hit with Nihongo over there at the end of the interview. I love it. International field, Kei Kobayashi doing a good job. Here's some replays. Let's take a look here of Ian Gentile first.
Yeah, nice touch at the top, like with a signature move, like putting the back arm on the water. The same on the first move. On the last one, too.
Now, consistency right now with Gentile opened up with a 4.23. That last wave that we saw on the replay, a 4.9. Gentile into second place. Lucas Silveira, he's on top of the pack right now because he had that huge maneuver that he earned a 7.17 for. And live action here, Silveira's back up and riding with a big snap for the big guy, but that's all he's going to get. Needs to better his low of a 3.1.
Oh, yeah, and how sick it was. One move, 7.17.
You know, Bruno, today I was talking to some people out there in the crowd and in our crew, and people are saying, like, it has a CT vibe to it today because the surfing is at such a high level. The waves are really good, and that's kind of the energy that we're getting right now.
Oh, for sure, man. And you know what? Thinking about Lucas, he have the kind of style that suits the CT level, huh? He's dealing with the problems of inconsistency that we have on the QSs and sometimes on the Challenger Series also. So, but we all in Brazil see the potential of a championship surfer in Lucas.
This is true. A lot of expectations came to Lucas Silveira after he won his World Junior title. And he had a couple of good runs on some QS contests. So people were anticipating someone like Silveira to make it to the championship tour. He has not fulfilled that yet, but young man still has years ahead of him and still has the potential to make it to that dream tour.
For sure. He won a comp in Krui, Indonesia, with classic conditions. And this season, he won 2 events on the national circuit.
Oh, the national circuit here. Yeah. Marco Giorgi, one of the veterans out here of the qualifying series. Marco, nice little slash to begin with. Eyes up the end section, bangs the oncoming section, goes complete. That's going to be his best wave, Marco Giorgi.
Yeah, foamy wave, but he did a nice job there.
Ian Gentile takes advantage of priority. Big slash off the top from the surfer from Maui. Moving on down the line, another big slash for Ian Gentile. Count that too. Gentile looking to improve upon his 4.23. He's been very consistent. No falls as of yet. Rock solid on his feet. Here's the replay.
That's it. And he did some variation. The signature move at first, and then the re-entry was more vertical. And a little floater in the second half of the move.
Another view from up above of Ian Gentile, and just aggressive, beautiful surfing for Gentile. We'll be waiting for that score. Ian Gentile and Marco Giorgi also. We need a score for this wave, Bruno.
Oh, nice. Nice carving. a lot of pressure in the back foot. And then even with the foamy wave, he did good at the end. Huh?
And Jorgen got a wave as well.
The guy had just missed the CT a couple of years back. He's surfing so good. Oh, tail slide with not reversing. Yeah, take it to the end. Like.
That's a great call by you, Bruno, in as far as Jorgen Kuzne. In 2019, finished 15th on the qualifying series, barely missed qualification for the championship tour. That same year, he surfed into finals day at the US Open with a broken back.
Guy's a hero. And there's Marco. The guy's living in Garopaba, Santa Catarina, ever since he was a little kid. And 11 years old, he got there.
So even though Marco represents Uruguay, he does live in Brazil.
Yeah, in Garopaba, the region of Garopaba.
All right, so his previous ride, actually the judges owe us 2 scores for Marco Giorgi. We need the score for Jorgen Kuzne as well as Ian Gentile, but we're going to have a chance to check out this replay one more time. Bruno.
Yeah, first a technical carving, a functional move, and then a little off the top, and then he felt.
16:45 still on standby for the scores, and we could have some switching in the positions here. You can see that ranked number 46 on the Challenger Series, Jorgen, and 29 years of age, so getting into the 30 club real soon. One of a talented crew out of France, and I'm sure a beach break specialist given where he comes from.
For sure, the Southwest France, they have the best beach breaks, one of the best beach breaks in the world. Huh?
This is true.
Lacanau, Hossegor region, and Biarritz also. And you know what? He's 29. I was remembered Panda, William Cardozo. He qualified for the CT with 31 years of age.
Yeah, one of the oldest to ever come through and qualify for the championship tour.
He was from the same generation of Adriano de Souza. Adriano got on the CT in 2006, and William got there in 2018.
Our heat leader, Lucas Silveira, with a clean carve, vaults up into the lip and disappears just for a second in the whitewater with the explosion, rides out in front of it to show the completion.
No. Lucas had just had a baby girl. He's now in the father's club.
Hey, you know what sometimes they call that, Bruno? Dad power right there, because you get an extra gear in everything that you do, because you're not just surfing for yourself anymore. You're surfing for your entire family.
Yeah. You got to feed the kids, huh?
Jan Gentile.
Oh, nice. Sizey.
And just, that was a difficult foam climb right there, and he just looks so solid on his board.
Yeah, his stance is so solid.
Another surfer on those Sharp Eye surfboards, Marcio Zuvi, making those?
Yeah. Marcio is originally from Rio, from the neighborhood of Tijuca, but living in the San Diego area for more than 25 years now.
Well, he's done really well for himself in the Sharp Eye label, because it seems like a lot of the best surfers in the world ride those boards, including our world champ, Felipe Toledo.
That's it. That's the #1 on the team. Huh?
Right.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. And then you see, I saw the success that Felipe was having on Sharp Eyes, and then you saw other guys come onto Sharp Eye. You saw Kanoa Igarashi, you know, leave the Channel Islands and come over to Sharp Eye, right? You saw Tatiana Weston Webb come on Sharp Eye.
No, Miggy Pupo is there.
Miggy Pupo's on Sharp Eye. Joanne DeFay's on the Sharp Eyes.
Oh, yeah. One more that came from CI team. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, and Jorgen doing, you know, putting in some effort, but it seems like even at this round of 48, you got to complete your rides. There's no gimmies in this round.
No.
This is competitive in every single heat, and we've seen that all day today. Big numbers.
That's it.
Big numbers, big performances too.
Conditions are improving, so the bar is been setting too high, huh?
Yeah. So we're keeping with Jorgen on the paddle back out, and we'll see what the number comes through for him. And this is a beautiful day in Saquarema.
The bird's eye, huh?
The bird's eye view, yeah. Our drone crew have been doing a tremendous job of covering this entire event.
Now it's so high, huh? We can see the whole neighborhood of
And you can see all the
Itaúna.
peaks, right? And you can see the neighborhood. It's a quaint little town.
Yeah.
But a friendly town as well.
For sure.
Got a little bit of, it looks like a storm off on the horizon. Hopefully all that weather stays out there.
Yeah. You can see the water is more clear now with more light.
Beautiful. Beautiful scenes here. We're going to return with more beautiful scenery, more outrageous action. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro. Heat 7 of the round of 48 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Out in the water, Lucas Silveira out in the lead as well. I'm Kaipo, joined by Bruno, talk you through the action. We had some action when we went to break. We'll be catching up with all of those rides and set the situation in this heat. We got 10 minutes and 25 seconds counting down on the clock, and conditions continue to improve here at Itaúna.
We saw an important wave from Lucas, huh, on the break.
Yeah, we're going to catch up with some of that stuff. Lucas Silveira has been showing just solid surfing out here, and just a lot of fundamental surfing, but with a lot of power behind it as well. Here we go. This is the replay.
With the style and composure. Look at that. Nice carving. Setting up. A nice way to finish up. Nice combo to one rail, move, and then finishing with a more vertical attack.
Yes, whoop and carve, gets up to the lip and glides nice and early, beats the explosion to the bottom and goes for the completion. Catching up here with Marco Giorgi in the blue jersey. Giorgi hits the oncoming section and he likes what he's feeling there.
Oh yeah, he's pumped.
Last score for Lucas Silveira, we're still on standby for. We're actually on standby for scores for all 4 of our surfers to set the situation. This heat has absolutely flown by. We're down to under 9 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, nice rhythm, huh?
Surfers waiting for the scores, so we're going to get to some replays. This is Marco Giorgi.
Yeah. Off the top, nice touch there. A carving. And then ended up with a lot of energy, huh? Look at that, from the beginning.
This is what he liked, I think. He got the combo up, got a big snap, little variety, carved little snap there, and then bangs the oncoming section, slaps the hands together, giving himself some applause and throwing that maneuver away as we catch up to Ian Gentile. Scratching into this one, Lucas Silveira, our heat leader, hunting for a section, and tremendous turn, but cannot hold on to the finish.
Oh, nice bottom turn from Jorgen Kuzinet.
Jorgen, and he likes it too. Wow, a lot of excited surfers selling their product to the judges. And their product is their surfing. And what do they get paid for their product in the surfing? Is scores. They're looking for some numbers. Here's a replay for Kuzne.
Yeah, they are on fire, huh? More. 2 moves combo.
And Gentile kind of just carved through that one and then threw that away.
Yeah, it was too bumpy, the wave, huh?
And yet another ride for Marco Giorgi.
One more stylish surfer, huh? Trying to do a tail slide reverse. He couldn't make it.
Clouds start to move in. And again, we've seen the wind really swirl around today, Bruno. We've seen anywhere from light offshore to no wind at all, to slight onshore to side shore. It's just swirling.
Yeah, and we had a little rain also, huh? And we can see the storm back in the ocean. We hope not comes.
Okay, well, we got some scores in. We got a meaningful score for Lucas Silveira that dropped a 6.6. Combine that with a 7, and Lucas has a 2-wave total of 13.77. Typically, that number, 13.77, is going to get you through a heat.
Yeah, was his second to last, huh?
Yep. Ian Gentile, some numbers checking in. Ian Gentile, previous wave, a 7.07 for Gentile. So Ian with a 12.5 2-wave total. Again, that will get you through most heats. But this is a tightly contested heat because I think Jorgen Kuzne is going to have a good score as well as Marco Giorgi.
That's it. Marco needs just a 6.10. We are in the second position now.
Marco looks back, realizes nobody's going to go. He's in 4th priority, so might as well swing for it. And lip glide, but slams on the bottom. Still waiting for scores for Jorgen Kuzne as well as Marco Giorgi. And I have a feeling those scores are going to be pretty meaningful numbers in the context of this heat with just 5 minutes remaining and the judges having to play catch up with so many waves being ridden. So far in this heat, about 28 waves total ridden by our competitors.
And a regular footers affair, huh?
Mm-hmm. Gentile carves it through the top, around the bottom, hooks it back up, throws the fins with the backwash.
Nice touch.
Double exclamation points for Ian Gentile on that finish.
Yeah, the wave was a little smaller than the sets, but he did great.
Yeah, I mean, this is dynamic surfing.
Yeah. The combo, the variation, carving, a more vertical one, and then that lip slide.
And the crowd likes it on the beach, too.
Yeah. It's Friday, huh? Aloha Friday.
Hey, it's Aloha Friday.
Yeah. People start coming from Rio, the capital.
You think so?
Yeah, to spend the weekend here. We're going to see the beach way more crowded tomorrow.
Surfers looking towards the beach, all in a group and waiting for some numbers to come through. As we see green run down the beach, that's Caio Ibelli. He's going to be the next heat against Edgar Rogia, Morgan Siblick, and Wiggly Dantes. Now all the scores are in, and that is our standings. Ian Gentile in front. Lucas Silveira in second. Jorgen Kuzna, he's in third. He needs a 7.5 to get into that second and advancing spot. Marco Giorgi, he needs less of a number. He needs a 7.05 to move into those top 2 and advancing spots.
Next one is going to be a hot one, huh?
The next heat.
Yeah, one current city surfer.
Yeah, we got
two
formers in the way of Wiggly Dantes and Morgan Seblick. Here we go. Jorgen on the comeback, looking for a 7.5 on his way. Little slip there, and that takes his timing off. He goes down. So it looked like he was on his way, but a little slip of the footing came in and ruined that.
He was doing so good.
Pretty excited. He gave himself a chance, but when we get to that replay, you're going to see there was a little slip, and that's all it took for Kuzne to kind of lose that forward progression, or that projection, if you would, down the line, and he was unable to have a finish on that wave because of that loss of projection, because of the slip of the footing. 2 minutes and the 15 seconds remaining, and still waiting for that score.
You know what, Kipes? The two they are getting through are being coached by Leandro Dora.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah.
Ian Gentile
Yeah.
in that camp with Leandro.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And
Well,
Lucas was his first surfer. Lucas was born in Rio, the capital, and moved to Florianopolis when he was 10 to 11 years old, just to be a professional surfer with his family.
wow. And that was before even Leandro coached De Souza.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Way before.
Wow.
The first one was Lucas, and then the late Ricardo dos Santos came through, and then Iago started to race to get better.
I mean, the support from Leandro Dora is key. I mean, he's just a magician when it comes to surf coaching.
He's a guru.
He's a guru. That's right. Silvera opened up with that 7.17 as we take a look at our heat recap. Ian Gentile took advantage of a little roll in over here, and the wave formed up on the inside. Nice little reform for Ian Gentile. That's not one of his top 2. However, he did get some projection down the line. Ian Gentile here again. This is the variety. Gets some nice carves, snap, and then times this, bang, with the backwash. Gets the fins out the back, and a nice finish for Ian Gentile. That was the 7.5 for Gentile. Live action here with Lucas Silveira. Lip glide for completion for the former world, the junior champ, and a great job by Lucas Silveira. Looking confident as he comes into the beach, because we're down to just 30 seconds on the clock, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. He had his share of glory on the 2015 season, huh?
That's right.
Adriano, the world champ. Caio, the first on the QS. Lucas, the junior pro champ. Caio Vaz was the world title in the SUP race. SUP, you know? That was a glory season for Brazil.
Seems like almost every season's a glory season for Brazil.
Ever since 2014.
Ever since 2014, it sure seems that way. All right, well, clock's off, and that last ride from Jorgen Kuzne, I don't think that's going to be able to help him. So Lucas Silveira, a little interview on the beach, and get a word from him. He's going to move on into the round of 24, along with Ian Gentile. So top 2, Ian Gentile, Lucas Silveira, moving on. Jorgen Kuzne eliminated from competition, as well as Marco Giorgi.
Nice numbers, huh? From all of them.
Impressive numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, tough when you're losing with 11.13 or 11.4, to tell you the truth. So that was a hotly contested heat when we look at all of the numbers as a result. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. I'm Kaipo, this is Bruno, and our special guest, Jesse Mendes. Thank you for joining us, Jesse.
It's my pleasure, guys.
What a great day of action. Are you getting pretty inspired right now by some of the surfing that you're seeing?
Yes, definitely. I just show up for the end of this last heat, and everyone was ripping. I think last place got like around 11 points or something, and yeah, I didn't watch too much this morning because I was surfing down the beach, and the waves were fun, and just kind of got down.
Yeah, I heard maybe the left was pretty good, huh, this morning?
Yeah.
Can we talk about it as a secret spot, or I just already mentioned it, so we might as well talk about it?
There's no secret spot.
No, there
here.
was not Villa, huh? Was here in Itaúna.
No, it was Villa.
Oh,
It was
Villa?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
No, into Villa.
Oh, nice.
I love going there. As soon as I'm not in the event or something, I just like going there. There's no one out. Usually pretty fun left. It's a beautiful place, and it's not a secret whatsoever. Just people get all stuck here, and they don't want to, walk 15 minutes to get there.
I'm gonna take your advice. I think I'm gonna take the walk for the surf, to tell you the truth.
Totally, and the wind's pretty mellow today still, so it could be fun. Low tide later on could be pretty fun.
What are some of the challenges you think out here? You've done a lot of competitions out here at Itaúna. What's the pluses and what's the minuses of this place?
I think the pluses for QS, definitely a powerful wave. We don't have many of those, even though this year we had a few more for the Challenger Series, but a powerful wave, it's awesome. And the minus is the backwash. I think everyone's going to say the same thing.
That's true. Well, we're going to catch up more with Jesse Mendes, but I want to catch up with Ian Gentile because he just won his heat in a brilliant way. Ian is with Rachel.
That's right, Ian Gentile right here. That was a really good battle between you and Lucas for the first place. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough heat. Like every heat's tough, from round one. And Lucas started off really good, and then I was kind of getting some smaller ones that weren't really giving me much. And then I just kind of took my time and waited for a little bit bigger ones, and yeah, came in.
And now the waves are getting a little bigger now. How are the conditions out there?
It's pretty fun. There's a lot of power, and there's just like a ton of backwash to deal with. I had a couple that, like, I completely mistimed the first turn, and but towards the middle of the heat, I kind of figured it out.
Okay, so congratulations, you're into the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, and congratulations to Ian Gentile. Here we go. Wiggly Dantes with that patented wiggly snap off the top, always throwing buckets of water. He's got such good timing and technique on the back foot that he's able to always throw a bunch of spray. Edgar Grogia. And this guy's been making a name for himself this year on the Challenger Series. Quick, he's got an air game, super snappy, super lively in his surfing. Wow, Bruno. Edgar, I'm sure he's been a name in Brazilian surfing for a long time, but I think he's now making a name on the international stage.
For sure, so dynamic, so composed. And there he goes, with a nice touch. Generating speed, and then one more hit. Just a fun climb.
It's interesting, and oh, here we go. Let's go with Wiggly Dantes, Jesse. What do you think about this ride?
That was a great turn, perfect timing. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have too much more to offer, but Wiggly comes from the land of backwash as well. Like Itamambuca, that's his home break, like ton of backwashes. Not as much as here, but he's used to. And just you can see how easy for him is to like just time it perfectly.
Yeah, and when I talk about Edgar Grogia, who kind of like popped up on the scene, but then we just had an interview with Ian Gentile, and Ian from a very young age was recognized by the surf industry. I think he was 14 years old when Andy Iron said, hey, he's the best 14-year-old in the world. Jesse, you were recognized as a surfing talent at a very young age as well. What are some of the challenges? I'm sure there's pluses when you're like kind of a superstar in the Pro Junior Series, but then what are some of the challenges of being that recognized by the surf industry young?
I think for everyone will be a little different, but I could say it for myself, it's you have a lot of hype in it. And if you don't, always you're going to be performing, but sometimes not to the level that people expect. So if you get on tour and don't qualify in 2 years, a lot of pressure come into you. So then it takes a few years for you to kind of develop like, oh no, like it's fine, like I'm a human, I can commit mistakes and take your time. It's going to happen at some moment if you keep working hard. So I think for Ian's the same thing. Like you said, he literally was the best surfer his age when he was 14. And then he kind of disappeared right when he turned professional. Not disappeared, but like he wasn't up there anymore. And now he's putting everything together with no sponsors. Like,
yeah,
it's crazy. And
he's back on the spotlight.
Totally.
Without the same support.
Have he stopped surfing good? Never. But
Never.
it's just working. It's working right now. So I'm stoked for him. He deserves.
You know what? I remember a story when Jesse was a teenager. He was surfing the same team of Gabriel Medina, and I heard the CEO of the company saying, "I have the two best of Brazilian newcomers."
Whoa. It's been so many of those. It's been a crazy interference event.
People are not watching around, huh?
It's been a crazy interference event. That was open priority. Priority wasn't established between Morgan Siblick or Caio Ibelli, and it looked like Caio just didn't realize that there was no priority established yet, and so he's in shock right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Let's see it again.
Yeah, let's see how this from the beginning. Okay, here we got the paddle. And Caio's like, I'm going to go. But he didn't see Morgan in the whitewater, snuck up on him, and that was it. That is going to be a non-priority interference.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Here, one more shot, Jesse.
I don't know. It could be just a misinterpretation of the rule book that he had in his head, maybe. Like, he thought maybe Morgan paddled for something, but since both of them didn't have priority established yet, you don't lose priority, so.
There's an explanation on the screen of how the priority system works. Basically, everyone's taking turns. There's a priority judge that keeps track of every single surfer out there and where they are in line. At the beginning of the heat, we have no priority, but you know what? Edgard, he doesn't need to talk about priority right now because he's talking about throwing the tail into reverse. Exciting surfing from Grosjean.
His own, you know.
Well, I mean,
his trip, like
his chances have just increased a bunch.
Yeah.
But here, talk us through this replay, Bruno.
A nice bottom turn, carving. Take a little while, and then went for the jump, huh? Tail slide reverse, and then one more hit to the top. Nice wave, a smaller one. Good surfing, huh?
The crowd appreciates it.
I think they're appreciating the surf more than actually the wave. Like, oh, let's see Caio. Like, it was a bad wave, but he made more than he could have on that wave, really.
Okay. So again, it is official. Caio Ibelli has a non-priority interference. Let's talk about the priority and how that works. Priority is established in the initial order of wave surf. Surfers are allocated priority in a heat based on their return to the takeoff zone. Basically, you have priority, you surf a wave, when you paddle back out, you're in the back of the line if nobody else catches a wave. And we do that rotation throughout the heat. That says a 3-surfer priority. It's the same thing with 4-surfer priority as well, as we have 4 surfers in the water right here. That was an open priority between Morgan Siblick and Caio Ibelli. That priority had not been established as of yet. So what that is a non-priority interference. That means that Caio's second wave will be cut in half. He will only get half the score, half the grade. So not as bad of an infraction, Jesse, as a priority interference, but still that's going to be something nagging on Caio Ibelli's chances to advance.
Totally. I think this is the first priority interference we had this event that it was only a cut in half of the second wave. So he still got chances. Like David, if maybe he had this type of interference, he might have made the heat because he had an 8.17.
And same thing with Molly Picklum, who had a priority interference and nearly still made it on that heat.
for a while,
but was not able to do so. So it's still some chances for Caio Ibelli. Hey, if he gets another 10 out here like he did at the Rio Pro, then he's in there.
Yeah.
I don't know if any barrels are on offer today, but still, Ibelli's not completely out of this game. So still waiting for that last score for Edgard. And Caio, nice snap off the top. Nice rhythm through here, and just the white water, the backwash, everything gets some on the inside. I think Caio Ibelli is really mentally going to have to be strong to come back. Have you had many interferences, Jesse?
I haven't had one in a while that I can't even think about it. Like I can't remember the last time I had it, but I had a few when you're grown because you're always like doing mistakes, and but it's very tough in this level for you to make it happen. Like, see Wiggly, Ed, and Morgan, like those guys, like Wiggly and Morgan are so experienced being on tour before, so
yeah,
hardly ever they're gonna commit a mistake that Kaya's gonna like make the heat with only one wave.
Yeah,
you know?
and you know what's not working in Kyle Ibelli's favor too is this front is coming through right now, this storm front, and the wind has picked up a lot, Bruno, since the start of this heat.
It's so unusual to a guy with that kind of experience to do an interference like that.
Siblick slashing. So Morg sped down the line, big slash, wants a little reform on the inside. And a little roundhouse cutback for Morgan Siblick. Make that 2 before kicking out the 2021 Rookie of the Year, Morgan Siblick.
Top 5 finish too. That's huge.
That was big for a rookie year, wasn't it?
Finalist.
Here's the replay. Jesse, what did you think about this one?
That was a great layback, like aggressive as he gets, fin release in the end, and he knew that was such a good turn that he just wanted to get a little something more, because like that half point extra could make a big difference with that big of a turn, you know, and he probably got a little 0.8, a little more in that wave, and yeah, this is a huge heat for him.
Yeah.
Such a big heat for him.
So yeah, Siblick needs to make this heat. And the story of Morgan Siblick, too, is wild how the championship tour works. One year you can just be the guy, everything's going your way. Rookie year, number 5 in the world. And the next year just doesn't make the halfway season cut.
Yeah, it's tough. It's so competitive. I feel like there's only a few guys that, oh, let's see Wiggly here. Nice turn, very crisp, solid on his foot. Going through the backwashes like it's nothing, even though it's very tough to do that. Unfortunately, kind of got caught a little bit behind in that wave, ran a little too fast, but yeah, it's tough on tour. Like the level is so high. I feel like there's 5 guys that are usually pretty like solid the whole year, which everyone knows who they are, you know, like John, Gabe, Felipe, Italo. I don't know, put the 5th one in there, but at least those 4 guys are always so consistent, and the rest like ups and downs because the level is so high. So sometimes it's a little injury, sometimes it's just the head is not, a mental issue, whatever it is. And he went from the peak of his career to like a tough one, and now he's back again. Like
he's back again, but he's got to make this heat. This is such an important heat for Morgan Siblick. As we look at the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event, he's number 10. And that is on the line. So any failure at this point, some of these other guys are going to have a chance to overtake Morgan. Live action here with Kyle Ibelli. Now Kyle's going to be freed up because he's got nothing to lose at this point. But things are not working out right there in the alligator jaws section.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
But yeah, so Morgan Siblick. Good news for Siblick is the guys below him. Jacob Wilcox is out of competition. Eitan Osborne is out of competition.
Zeke Law.
Yep, Zeke's above him. Alejo Muniz is out of competition.
Yeah, the guys behind. Huh?
Yeah, the guys that can catch up to him, you know. But Ramzi Bukayem could ruin it because he's a threat.
Yeah, and I think he's almost surfing against himself right now. Like, you want to get to a certain point in the QS. It doesn't matter. Like, you try and not think about who's behind you. Or in the head of you. Even though it's impossible, but you try to, because in the end of the day, if you make your points, you're in. Doesn't matter, you know? Like, mathematically speaking, like, there's no way people can catch up to you. And I think that's what he should be focused on right now, even though it's easier said than done. And
on his track, on his pace.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Look, like, better your points, and because if he doesn't, guys behind him at some point are going to catch up to him. If it's in this event or the next one. So
surf against yourself first. Huh?
Surf against yourself and be aware of changing conditions, like all of the wind that we're having here. 13:45 on the countdown, and an interesting heat here. We're going to take a quick break. As we queue up that break, we'll be back with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're going to step away for a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 8, the round of 48, out in the water, and a lot of interesting happenings out in the water. And we got interesting happenings here in the booth. It's Kaipo, Bruno, and Jesse Mendez talking you through the action here. We saw Kyle Belly. He's out there in the green jersey. He has an interference call on him. Wiggly Dantes with priority on the backhand. Claws into this wave, and a couple of nice snaps on the backhand for Dantes. Has to hop through and get across that section. Finds the finish. Wiggly Dantes likely to build on his 2-wave total with that performance on that wave, looking to improve upon his low of a 3.17, and I think Dantes just did that. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, definitely. 3 sharp turns, nothing special. The wave didn't give him the opportunity probably he was hoping for, but for the moment of the heat and how the scores are going, with Kai with an interference, that was a well-surfed wave, a little smaller, but he's always so sharp, times it perfectly. Barely ever you see him like bogging a rail or anything, you know, like just clean and collected as you want to do it in a heat, you know.
As you said before, crispy, huh? That's it. And you know what?
Well, score came in 4.33, Bruno, for Wiggly Dantes, so he did help.
Yeah. Edgar
Edgy. Gliding through there, and just a little mistiming, doesn't get the finish. Edgar Grosjean currently in the lead with a 5.17 to 4.33. That 2-wave total is going to remain the same in this final 10 minutes. A big story right now in this heat. Morgan Siblick is sitting in 4th place, and he has priority. Let's take a look here. One more replay, Bruno, of Edgy.
He was a little behind the peak. One nice move, the first one, and he was behind that session, no? The last one. Itaúna is such a mutant wave, huh? The conditions are changing in the same heat. Like.
Yeah, totally. Almost I kind of have like that Europe vibe, because the tides are so different in Europe, like variate so much that it changes every heat. Like you have to be so ready to adapt every time.
Dantes, just a quick up and out, maybe a little repositioning for Wiggly Dantes. Morgan Siblick looked like he got caught inside. I don't see an indicator that he rode a wave. He does have, well, he must have paddled for a wave. Let's see. Yeah, he got a fractional score, so just up and out for Morgan Siblick. Kyle Belly, nothing going on there. With 8:55 on the countdown. Again, the story out. Kyle Belly has an interference. Morgan Siblick needs to make this heat. It's an important heat as he's ranked number 10 on the Challenger Series rankings. We take the top 10 at the end of the year with your 4 best finishes. Morgan Siblick's above that cut line. But in reality, Jesse, there's only 7 spots left because 3 have already been all locked up with Leonardo Fioravanti, Rio Waida, and Ryan Calnan.
Totally, and we always like to say when there's like 3 or 4 events left, every event someone else is gonna clinch their spot. So like after this, at least, like I remember Jake Patterson told me once, wait, Wiggly's coming up and we'll finish that. But once again, like nice little check stall, missed a little bit, but finished very strong. And he only needs to bet at 3.77. So if he had that first clean section, put his board up a little more vertical, that would have been a great score. But we'll see what the judges think. But anyways, I remember one time I was here in Brazil and Jake told me, like, usually the last event, there's only 2 spots left. Like, if you stop and think mathematically, usually only 2 people will change.
Yeah.
So going to Hawaii, I feel like most likely, if you look back in the years, that's what's going to happen. So a few guys are going to be pretty solid after this.
Yeah, I mean, someone like an Ian Gentile or Liam O'Brien actually has a chance. He's number 4 on the rankings right now. He actually has a chance. He makes the final here. He's clinched. He doesn't even have to surf Haleiwa, and that takes up another spot, to your point. But others can come into that scenario, too. And it's kind of the imaginary cut line, too. How many points is it going to take to qualify this year out of your top 4 finishes? Jesse, I'm kind of calculating it around 17,000, 18,000 points is what's going to keep you above that cut line for the men. For the women, because there's fewer that make, there's only 5. For the women, I think it's going to be higher, about 20, I want to say about 27,000. Now, these are all just like math off the top of my head or like in my book. They're not official WSL cut line numbers, but it's going to be around there.
We just like to gamble a little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
I have a good time with all that stuff,
Right?
you know?
That's the fun thing about it. But
Yeah.
I think 17 might be a
little short.
No, I think it's a little high.
Almost.
I would say,
Yeah.
because they're at 12,000. I think Morgan last place now.
Yeah, you're right.
And once you start to get to the last event,
And when the throwaways.
the throwaways
Yeah.
get higher. So I would like what we like to think every time. Like if you have all your results in 9th, most likely
You're gonna
you be right there.
Yeah.
Like some years you'll be fine. Like 60% of the time you won't be fine. Like you need a little more than that.
You need
So-
quarters, huh?
You need a 5th.
Yeah. You need
And
a
above.
5th and 3 9s for this year, let's say it.
And you make a final, then you're really in the conversation, right?
Then you're in the conversation until the last.
This is stuff, and this is a great conversation here. But then you got guys like Wiggly Dantes coming in here. You got guys like Gabe Medina here. You guys got guys like
Spoilers,
Sammy Pupo.
like-
They're spoilers because they're going to take these points, but they're not going to use these points for
run away,
qualification.
like-
So it takes the math out of it. So the spoilers can do some damage too.
And also Hawaii, there's a lot of CT surfers that go there. So that's even more points taken. That's why I don't think it's going to go up to 17,000. That was a big car for Edgar. I just love how, wow, that was nice. If he finishes this one, little tail release right there. I just love that. His approach is just so great how he's able to get so low on the bottom turn. It gives him an angle to really cut the water nicely, like and push a lot of water.
Yeah, replay here, Bruno, of Edgy.
Oh, yeah, it's a rail game master class. Huh? 3 top turns and so dynamic, vertical.
Yeah, and
that's another kid.
Oh, for sure. I was just looking, as we look at this replay, I was just looking at Edgar's
position, huh?
number. He's number 23 on the Challenger Series, but he's counting a finish with only 300 points. So he's
have
gonna,
a low throwaway.
So he's going to throw away that 300. So every heat he makes from here, he's going to be
escalate.
jumping up those rankings.
Kyle lost his reel a little bit in between, but I think
managed to put together. Yeah.
That's how he is. Like
Yeah,
if you
so
stop
solid.
and think, he like makes crazy turns that you're like, oh, he fell, and he just pops up. Kind of like a Kelly vibe to it. Dramatic surfing. But Kyle cannot beat Edgar anymore unless Edgar has an
interference as well, yeah.
After this wave. So he basically is looking for Wiggly and Morgan now what they're going to do. So Kyle's chances are getting kind of tough right now.
Edgar, just low on the priority scale, so he just thought he'd take this wave, see if he gives him a little present on the inside.
He's going to the
Probably
air.
looking for a ramp.
There he goes. Oh, no.
And looks like Edgar's on a Xanadu. Is this true?
Yeah, Edgar, Alex Ribeiro,
Yes, Alex
a
as
couple
well.
of guys. They are on the same team. They train together in
Yeah.
Santos. Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at our heat recap as we're in the final 3 minutes, and it was Grosjean, Bruno, that really came out firing.
Yeah. Really on fire, huh?
This was a 5.17 for this effort.
Yeah. He managed to stick to solid, facing the backwash.
And then this happened.
So unusual.
And Kyle Belli looks back in disbelief as he just earned himself an interference.
Morgan too, huh?
And then Edgar Grosjean comes through with a 7.33 for his effort on this wave. Big frontside rotator, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great surfing. He can do it all. He's good at tube riding too. Like, I grew up, he's my brother's best friend growing up, so I grew up watching him.
Shout out to Vitinho.
Yeah, my brother, cruising at home probably, actually working probably right now.
And Wiggly Dantes is charging, but interesting happening right now. We're going through the recap, and we're going to enjoy our heat leader, Edgar Grosjean. And he's just been dominant. He's been solid on his feet. Big snaps for Edgar. and that's why he's in the lead. But as we're in this heat recap, Kyle Ibelli kind of put together that wave, was able to go complete, comboed it really quickly. Ibelli got a 6.27, you guys, on that wave. And Kyle, right now, is actually in second place with the interference.
That's what we're talking.
Yeah.
Kind of doable, but man, it's 1 minute and 4 seconds. We really just got a wave. Let's see what's going to happen. I think Morgan's on the wave behind. No, that's Kyle.
Hey.
That would be crazy.
I mean, we're down to 90 seconds. Kyle Ibelli currently in second, but everyone's surfing through, so there's going to be some more scores that are coming to play. Wow, almost for Edgar Grosjean.
He did a little correction on the angle in the second half of the landing leg.
Yeah, he has a lot of board control.
Yeah.
I don't know what Wiggly needs, but it's not a big score because he already has a 4 or something.
Yeah, Wiggly needs a 5.51. Morgan Siblick just got a score of a 4.77, so Siblick has actually gone into second place. So this is a clutch wave, Bruno, for Morgan Siblick.
Very important for the context.
Yeah, in the context of the heat, 1, 2, 3 off the top is going to lean on just those 2 turns. Kyle Ibelli, Wiggly Dantes, we are waiting for this number on this wave. So a flurry of action right at the end of this heat, and that's going to determine, probably after the buzzer, who's going to make it out. Wiggly likes it.
Yeah.
He needs a 5.51. It's a close one.
Yeah.
I don't want to
First
make this
section
call.
was good, but then it flats out. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy what's happening right now because we're having live action happening as we're going through replays.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of waves being ridden for you watching at home, and we're still waiting for scores for Morgan Siblick. We're still waiting for scores for Wiggly Dantes. The way I see Morgan running up the beach, I don't know if his last wave was that good. That seems like a run back into the locker room to me just by the body language.
Yeah.
Let's see.
A little dip on it because it looked like a great wave. That was a nice turn. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
That's a good combo.
that was the run of, yeah, I made the heat run.
Yeah,
But
he shut the
doesn't-
door, huh?
He doesn't, like, if you stop and think for how many waves they rode on the last 5 minutes, they don't know what's going on.
No,
they
yeah,
have all the information
for
that
sure,
we have.
yeah.
So he's freaking out right now.
As he should be. But you know what?
We are freaking out.
We're
like-
freaking out, but he's going to hear the information right now. Morgan Siblick just did enough to get out of this heat. Finished it off with a 6.8, another buzzer beater here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. There's been so many of these buzzer beaters. Edward Gorgia, Morgan Siblick on to the round of 24. We're going to eliminate Kyle Ibelli and Wiggly Dantes, who was in the top 2 for most of this heat, also eliminated from competition. Look at a relieved Morgan Siblick on camera.
That was a run to find the boys and be like, what happened?
yeah,
What happened?
yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
like, you're looking for them, like, because
Give
they
me
don't
something,
know,
yeah.
They know what happened.
And there's the Australian crew all getting together. Thank you, Jesse Mendez, for joining us. And we're going to be back with more action. And I bet we're going to have a couple more buzzer beaters here today. We're just getting going, so stick around. We got a break coming up, but more action on the way from here in Saquarema.
and Morgan with Kyle into the CT and Wiggly. So this heat's very hard. It's good surfer, guys. I'm feeling good. I got a good wave, so yeah. I just thank you so much, my God, and everybody watching, and my coaching and friends. So that's it. Let's go to the next heat. I just very happy.
Mesmo em português. As condições estão mudando muito rápido. Parece que em cada bateria muda um pouco. Como é que você fez? Qual foi a sua estratégia para se manter muito bem ali no início?
Na verdade, no começo fiquei um pouco perdido. Tem altas ondas, mas para competir tá difícil. Não, tem bastante correnteza. Ela te joga bem fora do pico, sabe? Bem difícil, mas no começo ali fiquei um pouco perdido. Ainda fiz uma onda legal, depois eu fiz uma outra do aéreo ali que deu pra ficar um pouquinho mais confortável para vir em umas ondas maiores e melhores, porque eu vi que estava difícil não só para mim, mas para todo mundo na bateria. E aí foi acontecendo, circulou a prioridade, peguei uma onda boa ali, que foi acho que a minha maior nota. E ali deu para me soltar, quase voltei num aéreo bom ali, mas bom, tô feliz de ter passado mais uma. E é isso, bateria por bateria, vamos para cima.
That's right. Congratulations. You're into the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Edgy on getting through that heat, as it has some significant, when we look at the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event, and that ranking is on the screen right now. We can see Leonardo Fioravanti, Rio Waida, Ryan Calnan already established and already clinched their spots. Liam O'Brien, he's still in competition. Unfortunately, Ezekiel Lau out of competition. Dylan Moffitt, he's going to be in the last heat of the day. We'll see how Dylan does. Ian Gentile, he made it through his round of 48 heat. Michael Rodriguez has been eliminated. Maxime Husno made it into the round of 24, and Morgan Siblick just made the last heat. So all of these standings are going to really tighten up.
Yeah, definitely a big one for Michael. Michael and Maxime were both in the same heat, so that's a double win, you know? Yeah. Like when you beat someone that it's on the battle with you, it's huge. It's a lot of points for yourself and less points for the other guy.
We say in soccer a 6-point game.
A 6-point game, completely. And yeah, Ian is still in. Dylan Moffat is in still, right?
Dylan's in the, so we're going to find out. Dylan's in the last heat of the day against Sammy Pupo, Luca Macinas, Ryan Kainalo, and then, of course, Dylan. Yeah, so that's going to be how we're going to end up the day. That's heat number 12. We're in heat number 9. We're going to finish off this entire round of 48 for the men and move on into the round of 24 for the men when we resume competition. Thank you for joining us. And highly likely, given the forecast and how many more heats that we have to run, Bruno, is that we'll probably run tomorrow. I'm very, very confident on that.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. We can see the storm moving around, but look at...
Yeah, let me introduce the heat in the water. We have Gabriel Andre in the green jersey, Ramzi Bukhayam in the blue jersey, Carlos Munoz is out there in white, and Rio Waida is out there in the red jersey. Rio Waida with 2 wins this year on the Challenger Series. Just making a name for himself and just made history, Jesse. He's the first Indonesian to qualify for the championship tour.
It's tough itself to qualify, and being the first of your country makes it even tougher. Like, I think, wasn't Lucas Messina something like that?
Yeah, he was the first male Peruvian. Of course, female, we have Sofia Milanovic.
Yeah, the world champ.
Nice way for Ramzi.
Wow. Ramzi Bukhayam from Morocco. A lot of rights over there, so you can see how he's polished his backhand approach. Just big turns from the rockin' Moroccan.
Oh yeah, I was talking to him yesterday to ask him about how do we say his name properly. He said Ramzi Bukhayam. It's hard, huh?
Yeah. Rio Waida. And Rio's another guy. I mean, when we talk about someone cannibalizing points, he's already made it. So everything, all the points that he makes from now, takes that off the board as well, Jesse.
Totally, yeah. Then that's what starts to happen. That's why sometimes the scoring goes
It's lower and
than we
lower.
expect,
That's it.
You know, like guys are taking points that they don't need. He's surfing his heat with no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's the best feeling in the world.
No,
Like
he's in the comp with no pressure, no?
Totally. And then you see in the other side, Ramsey right there, which he smashed that first wave. And he has a lot of pressure because he's looking for points, and so is the other two guys. Gabriel, Andre, first event of the year, first challenge of the year, so I don't think he's thinking about that so much.
He's freed up, yeah. And as we go through here, Bruno, this is spectacular surfing on the backhand by Ramsey.
The guy comes from the point breaks of Morocco, yeah. He used it to this kind of situations.
And this was a 7.17 for Ramsey Bukhayam. So a big opening number for Bukhayam. Now all he has to do is back up that big number, that 7.17. Ramsey representing Morocco, Rio representing Indonesia, and Jesse Mendez, you're representing Italy.
Yeah, I guess this is new in surfing, right?
Yeah.
It's been happening for a few years in other sports, but a great opportunity. I'm very thankful for the Federation of Italy Surfing to give me the opportunity and support me the way they are. And I'm very thankful for all the surfers from Italy as well that are Leo, Eduardo, like everyone. I can't name all of them, but they're being very supportive.
You will be coached by Adriano, huh?
Yeah, I already did, which is great. Like,
no, really nice.
Surfed against him before, and then now he's coaching me, which I don't see anyone in history of surfing that is a better competitor than the guy. Like,
And you know the guy ever since you were like 8 years old.
Yeah, like, same hometown. Yeah, same
Wow.
hometown. So.
And so, I mean, when we look at the Olympics, Italy's going to have a strong surf team with you and Leo on the team. The Italian flag's showing up strong in Tahiti.
Yeah, that would be nice. We do still have to qualify.
Yeah.
But it would be awesome, man. Tahiti is a dream for anyone that likes to surf. Mostly left barrel, so I don't think there's much more than that besides if it's small and rippable. But yeah, I'm very excited and putting a lot of effort into that.
And as a goofy footer, huh?
And I've seen Jesse at
know
Taupo. I've seen him in a number of years getting some shacks out there, and your wife as well getting some shacks out there. Probably one of the best female surfers out there at the end of the road.
Huh?
Yeah, you guys both take all the set waves, huh? Sometimes. You go, babe.
It's tough when there's 40. I mean, 40, no more than 40. Like 60 good surfers out there, but man, I've had so many fun waves in that place. That's one of my favorite for sure.
Not to mention out there, I mean, you gotta be in the spot too. You know, it's not like Itaúna where you can take everything, like whatever, give yourself a chance, catch another wave, give yourself a chance. Like if you're going and it's solid, you better make sure that you're in the right spot.
There's basically two waves, like the more southwest and the super west one that comes. So it's
super west ones are the scary ones,
bro. Ones, yeah. You don't even see like where you're paddling and the wave's under you, bending over. Like
corner.
Is it a straight closeout? Like, should I go? And then you don't go, someone goes, you see them getting spit out, you're like, oh no.
Wow. Well, 18 minutes on the countdown here, and to get you back in sync with this heat, we got Gabriel Andre, who is a wild card into the event, I believe, Bruno, with a 3.6 or 4.83. That's enough to put him in the lead. Rio Waida checked in with a 5.6. Here's Gabriel in live action.
Oh, yeah.
Has to ease through a cutback to begin with. Lining up for the inside. Little caught on the rail there, so I don't know if that's going to help his two-wave total. Rio Waida with a 5.6 one wave, and Ramsey Bukhayam with a 7.17 one wave. So when Rio and Ramsey get another wave, this situation is going to change.
Yeah. Ramsey in such a good position with the 7.17. Huh?
Whoa, as we fly by, we can see the three competitors, Rio, Carlos, and Ramsey on the main peak, but it looks like Gabriel Andre went way over to a separate peak. Interesting. Carlos Munoz, Kali, lining up, banging that oncoming section. So that's going to be Carlos's best wave, and he's going to have his name right in the mix when we look at the situation in this heat. 16 minutes and 50 on the countdown. One more time. Talk us through this replay. What do you think, Jesse?
Carlos is a solid surfer. That was a great cutback and really took his time to jam that last section. It wasn't an amazing wave, but he made the most of it. Pushed his back foot very nicely on the last turn, so it threw a lot of spray, and he felt like you could see that he was very solid on the lip, which is something that it's not easy, mostly if you're out there. When you're looking at the camera is one thing, when you're surfing it's much different. You have winds going against him right now, blowing from the southeast, and then you also have the backwashes happening, as Ian Gentile spoke in his heat interview. So, yeah, that was solid surfing for him to put the score on the board and kind of get back and not let so much time go by without anything. So I think that was a smart move from him.
And just to hang on out here, we've been talking about it throughout the show at this competition on when you're just looking at this beach break on camera, it looks kind of like a mushy beach break with a little bit of a reform on the inside, but there's actually a lot of power out here. There's a lot of punch in this wave.
100%. I would say on tour, this is probably the most, on the Challenger Tour, this is the most powerful wave after Haleiwa. Like,
I agree.
No doubt.
And for sure, it's the most powerful beach break, no question.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Here we go. Rio. Big slash to open up with. Throws the fins and always just rock solid. I mean, this Indonesian, he's just come into play right now in 2022, and he just wants more victories, Bruno.
He have the technique, he have the tools, and he have confidence now, huh?
Totally, and it was so incredible. Like, if you see the transition in between the two turns, I think we'll get the replay, but the wave was so flat, he had one backwash go through, and he somehow managed to keep the speed and get a very good release on the last turn. So it's impressive. I think the most impressive of his surfing right now is how much speed he can carry throughout the wave, and that gives him a lot of power, because once you have a lot of speed on the turn, you really need to know how to hold it down your rail. And Ramsey coming up, very solid first turn, big section. That's what you want.
Wow. So Ramsey Bukhayam with a great wave. So we need scores for a great wave for Rio Waida, great wave for Ramsey Bukhayam. We'll get you those scores when we return from this short commercial break. Stick around.
Hello, I'm Rio Waida, and I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Bali, Indonesia. I grew up watching Kelly, Mick, and then like a lot of professional surfers, and they're always here, you know, in championship tour. So I want to be like them. So this is really important for me. My goal is not only make the tour. I want to become like top 5 or like world champion one day.
Rio Waida with stating a fact in his goal. Not only does he want to qualify for the championship tour, he set that as a goal. He's already done that. He's talking about a world championship. And Bruno, that would be a big parade over in Indonesia.
Can you imagine that, man? And you know what he said about his heroes, Kelly and Mick? You saw the other day at his social media a photo that he took with me
when he was just a kid.
Just
Yeah,
a kid, man, 10 years old.
Yeah, that's incredible to see. Like, that shows how much effort he's been putting. It's not, it hasn't been a year from now. Like,
it's a dream, but you got to work for
you
it.
gotta work. And it's been since before that day that he took the picture.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of effort that everyone puts in. And this looks like a great wave.
So it looks like Gabriel Andre moved back with the other competitors. He tried to escape for a little bit, paddle into that one though, and that was, Jesse, that's the tricky thing about this break, man. I've noticed a lot of times, I call them like mirages or whatever. There's waves that pop up, but they don't really present themselves.
It's the backwash. Like, you're paddling, and if there's a backwash coming, like, right when it's time for you to paddle, a lot of times it just destroys the whole wave, and you lose that transition, so it makes the wave completely bad. And maybe way down the line would be a little better, but you already lost that first moment that is very important for competing. That's why he probably kicked out. Maybe he had something a little bit down the line, but it wasn't worth it wasting the time. And it happens so much. I think your worst enemy here is the backwash, not even your opponents. It's the backwash.
Here we go at Rio. Carving through his first turn, setting up off the bottoms, throws the tail. Incomplete, just off the back of the wave, but no harm, no foul. Rio Waida will remain in second in advancing position at the 10-minute mark. Carlos Munoz in third. Bruno needs a 5.2. Gabriel Andre here needs a 6.27, just up and out for Andre. Probably wanted to keep out in the takeoff area to not lose his place in the priority order.
And right now, the battle is for the second place, huh?
You feel this way?
Yeah, Ramsey is so protected.
Because with a solid surfer like this was a 7.73, Bruno.
The guy's a giant and surfing so good, so powerful.
Yeah, 2 critical turns. He kept it simple but very efficient. Like, it's undeniable how great that wave was ridden, you know? Like, it's just so hard to do. 2 solid turns back to back in a condition like this.
Same Portuguese.
With no downtime in between those turns. That's solid just because he just went from one maneuver to another. And how hard is it, Jesse, out here just to get those like backhand lip glides and pull them off?
Totally, it's a sticky lip. Like, it glues you because there's so much bump in it. So a lot of times you manage to do it, and once you land it, because of the backwash, you get so stuck with the lip that it doesn't let you out. And he managed to pull it off, and yeah, that was great surfing for him.
To me, it's one of the scariest maneuvers in surfing, just because your ankles and your knees, there's so much stuff that can go wrong on like a backside float or a backside lip glide.
The
like
landing,
that.
yeah.
Shea Lopez maybe had a big one.
Backdoor destroyed his knee.
Yeah.
Here we go. Andre, nice snap there. A little bit more down the line for Gabriel, the wild card, turning it on in the final 8 minutes. Times that one with the backwash, and he loves it.
Now he turned the enemy into a friend, huh?
The backwash,
Yeah. Yeah, see, like, it plays on both sides. Like, sometimes your wave is not that great, and the backwash, if you take opportunity of the backwash, you get a great turn, and he was almost on the beach already, you know? And it's not a tiny little day, like, and that wave became a 2-footer out of the blues, like, just because of the backwash.
Yeah. Accentuation, Jesse. Talk us through this one.
That was actually very sharp for how tough the section was. Not much to do, and he kept it calm. Solid turn, a little bit of release, nice bottom turns, and this is money turn right there. Just placed the board in the perfect spot. The backwash, he took to advantage, made an airdrop out of it, and it just made more dramatic. And I'm not sure how much he's needing right now.
He needs a 6.27 at the moment. Gabriel Andre needs a 6.27. We're still waiting for that wave score. I'm going to go with you, Bruno, first. Do you think he's got a 6.27?
It's going to be close, huh?
What about you, Jesse?
I think it's close. Doesn't matter what happened. He's on the heat right now.
Oh, yeah.
I think, yeah, it looks like the score is very good.
He gets a 7.3. Needed that 6.27. Gabriel Andre gets a 7.3, and he goes into a strong second place. Rio Waida now needs a 6.54. Carlos Munoz needs a 6.24 for either of those surfers to get into second place and advancing position in this heat.
The goofies are doing good, huh?
This is true.
That is true, and it's nice to see that.
Isn't it?
We are
It
here
is
with
funny,
three goofies,
right?
huh?
Yeah, we're all goofy foots here on the set.
We see life in this
like,
perspective.
Isn't it weird, like how goofy foots almost have their own union? That we're somehow.
I have the hashtag.
We're kind of a minority in a way, you know, in surfing. I feel.
I use the hashtag Goofy Pride.
Goofy Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they say, yeah, we're
We have
proud.
one more goofy here.
Yeah, Mitchell Salazar, he's a goofy foot too. He's got a good switch stance though, Mitchell. I've seen him like with incredible surfing on the switch stance. Here we go with Ramzi Bokayam, our heat leader. Wow, talk about power on the forehand. Why not straight air, which, oh, I love, but unable to ride in front of the whitewater on that one.
He's laughing.
Yeah. What a nice combo, huh?
Hey, that was a beautiful combo.
Yeah.
And I like the straight air. I mean, I don't see enough straight airs.
I'm cheering for Ramsey to qualify. Obviously, I'm cheering for a bunch of friends of mine to qualify. But if I could make a statement right now, I think Ramsey is the best surfer to yet that had never qualified yet.
And he's been
Out
on
of my
qualifying out of your generation, right?
Yes.
Because Ramsey's what, 29 years old?
I don't know exactly.
Right around there,
He's
yeah.
Right around me. So I'm 29. He must be either 1 year younger or 29.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the same issue about Lucas Silveira. He's younger than them, than Ramsey and yourself.
Wow,
He's that kind of city surfer, huh? To have the difficult to reach that point.
But if it does, it
Yeah.
can make a lot of damage.
That's it.
Well, Ramsey with his backhand, when you look at Bells and you look at Margaret and you look at J-Bay and you look at next year, Punta Roca is going to be in the mix too. Do some damage at those breaks.
He charges too. He's a great two-brighter backside. If you're amazing as he is on backside, obviously he's good at frontside because it's much easier, you know?
Yeah.
But I've seen him. I don't think much people have seen him getting barrel frontside, but I see him and he's incredible. He charges, so Pipe could be a good spot for him.
Yeah.
Portugal could be a good spot for him. So
Super Tubos, yeah.
Solid surfer too, like as one of the biggest guys on tour, so Carlos on a good wave.
Carlos with a beautiful carve around, getting started here. Another arcing turn for Carlos Munoz. The Costa Rican finds the finish. Is he going to find the number? He needs a 6.24. That was a great effort, Bruno.
Yeah, for sure. The two carves were great. I think the third move, he anticipated a little bit, huh?
Yeah, he put himself...
Trying to avoid that section, huh?
Yeah, that's tough. I think the angle didn't help.
Unfortunate for Carlos Munoz, his requirement has just grown because now he needs a 7.8 on this ride, Jesse.
Yeah, he was almost getting close to that because that was a great carve, another very solid carve, and right here, he had to go on that that end section a bit more, and then because he went a little too early, he got in a weird angle and wasn't able to push the tail enough, and that was a great turn for Gabriel.
Yeah, this is 6.4 for Gabriel Andre, so he did up the ante on the rest of the competitors, so he's feeling it right now. And this is a big competition for Gabriel Andre on a pretty big stage. I think this is his first Challenger Series event, Bruno.
That's it. He's doing good in regional QSs. But now this is a different league, huh?
It's a look at I can talk
Another
to Jesse
game,
about
huh?
this. How gnarly is the Challenger Series? I mean, it seems like from the first round, around the 96, there's incredible heats.
Yeah, it's a war every time you get in the water. Like literally, there's no room for mistakes whatsoever. No matter, obviously, there's a few heats that the draws, the names, kind of like in the same heat, kind of makes it look harder. But every heat is so tough. Like there's not one heat that is easy. And man, it's crazy. You see Gabriel Andre, like he's making the second round. He has 13.7, 70 points, and most guys never heard of him.
Right.
Like, literally most guys
Yeah.
watching right now that are not from Brazil have never heard of the guy.
Yeah, and that's how many really good surfers are in the world. And unlike the old 5,000, 10,000 kind of qualifying series events where you had a tiered draw where some guys were seeded into the third round.
Yeah.
With our new rules in Challenger Series, everybody starts from round one, and that round one is an elimination round.
That's the issue, huh?
Well, this makes it a lot more cutthroat.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Everything's on the line,
Level-
every single heat.
The level gets high from the beginning, huh?
Yeah. We'll see if that happens on the CT. I mean, maybe, I don't know if one day they're going to, do away with their non-elimination round, or if they'll always keep that non-elimination round. Surf competition is always kind of evolving, and the World Surf League is always kind of looking for the best combination to highlight the best surfers in the world. And so that math is continuing to kind of change right now. The great thing about this Challenger Series now, Jesse, is someone can fall off tour at the mid-season cut and immediately focus on this Challenger Series and get back on tour the next year. You don't have to take that year off that you used to do a whole year of the QS.
Yeah, totally. And it's great because it gives you time to focus 100% on the CT, which is for rookies tough because you're kind of adapting and then you have something to back you up, so you're constantly thinking about both. And most people usually already go for both because they know how tough it is to
protect themselves.
Yeah, to kind of have a backup, in the end of the year if you need it. I think Connor Coffin was one of the only guys that I remember from my generation to literally when he qualified, he just forgot about the QS and went straight to the CT and never surfed one event. And yeah, I thought it was good. It played out good to him, and that's a big section for Rio. Wow, using the backwash to advantage.
Oh, could be another buzzer beater. He needs a big number. Rio Waida needs an 8.1 to take Gabriel Andre out of competition. We're waiting for those scores for Rio Waida. Slap in the water. I don't know if there's a good slap or a bad slap. Walking up the beach. Jesse, what did you think about this wave?
It's close. That's one of the best waves of the heat. That was a huge turn. Look at the backwash helping him out. I would have liked him to put a little bit more pressure on that third turn, and maybe even forgot about the last turn, but just pushed very hard, and that would have been it. But now we'll see what they think. It was a very well surfed wave. One of the best of the heat for sure. So we'll see what the judges think, if it's a little higher or not.
Yeah, it's all about what the five wise men up in the tower. We can have all of our opinions over here on the set, but none of our opinions matter. It's those five guys up there.
Is this the best scoring heat of the contest so far? Because he's going to jump into at least third, that's for sure. And one got almost 15 points, the other got almost 14, whatever he's going to get, and Carlos with 11 points.
Yeah, we've had some high-scoring heats. I mean, you saw the last heat. Guys are going to get eliminated with, 12 points, heat totals, 13-point heat totals. So another high-scoring heat, and just tells you, we talked about it before, Jesse, the level of competition, extremely high. No indication as of yet from the judges. That's our judges tower right there. So that's where they're taking a look at the replays. They are analyzing that last ride from Rio Waida, and we'll see if he did enough. Those guys are taking their time, and we're waiting for the scores. They have a chance to look at the wave 1, 2, 3, 4, as many times as they want before they assign a number to that ride. So no doubt up there in the judges tower, they are reviewing it, and they're saying a 6.97. Not enough for Rio Waida. Carlos Munoz eliminated. Rio Waida eliminated. It is the wild card. Gabriel Andre, he's going to move on into the round of 24, and Ramzi Bukayam with 14.9, two-wave total. Moving on to thank you, Jesse Mendez, for joining us. Really enjoyed your time on the set. Good luck with the Grom Comp you got coming up. And we'll be back with more action from Saquarema right after this.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops and a very special guest, number 6 on the World Championship Tour in 2022, Miguel Pupo. Miguel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Happy to be here and happy to be back in Saquarema. Special place.
Yeah, dude, you had an excellent performance this afternoon. It seemed like you couldn't fall on any of the waves that you caught out there. And talk to us about not only your performance this afternoon, but how good you feel here competing at Saquarema.
Actually, when I got here, I didn't feel that good. You know, I was trying to find a good board, and this morning I broke my best board. And then I picked this one out of the board bag, and he became the best board ever. So I'm happy with that.
It looked great, didn't it, Maida? We were calling Miggy's heat together, and it just seemed like he was unstoppable wave after wave, too.
Yeah, he was like surfing so good and looking so relaxed as well, with no pressure competing here, Miggy. How it was?
It was, yeah, I was relaxed. You know, I knew the pressure was on the guys because I think all of them in my heat needed to make to be on the run for the CT spot. So I was just playing my cards. You know, I started off really well. That kind of settled the nerves for me, and I started picking wave after wave. And when I saw I was in first, and the heat ended.
Yeah. Well, we got a great heat on our hands right here. Heat number 10 of the round of 48. Keanu Singh already has a 4.33. He is joined by Leonardo Fioravanti, who already qualified number 1 in the rankings right now. Willen Cardoso Pandina out there in the blue, and Joan Duroux from France in green. This is Leo Fioravanti's opener, and Miggy, he's not only good to requalify, but he's looking to win another event here in Saquarema too.
Yeah, I noticed his board is really good under his feet, like really fast, and he's not wasting any movement. Like you can see, like it's really sharp, and he's on point. You can see that's why he's on the first spot on the Challenge Series.
And this is Keanu Singh Maida, former runner-up here at Saquarema.
Yeah, his surfing fits really well here in Saquarema, and this wave looked so nice. The finishing maneuver was really strong. I like it.
I think that came in as a 4.33. You know who had no wasted movement whatsoever was Ramzi Bukiem. He's with Rachel on the glass.
And guess what? This was not an easy heat. Everyone were making great scores, but looks like you are super comfortable in this wave.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a hard heat on paper, and Gabriel André is a really good surfer. He's pretty strong and big guy too, so I knew it was gonna be tough to beat as well. And it didn't start really well for me at the start, but then I managed to get a wave under everyone's. I mean, I didn't have priority, and I got a pretty good score to start, and that put me in a rhythm kinda, and then I backed it up with another big score, and that was pretty much it for the rest of the heat for me.
And what do you think is it going to take for you to qualify for the next year?
Big result. Yeah, I need to make a big result. I'm just focusing on my surfing and what I have to do. I don't think about all that a lot, honestly. I just want to surf and do my best and try to make a lot of heats, and that's it.
Are you excited for the upcoming days?
Yeah, I'm always excited. I'm super stoked to be here, like I said, and I'm feeling good, good vibes, and yeah, let's go.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel, and felicitación to Ramzi Bukiem moving through into the round of 24. We have a couple of waves during the interview. Leonardo Fioravanti opened up with a 4.43. Just got his second scoring ride too, just under 25 minutes to go. And this kid has been unstoppable, really, Miggy. He's a workhorse, and he loves competing at the highest level, does Leo.
Yeah, Leo is a tough competitor. You know, he surfs really well every heat. He has really good tactics in every heat too, so he's a really tough guy to beat. And yeah, unfortunately he fell off on the cut, but you know, he put his head down and went back to work, and he's a number 1 on the Challenger. He's already qualified, so he's probably thinking about next year too.
He's going to be 25 at the end of this year, Maida, and not only looking to requalify, which he has done already, he's looking to establish dominance and say that he won the Challenger Series at the end of 2022 as well.
Yeah, and he's doing pretty good with this challenge that he put to himself. Yeah, looking very, very with a good vibes, very happy here in Brazil, happy to be here. He really likes to be in Brazil, so everything's fine for him.
Hey, and Miggy, I just want to say, and this is from the bottom of my heart, I want to say congratulations on your number 6 result this year. if there's anybody more deserving of your success so far, there are a few people out there, and your victory at Tahiti, great, and you've been on the pursuit for a result like that for 13 years now. What was it like knowing that, I mean, you were obviously a spot away from qualifying for the finals at lower trestles, but finishing career best, number 6, what was it like?
It feels surreal, you know, just to look at my name up there and just to be just shy to be in the finals, 85 points, so that's like less than a heat in the city. So yeah, it's tough, you know. I put so much hard work in the preseason, and just to see it paid off straight away, it made me really happy. But I had like good support. I had Adriano by my side pretty much the whole year. That gave me a lot of confidence. Just to have the mindset of a world champion, it changed a lot of things for me. And my dad, my family, my wife, she does the hard work. She's at home with 3 kids, so I'm just living the life and surfing good waves.
Hey, got you a brand new sponsor, though. I see that you no longer have a lot of real estate there on your board.
Yeah. Yeah, happy with the new sponsor. Mormai is a big brand here in Brazil, and just to see my hard work pay off, you know, like to see when you perform well, everyone kind of look at you differently. So that's my goal for next year, keep the hard work and keep going up.
Yeah, love to see it. We saw 2 waves in a row. Keanu Asing up and riding, and then Joan Duru. Asing has been a runner-up here in 2014. That was to Wiggly Dantes. Ended up with a semifinal finish in another year too. Joan Duru, there you see number 40 in the ranks, 33 years of age. And this is somebody that we've seen flourish on both the backside and the forehand, Maida.
Yeah, let's see again. I think we're going to see again his wave. But he's surfing good here. He has already like 33 years old, very experienced athlete. Look.
And he kind of faded away and ended up going right here, Miggy, at Saquarema.
Yeah, he surfs really good on the backhand. He's been on the championship tour before, and I think that's his main weapon. You know, his backhand is so strong, and it was a nice wave to start off. I think he hasn't caught a wave yet, so just to finish a wave in the beginning of the heat is really important, and to settle the nerves. And I think he's probably gonna feel better after that. And Panda is still waiting for a wave, and let's see what he's gonna do.
Yeah, so this is an interesting story. He might retire at the end of this event. If he qualifies for Haleiwa, good chance he actually surfs in that event, though. And speaking of William Cardoso, he's up and riding. Great turn right there in the pocket in the lip line. And just the one for the surfer from Balneario Camboriú. And, you know, you're wearing his shirt. I was very happy to get one myself. It is a great design, by the way. And Maida, we need to get you one of those T-shirts as well.
I got one? I did. I got one as well. So nice. Look, Panda looking pretty powerful as usual. Yeah, and everybody down there was talking about, oh, his retirement, and then, oh, let's see if he's in this heat. But I don't believe so, because when you're surfing with these vibes, probably he can win and go around the next to the finals, maybe.
He could be. 36 years of age, number 27 in the ranks. Miggy, what was it like growing up with a role model like William Cardoso Pandinha?
Yeah, Panda is so strong, like on his surfing, but on his mind too. Like he always has a strategy, and he always keeps up with that. You know, like it's pretty clear that he's out there looking for 2 waves, and he's not gonna waste any movement. So he's always been like that his whole career, and he's pretty much has won every event on the QS. I think he has 8 wins already. That's like a lot. I think he's one of the most like wanted from Brazil. So
yeah,
he's a pretty strong role model, and he's not gonna retire for competing. He's gonna surf in Brazil as well. So I think we're gonna see a lot of Panda for sure.
There's Chris Zafis on screen, number 50 in the ranks. Had a big heat win in the round of 96. He's got Kawa Costa, Brody Sale, and Shun Murakami. Should be a fun heat. Speaking of fun surfers, Keanu Asing is in the lead with a 5 and a 4.33. Leonardo Fioravanti in second place with a 4.43 and a 4.07. Joan Duru scores a 5.43. And Panda Cardoso a 3.67. Just under 19 minutes to go. And Miggy, you've seen the success that a lot of your friends have had here at Saquarema, as we might be seeing William Cardoso catch this wave here. He's paddling for it. Won't be able to get into it. What do you think the key to success or the secret really to being good here at Saquarema has been over the last few years?
I think we need to follow Philippe, right? He has won pretty much every single event over here. But I feel like on the CT event, Gabriel takes a lot of pressure from the event because he's the biggest name we have. And I feel like Philippe take advantage of that,
Right.
you know, being on the side. But here goes Leo.
Yeah,
So.
up and riding. Strong first turn. Wraps it back and a closeout re-entry right there. And a beautiful finish from the surfer from Rome, Italy. He's going to cap off his third ride so far. A couple of fours in a scoreline, Maida. This should be way better.
Yeah, this should be way better. He's surfing pretty well. And look, now is Keanu Asing up and riding again.
Yeah, the surfer from the west side of Oahu, Eva Beach, to be specific. Great turn right there from Anu Boy. And Miggy, you spent a lot of time competing against Keanu as he finishes up another ride there. He's a strong surfer. He always says heart over height, but he's been around for a long time. And you talk about one of the more experienced surfers below the age of 30. You're seeing them on screen.
Yeah, I know Keanu since I was like 12 years old, so we're pretty much really good friends. I saw him sitting with Zeke Lau over there watching the waves, and it's good to see this brotherhood on the road. You know, it helps a lot, and it feels like to me he's back on point. You know, he had a hard year last year, and it feels like he's back on point right now. He's really fit and surfing really well, like really sharp. And I feel like on these waves you gotta keep busy, so it's not good to sit too much and keep catching waves. He's gonna find a good one like Hamzy did in the last heat. Like he kept cutting waves and he ended up being the best ones.
Right. The efficiency too of catching those waves has paid off for both of the gentlemen. We saw Leo better his situation too, gets a 6.67. Keanu Singh gets a 4.77. So they flip-flop. Fioravanti to first, Asing in second now. Duru with priority in third, needs a 4.34, and William Cardoso needing a 6.1. And, you know, Miggy, both you and Maida could probably attest to this, being natives to Brazil, but it just seems like a lot of the younger surfers maybe don't have the same kind of hunger or desire as your generation did, Miggy.
Yeah, like our generation, we had so many good guys, man. Like there's guys that didn't even make the tour.
I remember.
Like we have so many that were much better than us. Like none of us were national champions, not me, not Gabriel, none of them. So we had a challenge ahead of ourselves. So I think that made us stronger. But we were consistent, always working, and just to be able to be part of this and of the Brazilian Storm and everything, and it makes me really happy. And we have a good generation coming up too, like João and Mateus and my brother and all those kids. You know, Kawan, the next he's the next big guy for me. And I feel like he surfs really well, and he already made his first heat in the first challenge of his life, so he shows a lot. He's a big kid. He surfs really good big waves, so yeah. I feel he's the next one to be on tour for sure.
Yeah, he's a ripper, and you know, impressive that he's able to win the first heat that he ever surfed in a Challenger Series as well. As we're seeing Leo again, keeping busy, working with his head coach, Richard Dog Marsh. Goes for the layback snap right there. A big one. And Leo's just going to kick out. Don't know if that will improve his low score of a 4.43 or not. We're halfway through the heat, 15 minutes on the clock. And Maida, you remember the two-time World Pro Junior champion, Pablo Paulino?
Yeah, I remember him, of course, a very good surfer. But he ended up like not going through the big leagues like the championship tour. But he was a very, very good surfer.
Yeah, but it kind of goes to show that it's basically what Miggy was talking about. Some of those people that were probably destined for bigger things, they didn't even end up qualifying, Miggy.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about that. And we had so many good names, man. It's crazy, like, to see, like, we had more than 30 names that were probably able to be up there. But it's the consistency, you know, like Adriana taught us that way, you know, like you got to be consistent, you got to work. And everyone that picked on Adriano, like, really watch up for Adriano and ended up making it. I think that's the difference between us and the other guys. I feel like Adriano played a role, really special role for us.
That's a good point. Capital Nascimento, as they call him, right? Is that Tropa de Lich? Yeah?
Yeah.
I like that movie. Wagner Moura. There's a couple of great actors here from Brazil, too. 13:40 to go on the clock. Nothing has changed. Fioravanti still in the lead. Asing in second. Duru and Cardoso with only one wave ridden so far each. Maida, we've seen things play out differently in each of these heats. We've seen a lot of high seeds go down. Rio Waida just lost. He did qualify for the CT, and that is Seda. But when you think of it, there's been more than one or two upsets today in comparison to the other 5 events we've had on the Challengers.
Yeah.
Like, Snapper Rocks, not too many people lost early rounds in terms of the high seeds. Neither did Sydney and Bolito either. You kind of go to the U.S. Open, a lot more implications in terms of points. And here, it seems like everybody's losing early.
Yeah, was really sad. Like, we saw guys like Federico Moraes, very good surfers here, losing pretty early, like in the first heats. So Saquarema, yeah, it's been tough for some guys.
Yeah, it has. Here's Joan Duru. Hasn't been tough for him, though. Great surfing on the backhand. A lot of flow right there. He only requires a 4.34. And Miguel, you talked about, you know, the consistency that Joan has on both the forehand and the backhand. It seems like he always knows when to go on one or the other, though. His wave selection usually some of the best on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I think that's because he grew up surfing a beach break. I think that changes a lot. You know, he knows how to read the wave, especially when it's barreling too. But on the backhand, I feel like over here the right suits his surfing really well. And I think if he picked a better wave and a bigger wave, I think he's going to go for excellent score. He hasn't found that yet, but let's see. I want Panda to catch a good wave and really like do a big layback or something just to remind us who Panda is. And I feel like right now with priority, he probably is going to find a good one.
Want to see him on a set wave, that is for sure. Leonardo Fioravanti still leading the heat. Heat number 10 out there in the water. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action from Saquarema. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Willen Cardoso with a wave in and out. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops and special guest, number 6 on the World Championship Tour, Miguel Pupo, and Miggy, one of your idols and a role model of yours out there in the water right now in Willen Cardoso, also known as Pandinha. Seems like we have live action though. Joan Duru, the French surfer, up and riding again on the backhand. Great turn right there, and very aggressive for the finish. Priority with the surfer from Eva Beach on Oahu, Keanu Asing. But it seems like Duru has bettered his scores one after the other, has a 5 and a 4 at the moment in the scoreline, Miggy.
Yeah, that's an experience, you know. He knows he's replacing a low score of 4, 6, 7, and I think that's why he kind of played aggressive on the last turn just to make it a little better and kind of replace that score. And I think Panda caught a 4 while we were in the break, and He's in reach, you know, 5.97 for Panda is just a matter of like one turn or two. So
Yeah.
I don't know, it's a bit priority right now, and let's see what's going to happen.
Here goes Anu Boy. West side of Oahu. Well represented out here in Saquarema. More of a setup turn to start things off, and a great second one. Looks back towards the tower, too, and says, this is my house right here. I've gotten second, I've gotten third, and I'm coming for first. And I don't know if you know this, as we're seeing the stats, 29 years of age, 28 in terms of the ranking. He actually got into this event as a wild card, wasn't even qualifying for the Challenger Series, got a wild card into Bolito, got third over there. So that's why he's so high up in the rankings as of right now, Maida.
Yeah, good chance for him to qualify. Like as a wild card would be like a very good job for him.
And you got a question for Miggy that you would like to ask him?
Yeah, I was thinking about this last Oi Hill Pro that you were here, were very special with your brother. How was it to surf with him and make quarterfinals, and then after seeing him going to the finals?
It was amazing, you know, just to have him on tour and have that kind of energy of the younger guys. Him and João gave me a lot of energy in the beginning of the year. And we had a heat together in Portugal, which was really nice. And everything happened this year, man. It was really crazy because we had our heat, and then Sammy made the final, and I won an event. Sammy's like Rookie of the Year. It's a thing that you can only win once, and it was my goal when I first qualified, and he did it. So I was really happy for him, and ended up being number 6. It's a lot of things, and we are really happy for sure.
You shared an emotional moment together in 2019 when he won the Prime event in Ribeira de Ilhas, as we see Leonardo Fioravanti finish another wave off right there. João Duru now up and riding, wraps it back, straight up into a lip right there for the French surfer, and he looks very consistent on his feet right now. Just under 7 minutes to go, excuse me. Still lots of time. We're waiting on a few scores, but those emotional moments, what kind of significance would you put to those moments in terms of the 31 years you've been on this planet so far, Miggy?
A lot of joy, man. You know, I was really happy to see him. And before that final, I fixed his board. I was drying his wetsuit. I was doing everything I could to make him feel comfortable to be up there. And then I did win Pantene the week before, and I think he saw the way you could go all the way. And then I think it was just copy and paste, and he did the same thing right away.
Yeah, and you know what? You're bringing the good vibes to your boy right now, William Cardoso. This might be his best wave. He's currently in 4th, but needs a 6.03.
Yeah, nice carve over there, and I think he needs to finish off a wave, and now he's probably going to feel better and try to go out there and look for a big wave and 2-turn wave. I think that's the main goal for William right now, and let's see. I feel like the heat's going to be really tight right now with all the waves we just saw, and Anu Boy is a really good position because he just had a good wave and he's in priority again, so it's good, really good for him.
Yeah, and let's look at how we got here right now. 5:30 on the clock. Leo Fioravanti has been dominating the heat, but it's been a close one so far, Maida. He's in the lead with a 6 and a 4.
Yeah, he looked pretty sharp on this wave, like 2 good turns. And then another one, and also a finishing maneuver. Oh, yeah.
Miggy, just like yourself, Leo has made the switch over to Sharp Eye surfboards too. The board looks good.
Yeah, it looks really sharp. It looks like he's really in tune with the equipment. He really chose the right board for this kind of wave. And I think I'm riding the same model as him, and I feel like the model suits really well the way the wave goes. It's like kind of fat but still strong, and it looks like João has found his rhythm too. Like we could see every single wave is like getting better and better, and the last one I think was his best, and really good like combination of turns. I think he links really well the backside turns, like turn after turn, but it doesn't look stressed or anything. It's like really flowy and nice, yeah.
4 minutes and 25 seconds. We're still waiting on 2 scores from both Keanu Asing and João Duru. Pandinha's score comes in as a 4.47. João has a 5.43 at the moment at his best, and Anu Boy gets a 5.83 on the 2-turn combo. But one thing we can say for sure, Leonardo Fioravanti has been working in this heat. 6 waves so far, and 4 scores above 4 points in this one. Both for Maida and Miggy, I guess this is a question overall. How bittersweet is this moment to potentially see the last heat of William Cardoso at the WSL level? Let's start with you, Maida.
Yeah, for us, I was cheering for him. I wish he could surf a little more on this competition, but I mean, he was so convinced, so decided in his in what he wants to do for the rest of his this year and the next year. So, what do you think, Miggy?
I get emotional just to see like the last 3 seconds. I feel like he's gonna go to the left and hope for a big wave to show up. But yeah, he's my neighbor. You know, I play tennis with him every day, and he's a nice guy. He's a dad too, so we share a lot of good moments, and I feel like he's gonna do really well in Brazil too. You know, in the nationals and everything. I think it's not the end right now. You know, I think he's gonna do really well and be top 10 on the nationals and keep winning for sure.
Anu Boy having a paddle here. He's in third. With fourth priority, needs a 5.84. A big moment for Keanu Asing as well, because he's looking to qualify for the last Challenger Series event at Haleiwa, one of his home breaks on Oahu. João Dru in second. And you think you're going to go pick Pandinha up right now?
Yeah.
Have to be like between 4 people though, right? He's a big guy.
We were trying to figure it out. I feel like we need 10, but yeah, we're gonna do it. You know, he's been there for us every time. He's a really good. He has a big heart. You know, while we were on tour, he always tried to get us together.
Right.
He always there for us, and that's why you can see like everyone's on the beach wearing the shirt, and that's how much he means for us. And yeah, 2 minutes to go, and I hope a set shows up just to a couple more backside turns.
And he is way off of the main peak, Maeda, towards the south. Here's Keanu Asing, though. He's giving himself a chance, needs a 5.84, basically a 6. That won't be it. A minute 45 to go. Leo used priority, paddled for a wave right now, and now João Dru is just going to seem like he's going to sit anchor at the moment. Priority now with Pandinha, and he's way, way south, Maeda.
Yeah, let's see if he can find an opportunity, because he has all the skills to do that. He needs only, yeah, actually it's a high score, like 7.19, but for sure he can do it with priority. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
The victory in Uluwatu, when you shared that moment with William Miggy, did you feel like that accomplishment was just as much yours as it was his?
I think that was for everybody, you know, just because we watched Panda go on tour for so many years on the QS to qualify on the first year. He already won an event, and it was really special for everybody just to see a close friend finally achieve a goal and just to make the CT and win an event. And unfortunately, he fell off in the year after, but I think he played his role, and everyone has a role in life, and I think he played his really well.
That's an excellent point. Keanu Asing goes to the air, pulls it. He needs a 5.84. We didn't see the beginning of that wave. And we're really going to have to analyze and dissect whether or not this is going to be the 6 that he requires. What do you think about this wave overall, Miggy? You think he's getting the score? It's just the 1 air.
Yeah, I think he needed a rotation, but the section was really tough, man. Like, it pretty much didn't give any opportunity for him to go much higher or have much of a rotation in there. And unfortunately, it was a hard heat. It was pretty close, you know, and it pretty much decided on the waves.
Yeah, and it seems like we're going to have this heat finish and a huge, huge moment of celebration for that gentleman on screen, William Cardoso. Won a CT event before. It is an emotional event. I know, Miggy, you love this guy very much. He was a role model and inspiration for you. And just tell us what this moment not only signifies for him, but for everybody in Brazil right now.
I think we need your help. You should try to help us out.
I'm gonna have to get Kaipo to come back in here to work so I can help you out.
All right, see you guys. Thank you. I'm gonna run.
Hey, thank you, Miggy. We appreciate it. There you see him, William Cardoso, an emotional moment right now. And bye, Miguel, thank you very much, obrigado. And you see right there a huge, huge moment in the history of surfing within Brazil. And you see William Cardoso, he has declared that this will most likely be his final event at the WSL level. And we will be seeing some beautiful images once he hits the beach. But guess what? Leo Fioravanti, Joan Duru moved through into the round of 24. We'll be right back with more action live from the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
An emotional moment here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. William Cardoso officially retiring from WSL competition. You can see the banners right there, Brazilian hero. And, you know, a big, big moment for one of the best representatives for competitive surfing in Brazilian history. Being congratulated there by all of his friends and family. And how could you not love surfing? Mitchell Salazar, Mayra Pops, and Everaldo Pato Teixeira. Thank you for joining us again, Pato. And boy, what a moment right there, celebrating the conclusion of his career here in Saquarema, a place that really provided it all back in 2010.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It was an emotional moment for me, you know. I came from almost the same city where Panda is, and born and raising, and saw him first wave. So for me personal, it's a very emotion, you know. It's a great person. He's not only a great competitor, but a very, very nice person.
And you can see him being cheered up right there. A great moment. Jose Mendes, everybody else. Miggy just ran down. He's having a great time celebrating an incredible career. One of the only Brazilians to win a championship tour event. That was back at Uluwatu in 2018. But let's set the heat. Heat number 11 out there in the water right now. Kawakosa in red. Brody Sale from the Big Island of Hawaii, number 31 in the ranks in blue. Shun Murakami from Japan in white. And Chris Zafis, number 50 on the CS ranks in the green jersey. This is a big heat, Pato. And coincidentally, you were here in the booth when Brody Sale surfed his first heat, ended up with the heat win against Ryan Kainalo. So you might be a good luck charm for the young Hawaiian in blue.
Why not? You know, and he's been doing good. He's been in a good reading. And also this boy. This is a very incredible surf that we have here from the new generation. And you can see it. First wave, he won the Pro Junior last year here, and he's been here for a month. He's super connected, but Brody, look at this. Incredible, incredible start for both.
He's a strong surfer. And then Shun Murakami on the backhand here, Maeda. This is another incredible, talented surfer from Japan.
Yeah, this heat started pretty good. All the waves were really nice. Look, this one. This is Chris Avis.
Yeah, Zafis Pato had a great combo too, and as I say that, wasn't able to finish off the last wave, but you were talking about this very humble human being in Kawa Costa. He's a great surfer.
He's incredible. You know, it's for me, personal, it's one of the best on his age in this generation, on between 17 and 19 years that we have here in Brazil. And he's been doing a great job all year on, and he's humble, work hard, and super talent.
Yeah. For sure.
His family, his history, you know, come from north of Brazil, you know, like all these histories that we had here in Brazil, you know, like Italo, Adriano, he's another one, you know, come from a poor family, from a beach where the waves are there consistently in north of Brazil, called Icaraí in Ceará, and it's a great surfer, moved to Rio de Janeiro, and his whole family come with him. His sister is a good friend of my daughter.
Yanka.
Also compete. Yeah, Yanka also compete. Anyway, it's a great family.
Yeah.
You know, and I hope we'll do great on not only in this competition, but next year on the tour.
I probably will see him on the CS next season. You know who we're gonna see on the CT next season? Leo Fioravanti. He's with Rachel.
Yeah, I'm here with Leo Fioravanti again, and we all know you are already qualified, but about this event, what are you looking for here specifically?
You know, I'm coming here to win the event. Obviously, coming off a win, it's those moments that I can try and maintain that rhythm, that excitement, and you know, I want to surf some good heats. I want to put on some good performances. Hopefully, surf against Gabriel and the guys that are from the World Tour, so I can get some good practice for next year.
And what about this heat? Any special strategy for that condition?
I mean, the waves were really fun. I saw the heat before. My good friend Ramsey won the heat. So I was excited, you know, some big turns, some open walls, and the wind got a little bit lighter before, right during my heat. So it was exciting. At the end, I tried to go for big air, and I didn't make it, but hopefully I can land one when I need in the next rounds.
And what about your surfboard? Which one did you choose for today?
I'm riding, I went back to the same board that I won at Ericeira. It's a round tail, feels amazing, 5'11.5", and it's a pretty magic board. And I also want to say congratulations to Panda William Cardoso. He surfed his last ever heat, just now in my heat, and he's done so much for the sport, so much passion, so much, you know, dedicated his whole life to this, and congratulations, and boa Panda.
That's right. So good luck on your next round, and back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel, and felicitazioni to Leonardo Fioravanti and Maíra Pato. He doesn't necessarily need to be here competing right now, but as he said, he wants to gain more experience and win the CS at the end of the season. Here's Shun Murakami, though. An incredible two-turn combo right there by the Japanese surfer. Pato, you cannot underestimate these surfers from the land of the rising sun. They are some of the best surfers we see on the planet. 25 years of age, number 84 in the ranks.
Like we saw yesterday, you know, like Kaipo say, you know, this generation from Japan could be the next star.
Yeah.
You know, in the whole world.
That's true.
Yeah, we've seen this in skateboarding at the Olympics. We have like this new generation, especially a female generation, like breaking everything on skateboarding, and now we see here in surfing as well.
Yeah, and you both have a great point. I hadn't even really thought about it that much, but you look at Reo Inaba, Shun Murakami, Taichi Wakita, and obviously the women too are incredible. But I hadn't really thought about that push as we see the initial score of Kawa Costa, 8.17. And looking at Chris Zafis now, the Australian had a big heat win in the round of 96. Oh, looking for a barrel is Zafis, and he's an incredible barrel rider. Won a QS 1000 years ago at Hollow Trees and Dementawise, and goes for the throat tail air reverse at the end too. So Zafis with a great wave there on his second one. 20 minutes to go. I don't know about you, Pato, but this is looking like one of the best heats of the round so far.
You know what? The real is the tide's getting low and the wave's getting better. The wind is light, you know, and I think that makes everything happen, you know. It's being wind, it's being high tide, and this beach, it's hard, you know, like just talk just a couple hits ago that you biggest opponent on this beach is the backwash.
Yeah.
You know, the backwash, it makes things different and it's super hard. You see all these cities or great surfers in the world just challenge to do one maneuver that's just a day-by-day maneuver.
100%. And here
You
you
know?
see Kawa Costa using the backwash to his advantage in that wave.
And that's another thing, you know, when you got the experience or the knowledge from the spot, like Kawan, that can work again or a favor on you.
Yeah, and Mayra, both you and Pato mentioned that Kawa is originally from the northern part of Brazil. Andres Giovanelli, a good friend of ours, mentioned that usually surfers from the north part of Brazil tend to be too humble for their own good. Why do you think that is, Mayra?
Oh, something about confidence, maybe. I don't know, Pato. What do you think?
I think, you know, this whole area, it has less education most of the time and less money,
right?
You know, so you create to be more humble.
You're right.
And more grateful for anything that comes to you. And that's what I think all these people, you know, all these young people that comes and move to Rio de Janeiro most of, or São Paulo, to makes his dreams, you know, and like we see, only one time, a lot of times that couple of the best surfers in our country is coming from there.
Right, and for the most part, you have to move to bigger cities in order to succeed too, right, Mayra?
Yeah, to find some sponsor. And actually they are fighting for their dreams because they really need to do so.
Why, because they support the rest of the family, or?
Sometimes they do, and they have this as the main thing that they have to do to succeed in life. So I think this is a good point of it.
You know, that's another great wave.
Yeah, here's Kawa Costa again. He's looking to better a 2.57, but a 3.53 will give him the lead. And it seems like we have Bruno Bocaiúva down on the beach with a very celebrated and happy William Cardoso. Take it away, Bruno.
Very emotional moment. The guy's an example of resilience. He's a warrior. How does it feel right now, huh? Come to an end of such a great career.
Yeah, just a part of my story end today. All the memories gonna alive. The Panda Star ends here in Saquarema. A place had a really great moments, a victor, friendship, a lot of good things. So I'm so grateful to be here with all my friends. Yesterday I was like magical. Today it was like a dream, and I only miss two persons here. It's my wife and my son. For them, all my respect to keep my dream alive for those years. For you guys, that's very important. That the choice I made today, it's be with you more than ever. So I will try to enjoy every single moment with you. And a new chapter start tomorrow. And I have more things to do. Next year, I want to win the national. It's like one title I never had. So they are gonna fight for that. And I hope in the end of the year, I finish with a victory.
You have 1 city victories and 5 QS victories, but one here in Saquarema. Where do you put this Saquarema victory in your life? What does it mean? What are the ingredients that are different?
I think it's the people. Like winning in Brazil is so special. I've been final before, but I never won Brazil, so that was the start of my career. It was like 12 years ago. So I had 125, I was in the middle, like the great life. be a professional surfer, travel around the world, and the one Brazil was like such magical place. And yeah, for sure, it's like a top moment, and it's a victory to remember forever.
O que está passando pela sua cabeça? Few words in Portuguese. What is going to your mind?
Tô leve, bro. Tô que nem a Fênix tatuada na minha perna aqui. Quando eu entrei pro CT, foi o que eu tatuei. É um novo capítulo, uma nova emoção. Eu queria que fosse especial e está sendo mais especial do que nunca. Só faltam 2 pessoas para estar aqui comigo, que é minha mulher e meu filho. E sabe que vocês estão no meu coração, que vocês fazem muito parte disso. A decisão de eu estar continuando, de estar aqui até hoje, foi vocês que fizeram eu estar aqui. Então, tudo isso é para vocês. Eu amo vocês de montão. E vamos que tem muita coisa por vir ainda. A história do Panda no circuito mundial encerra aqui em Saquarema, mas com certeza eu vou ter muita coisa para somar aí para todos os meus amigos ao longo desses próximos anos que virão.
Thank you, brother. Back to you guys.
Muito parabéns, and big congratulations to William Cardoso there. Guys, he honestly didn't seem sad to me. He mentioned that he said libre, I'm free.
Yeah.
And like a phoenix,
yeah,
he's going to be reborn, and he's going to do something else within the sport of surfing, and more than likely going to help out the next generation too here in Brazil, Maíra.
Yeah, he said that he wants to be a Brazilian champion.
Yeah.
That's something that he doesn't have in his curriculum. So yeah, I talked to him like 1 week ago, and he was like pretty relaxed with this decision in his life. You know, he really wants to spend more time with his wife and his kid. So I think he understood that this cycle ended for him. Yeah.
One of the best careers in professional surfing within Brazil, Pato, and we celebrate him not only today, but I think for many years to come too.
Oh, 100%. You know, as a special person, like I say, you know, it's been doing a lot for the sport, and not only compete, but outside, you know, put the people together.
Right.
Like Miguel told, you know, like always keeping the whole crew together, you know, keeping the whole Brazilian storm together, always help each other to be in the point, to be compete, but not forget the family, the
Right.
friend. And I think that's what makes William so special.
He was always the glue of the Brazilian storm, that is for sure. Here's Costa in second place, looking to improve on a 2.57, but a 3.53 will give him the lead. Goes for the big rotation.
Wow.
And almost pulls it off. Well, with 12 minutes to go, Shun Murakami still in the lead. Costa in second. And both Zafis and Brody Sale needing a couple of scores in the 5s or better. We'll be right back with more action here from Saquarema. The last heat of the day will be coming up after this. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar, Maíra Pops, and Everaldo Pato Teixeira here in the booth with you. Heat number 11 in the water, just over 10 minutes remaining, and Shun Murakami in the lead, Costa in second place. The Australian Chris Zaffis in third, needing a 6.32. And priority with the surfer in the blue jersey, currently in fourth. Hawaii's Brody Sale, he needs a 5.25. Pato, you've seen conditions not only improve so far this afternoon, this morning might be the best Saquarema I've seen in the first 5 or 6 days that I've been here so far.
Oh, for sure. And it was great. Like I told you, this morning was just a dream. Offshore, blue water, waves like peeling all the points, right and left. All these best surfers in the world destroy the waves, and there you go.
One of those surfers was Brody Sale, up and riding. A quick tag right there. Might be going to the air right here. Yep, goes for the rotation, and won't be able to ride out cleanly out of that one. Just over 9 minutes to go. Priority now with Kawa Costa. Zaff is still needing the 6.32. And this kid, Brody Sale from the Big Island of Hawaii, Kailua Kona. We've seen some incredible talented surfers come out of there. Tonino Benson, Casey Brown, and obviously the great Shane Dory and Maeda.
Yeah, look, the replay again for Brody. Really nice first movement. Then he looked for a ramp there and she throws the tail thing. Yeah, said that he couldn't finish this one.
You have any good memories going to the Big Island of Hawaii, Pato?
Yeah, I went 2 or 3 times, but I have a really great memories with Shane Dory.
Oh, yeah.
I surf with him a lot in Jaws, for sure, but Chopu. And then he just retired from the city. He started doing tow-in, and we got great sessions in Chopu. And he's another that special person.
Oh, incredible. Shane Backdorian, for a reason, is his nickname.
Exactly.
As we see Samuel Pupo from Maresia, Sao Paulo. He'll be coming up in the last heat of the day against Luca Messinas, Ryan Cainalo, and Dylan Moffitt. That is an incredible heat to finish off day number 3. I wanted to ask you the other day, as we have 8 minutes on the clock, what made you get into big wave surfing initially?
I love, my first week of surf, I start to surf, and it was like, for Brazil, it was a big 6-8 foot. Mm-hmm. And I'm the only one on the beach that went outside and ride some waves. Mm-hmm. Since that was my first week of surf. I got in love with big waves. So every time that, we have some big waves, I just, love. I feel that. I'm born and raised as a fisherman. My father is a fisherman. Mm-hmm. So I swim every day. When my 7 years old, I used to swim from the beach all the way to outside where I can disappear and see the houses and people very small. And that's what I do every day. I'm born and raised on the beach. So when I start to surf, I have so much confidence in the ocean, and I have no scare at all. So every single wave, my first trip to Hawaii, I remember, it was just a dream.
Wow, and just an in and out for Brody. So talking about this big wave surfing, what do you think about this new era about Nazaré surfing here, like huge waves, not big waves, but like huge waves?
Well, there you go. Heat's on.
We're going to see Kawa Costa real quick. He was frustrated by using priority right there. 6 minutes to go. And you were talking about the progression at Nazaré, Pato.
It's another beautiful wave.
Chris Zaffis now goes to the air, and another throw tail reverse that he isn't able to complete. 6 minutes remaining on the clock. He is still in third. Sale only gets a 2.3 on a second ride, the incomplete air reverse. And you have Lucas Chumbo, Rodrigo Coxa, now Michel de Boulogne too, an incredible big wave surfer as well. Maya Gabeira, you're seeing a lot more women come into the conversation too, Pato.
Yeah, like I say, we work hard and we believe in ourselves. And pretty much we love that thing. All the Brazilians, everyone that I know from everywhere, from New Zealand, from England, from Ireland, Portugal, that's a passion, that you have to have. So the Brazilians sometimes have more than others, you know, and I think that makes everything happen, you know. And for Nazaré, that's Yanka.
Yeah.
From Nazaré, the whole revolution, it's about surf the biggest wave ever, and that's what's happened in the last 2 or 5 years. You know, we've been seeing records and records of monster waves.
Yeah, personally, I don't think I'm ever going to surf Nazaré.
I want to tell you.
I think you can. Like,
look,
not on the big days, but
No.
like pretty nice wave as well when it is like 12
maybe the
feet.
shore break. Maybe the shore break. But the outside,
I want to tell you one thing. The other day I surfed the last big swell I surfed there last season, and you know I fell on the base of the wave where the worst part. So I have all this crazy wipeout and everything. So when I pop up after inflate 2 or 3 pumps, looking around, and I saw this huge thing that I thought would the mountain, you know, the reef that just next to us, the cliff.
Yeah.
I thought it was the cliff, and then looking again, it was the wave. so you guys know to understand what's real going on Nazaré when you wipe out.
that sounds like a humongous wave. 3:25 on the clock. Here goes the heat leader using priority, Shun Murakami. And he's looking to better a 5.37, more than likely just playing a little bit of defense right there. Let's look at how we've got into this part of the heat as we're going to stick with live action, though. Brody Sale uses priority here in 4th at the moment, wraps it back strong right there. And that Slater Designs board looking good under his feet. Ooh, will that be deemed complete or not? He needs a 5.25 at the moment with 3 minutes to go. What do you think, Pato? He's getting the score?
It would be hard, but, you know, he did the job. He chose the best maneuvers available on that part of the wave, and the most important, he made the wave. You know, on the last 10 minutes, we can see all these surfers did the first maneuver, but never complete.
Right. And
the last maneuver.
Right, and that's the most difficult one as we're seeing the heat recap here. Shun Murakami with a great start, but Kawakosta has the 8.17 at the moment. But it's been the consistency of Murakami that has kept him in first place so far, majority of the heat, Maida.
Yeah, and Kawakosta, he just need a backup score to better his backup score is a 2.57 right now, and we don't know if.
Well, Brody Sale doesn't get the score. It's a 4.4, not enough. And Kawakosta was up and riding here, Pato. This is a very important and intelligent wave, but he was only looking to better a 2-point ride.
Right, and I think he did.
By quite a bit, too, more than likely.
Oh, yeah.
How's this bottom turn at the end?
And that's his specialize on. That's what I like most on his surf, his bottom turn. He's just, you know, give everything on his bottom turn. He's flexible, and he just compress everything that he had. And when he turn, the turn is great.
Yeah.
You know, because he compress. And I like the way he surf.
Yeah, he explodes when he meets the lip, too.
You know, he's compress, and just when he going to the turn, he just give everything.
I love the way this kid surfs, and so do I love the way Chris Zaffa surfs. Well, he's in 4th place. Now he needs a 7.27. Wasn't bad surfing, but in this point, was it the second best wave of the heat, though? That is a big requirement, and it's a 4.33. Costa moves up into 1st, gets a 6.33. So Shun Murakami in 2nd place, now has 2nd priority. Brody Sale in 3rd, needs a 6.21. And Chris Zaffis doesn't seem like he is going to get a chance right here in the last 30 seconds. Murakami going to play a bit of defense. Up and riding. Beautiful roundhouse cut back there on the backhand. And the surfer from Japan just going to ride this wave in. A very intelligent competitor. And he made no mistakes in this heat. And boy, another impressive heat win from this gentleman on screen. Kawakosta That's 2 heat wins in his first Challenger Series event, Pato.
That's great, bro. And like I told you since the beginning, he is one of the best, and he's here to prove that, for sure.
Unfortunately, you can see the frustration right there for Brody Sale. The surfer from Hawaii won't be moving through. Still waiting on some scores, but it's going to be Costa and Murakami moving through as, you know, a disappointing performance for Brody Sale. Chris Zaffis needed a big result too, but that Brazilian kid in the red jersey, he's one to deal with for sure. And so is this gentleman on screen in the white jersey, Shun Murakami, looking to move up in the rankings by a large margin. 11.7 heat total for the surfer from Japan. And as we see the competitors making their way back into the VIP area, we're gonna say a big thank you to Pato Teixeira. I'm gonna step out though. Pato, Maida, I don't know if that's okay with you. Pato, you're gonna stay on for the last heat of the day. Sammy Pupo, Luca Messinas, Ryan Cainado, and Dylan Moffitt. I'm gonna say goodbye though. I shall see you for the post show. Caipo Guerrero is coming in right now. Don't go anywhere. More action here from Saquarema.
And we are back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Series 6 of 7. And out in the water is our final heat of the day, the round of 48, heat number 12. Samuel Pupo, Luca Messinas, Ryan Cainalo, and Dylan Moffitt all out in the water. 30 minutes on the countdown. And those 30 minutes start counting down right now. And we're going to start off this event with Ryan Cainalo, 15-year-old prodigy here from Brazil, and a big finish for the giant killer, Ryan Cainalo, making a name for himself in this heat. I'm Caipo Guerrero. I'm joined by Bruno Bocuyuva, as well as Pato Teixeira. Thank you, Pato, for staying in for yet another heat, and thanks for coming back in with me, Bruno.
Always a pleasure, Caipo. What a way to start, huh? From Ryan. 2 nice turns. A lot of expression, yeah. Commitment.
2 great turns.
Yeah. Combo.
This happened during the break. We're catching up with a replay of the opening ride for Sammy Pupo. This is 6.67, Bruno.
Yeah, he's surfing. I'm using this word, large. His angles, his attack, his performance at the overall, in all the aspects. You know what? That wasn't the first wave of Ryan, huh?
No, that was the second wave.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so Ryan's already got a 4 in the books, and we're waiting for that second score. This is an opening wave, Pato, of Dylan Moffitt from North Narrabeen.
Man, that's you know, Caipo, I saw things like an hour ago, the waves just getting better and better. You know, tide's getting low, wind's getting better, And that's what we see, a lot of good surf, great surf actually. The last 2 hours has been amazing, you know. What a show.
Yeah,
What a
very
show.
rippable, huh?
Great day all the way around, and it's a great day. We got the last heat winner on the glass with Rachel. Rachel, take it away.
That's right. I'm here with Cauã Costa one more time. It's his first Challenger Series, and you ended up the heat again in the first position. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm so happy to make that hit. And let's go to the next route.
I'm gonna ask you one in Portuguese. Como é que tá se sentindo depois da sua vitória, passando bateria em primeiro lugar no Challenger? Qual que é a sua emoção agora?
Então, tô super confiante, tô fazendo o meu trabalho certinho, graças a Deus, sem nenhuma pressão. Consegui arrancar uma nota excelente hoje dos juízes. E é isso, só tenho a agradecer a todo mundo, todos os meus patrocinadores, e a todo mundo que tá na torcida por mim. E é isso.
Keep going, good luck in the next round, and back to you guys.
Yes.
Thank you. As we see Dylan Moffitt just banking off this section. Dylan with some quick rail surfing, glides through that section, and Moffitt gets the finish. Pretty good ride, Bruno.
Will be such a tough heat now, huh? Everybody's surfing so good. As Pato said, the conditions are improving. The guys are ripping, and we should have a nice show to end up. What a journey, huh?
Pato, what do you think about this performance?
I think he missed the first maneuver, but he just did really good in the last part. So, you know, and it's another good score for sure. Lucas, on the other hand, just looking for her left, you know. You know why? Because that's what he's doing the best.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly, you know, born and raised on the left place.
Yeah.
And his backhand is so great. And there you go, Samuel again.
Yeah, still on the right, Sami, and Luca, he believes in his backside, huh?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only thing that I saw now, you know, your option to going left on conditions like this when the right is just dominated, you know, you have to believe in your backhand.
That's it. And we have to remember the first Peruvian to reach the championship tour.
Yeah, Luca Macinas, and he wants to get back on there, so he's going to have to work his way up. He's 19th on the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event. We got one more number to drop, and we can give you the situation out in the water. Last score for Dylan Moffitt was a 5.27, but the scores are going to keep on coming in because here we go with Luca Macinas on the backhand, a big hook, and puts it down. That was a tremendous maneuver, Pato.
Exactly like I say, you know, he likes his backhand. He's very consistent. That's why he's, you know, he's being in the city, you know. And like you say, Bruno, it was the first Peruvian to be in the city.
Male, yeah.
He's doing great. His style, I love his style. I love how power he serves. And there you go. Another great score. Hits on, you know, what a great hit.
You know what? He did like a claim, a Hulk kind of claim, huh? I have the power.
You know.
Right here, I mean, that's some passion right there. He knows that was a high-risk maneuver, and the crowd
Look, Belinha is there. They like the good surf.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know, they're all going for Ryan, so.
Good surfing always gets rewarded. And one more number to come in. Right now we got Ryan in the lead. As we see Luca doing the run around, and he's waiting to hear his score from our on-site announcers, and he's going to hear that he got a 6.53. Getting the news right now, Luca Macinas with a 6.53 for that one maneuver.
How smart he was. Like Pato said, he just secured a good score in the left, and now he's going for the channel, maybe to reach the right, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And sit down with the boy.
Yeah,
you know,
very smart move, huh?
Yeah, he's a great competitor.
Well, right now, Luca Macinas, even by making it to this round, is gonna increase on his ranking and his point total. His low, his throwaway is 750 points. The minimum that you get, even if you get fourth place in this round, is 19 is 1,900 points. So still some work to do, you know, for Luca Macinas, and even more work to do, actually, for Dylan Moffitt.
Yeah.
Dylan Moffitt's sitting number 6 on the rankings right now, and here is Moffitt. Let's see what he can do. Skips that backwash there off
like
the takeoff.
A speed bump, huh?
A little speed bump. And then that was a mess of a wave for Dylan Moffitt. So he's going to remain in 3rd place. Dylan needing a 5.54 to move into first. But Pato, how about the performance so far by Ryan Kainalo?
What a great.
He's in the lead. He's in control. Not only is he in the lead with points-wise, but he has priority right now. So I call that heat control when you have the lead as well as first priority. He's really controlling the action in the water.
He lives for that. Like I say on the last heat that I was here, you know, he lives for that. He just wake up, dream. Everything he's doing is about compete.
Yeah.
And he knows exactly what he's doing now, you know. Get one score, needs another one, have a backup, now have to increase his results, his battle wave, and control the lineup.
It's amazing.
With 15 years old.
Yeah. The maturity in this
exactly,
age.
You know, because would say, you know, Kawan is 19 years old, one of my favorites on this generation, but I would say Brian has more maturity. You know, to compete. He's more like Iceman. You know, he can control his emotions and know what to do in the right moment.
There's one thing, to your point, Pato, there's one thing to be a good surfer, but there's another thing to be a good competitor. And we have a ton of really good, talented surfers in the world, but not all of them have that ice in their veins, have that competitive knowledge, have that IQ to be able to control their emotions and control the situation while in the jersey.
To play the game.
Man, I want to say
player,
one big name on that, Kaipo, and comes to your place, to Hawaii, Eli Hanneman.
Eli Hanneman, for sure.
He's a great talent.
But
he's an amazing surfer.
Amazing surfer, but you have to control what happens when you have the jersey on. And we've seen that time and time again. And we've seen Eli, who's got a bright future, but a lot of times he'll enter a heat and actually have more talent than the people in the water, but it's playing the game. The guy who plays the game the best wins the game.
Exactly. And this is why it's a competition.
You don't have
competition of surfing.
You don't have to make 20 points. You have to beat your opponent.
Exactly.
There was times in surf history when you really look at it, guys like a Damian Hardman, perhaps at that generation was maybe not the best surfer on tour at that time, but he was the best competitor, and that's how he won world title.
And there you go.
Ryan finds this nice carve back into the whitewater, double pump bottom turn, carves again this wave, looking really good out in front of Ryan Kainalo, snaps it with the backwash, and a victim of that backwash.
The backwash. I think that's the biggest opponent on your whole thing in Saquarema. I would say I saw so many great surfers today not even finish the wave and lost the heat. You know,
it's a permanent issue, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, Jesse Mendez was in here as a guest, and he said the exact same thing. The challenge here, the biggest challenge here, and everyone's going to agree with it, is the backwash and how you're able to handle that backwash.
Hands down. And the thing is, tide's getting low, less backwash. You know, we see things like 10 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock. It was so much backwash.
More water.
So much hard.
You know, the sandbank,
Well, that score coming in for Ryan, a 3.53, doesn't change the situation. However, he remains in the lead at the 17-minute mark. Now, Samuel Pupo now with first priority, currently in second place. Samuel, a 4.31, will take him to first. Dylan Moffitt's got to get some work done, and a bobble on the bottom for Moffitt. And again, some of the warbly water, Bruno, taking all the momentum, all the speed off of the drop for Dylan Moffitt.
Especially on the left. So.
Here we go, Sammy Pupo. Nice carve around for one of the brothers on the championship tour. Nice glide on the lip, handles the backwash there for Sammy Pupo. Got a little bit more of a reform. Cutting to Ryan Kainalo. Ryan, smooth arcing turns back and forth, again into the whitewater and coming through. So nice flow, nice rhythm by Ryan. Great surfing by Sammy, our two leading surfers with a nice exchange, Bruno.
Sammy's so technical, you saw. He did a bottom turn, a little anticipating, and then he reached the top and then did a floater. And that's a resource, a technical resource that he did. Yeah?
Rook of the year from the CT this year, and a smart competitor. You know, his dad was one of the greatest in Brazil.
That's it.
As a competitor, right? And there you go. You know, he's so smart. He knew it.
He goes vertical and then glides.
Gotta make it.
Yeah.
Gotta make that wave.
Luca Messinas got a wave also. Let's check this replay out, Bruno.
Well, nice carve there. First move and then go for the re-entry. A lot of energy, a lot of commitment also.
And Dylan delayed that bottom turn, got a hook off the top here. This Australian, he's good at beach break lefts. His home break of North Narrabeen is exactly that, but unable to spin to win in the end.
Oh, yeah. His hometown, huh? North Narrabeen, a classic left. You have to remember.
Yeah.
Yes, Harmon Anderson, the Hog, Chris Davison, a lot of talent.
A lot of great surfers coming out of that area.
Legends.
Wow.
Okay, so Luca Messinas, his last score of 4.87, Messinas goes to first. Ryan drops to second. We're still waiting for a score for Sammy Pupo and Dylan Moffat to give you the situation. We're a little bit over halfway through the heat right now, 14 minutes, 25 seconds, counting down. We could see a change in the standings right now. Judges are taking their time with these scores. And when we look at priority, Luca Messina somehow did the runaround, got the first priority, Ryan with second priority. So no matter what, you guys, Pato, we're going to see a back and forth. I feel like this heat's going to be back and forth as far as the placing. Every exchange is going to change everything.
100%. And not only, and Luca Messinas need this heat so bad.
Yes, he does.
That's a very, very important heat for him.
Can Luca do it? We're going to find out. When we return, we're going to have the conclusion of the final heat of the day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be right back after these messages. We're back at Itaúna, the site of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Series. And out in the water, we have Sammy Pupo, Luca Messinas, the young Brazilian phenomena in the way of Ryan Kainalo and Dylan Moffat, our Australian competitor that is on the precipice of perhaps qualifying for the championship tour in 2023. Really important heat for both Luca Macinis and Dylan Moffitt in this grand scheme of things. I'm Kaipo, I'm with Bruno and Pato talking you through all of the action. And while we were gone, it looks like Ryan got another wave, so we'll be waiting for that last wave score for Ryan Kainalu. Currently in third place. He needs a 4.43 to move into second place and advance into the next round.
And he knows he has the highest score in the heat, huh?
Luca Macinis, razor sharp cutback, glides through that inside section and meets the oncoming Whitewater with a heavy layback snap. Luca Macinis looking to better his low of a 4.87. Ryan Kainalu's score just checked in, a 4.87. And Ryan has gone into second, but let's dissect this, Pato. This is Luca's wave.
A great first turn, just perfect second turn, and finish so good. You know, for me, for sure he would turn the heat.
Yeah.
And like you say, Kaipo, it will be going back the whole heat all the way to the end.
This happened during the break, you guys. How's that for flexibility?
Yeah. The rubber boy, huh?
15 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And the no claim, huh?
So once again, a little bit of a slip up there, but pulls it back under his feet. This is Ryan Kainalu. Recognizes the section up front and throws the air reverse. 4.87 for that effort. Great effort on the inside.
Oh, yeah. A little drama in the beginning, and then that pop-up.
But I definitely think Ryan needs to go back and find a bigger wave, you know, in a first powerful maneuver. And there you go.
Oh, that was Dylan Moffitt just kind of throwing it away. And Sammy Pupo. It looks like he's got first priority, but also Sammy Pupo has dropped down to second because the score came in for the last, the Luca Macinis, and that was a big score, 7.27. So you can see the situation out in the corner graphic of the standings. Luca Macinis, Sammy Pupo, Ryan Kainalu dropped down to third. Ryan needing a 5.17 to retake second. And Dylan Moffitt out there in a crucial heat for the Australian needs a 6.87, under 9 minutes counting down.
Wow, that last wave of Luca was amazing, the combo. The last turn was so stylish, so powerful at the same time.
So smooth, and so smooth, and you know, combination of great turns and never moved the board.
Yeah.
You know, transition was perfect, and that's
Spot
what
on.
I like about his serve. His transition is great.
Yeah. Great technique, great tempo, and variation also, huh?
Never accelerate.
Yeah.
Never was slow. It was just right on the time. The whole time.
8 minutes counting down, all the surfers in a pretty tight pack on the peak. Priority to Sammy Pupo, he decides not to go. Second priority to Luca Macinis. Luca's gonna lose priority with that effort, and Ryan Kainalu in the white jersey will move up into second priority. Sammy Pupo with first priority decides to go on this one. Sammy's in it. Let's see what he's got. Off the bottom, throws it in the air. Nice air reverse right from the start. Has to tap dance through a flat section. Hits the oncoming section. A little bit of troubled water, difficult water, but Sammy clenches his fist and feels that he's improved upon his heat total. He needs to replace a 5.47 with a higher number to do so.
Yeah. He did all he could, huh?
It would be hard to say, you know, 5.47 if he's changed that on only this maneuver. I don't know, Kaipo. But one thing that I know, well, Dylan would have to work hard from now in order to, you know, get back on the heat.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan's kind of having a tough one against some great competitors, and a surprise competitors, I think, to a lot of these Challenger Series guys is this kid right here, Ryan. I don't think a lot of these guys saw Ryan coming, you know, coming in here as a wild card.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is a ray, beautiful ray, a spotted leopard ray.
Kaipo knows, that was a beautiful one.
And the water is so clear, huh?
And when the water is this clear, you can see straight to the bottom.
Yeah.
And that Ray, he's just eyeing up and looking for some crabs maybe or something on the bottom that he can dive down there and chomp into.
Exactly.
All right, so 6 minutes, 15 seconds. And waiting for score of Sami Pupo as well as Ryan Kainalu to set the heat.
You know what, Kaipo? What caught my attention was Lucas. On the beginning of the heat, he moves to the left, cut the left, make a big movement, a great maneuver, 6.653. Move to the right, keep on all these guys, make 7-7, and so far it was a smart movement.
Yeah, he's controlling the situation.
Control the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, really going back and forth in the lineup and controlling the situation out there, making sure he's on the best wave. We just saw Dylan Moffitt throw everything at that wave, but Dylan has a large need right now. Dylan needs a 7.23 to get into second place, and that needs to be something that's super outstanding because we can only compare that to Luca Massinis' 7.27 to get that number. Bruno, this is what Dylan did.
Yeah. The wall ahead of him is starting to get a little bigger, higher. But nice touch, huh?
Well, we're at 5 minutes remaining, and we're going to see if Luca Massinis, Sami Pupo, Ryan Kainalu, Dylan Moffitt, who's going to advance into the round of 24. But our show's not going to end with this last heat of the day. You want to stick around because we're going to come at you after this heat with the Corona Post Show, where we look at all today's highlights, look at the highs, the lows, and all the happenings, including the top 5. That's right after the conclusion of this event. Luca Massinis, our heat leader, great effort there, but the backwash again takes him out. Ryan Kainalu building up some speed, pops it, and that one gets eaten up by the white water too.
You know, Dylan didn't make the 7.27 that he needs, but did 6.20 and now get back on the heat. With less than 4 minutes, he's on the heat and on a very good position because now it's only 6.
Yeah, it's going to be another one of those heats that's going to come down to the final minute. But here's our heat recap, Bruno. Samuel Pupo doing some great surfing out there.
He was outside of the radar in a while, but he's doing so great. His surfing talks for him, huh?
Dylan Kainalu, Pato, came out with a bang right here. This was a 6.97.
That was a great wave. You know, so far is the second high score of the heat.
Luca Massinis showed up to play. And Luca throwing it there. One turn for a 6.53, and Massinis found this right for a 7.27.
That was a master class, huh? Nice carving, a top turn, and then finish up with the layback. So smooth.
What a transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Pupo with priority. He's going to use it. Whitewater rolling, looking for the double up. Sami Pupo building up speed down the line, and nothing on offer for Pupo. He's going to remain in second for the moment. Luca in first. Ryan Kainalu needs a 5.53. Dylan Moffitt needs a 6.31.
Sammy loves it. Whitewater rolling, huh? His lounge.
Maybe get some speed as you first come in, and you know, a lot of times this break, you're going to have the wave form itself. We got our spectators, our fans are hanging out till dark here, and we're hanging out. And remember, Corona Post Show right after this, so we're going to have a lot of the action to go over.
It reminds me a lot of Hossegor guys surfing almost on the second session, like.
Yeah, this roll in here.
Not staying on the outside.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Look at Dylan.
Needs something big on the inside as this wave stands up. Throws it into the flats. Times it perfectly. Dylan Moffitt wants to ride out of that white water, and we're going to count that complete. The number that he needed, a 6.31.
You know,
Will it go that high with one maneuver?
I think he heard what Pato said a little while ago.
You know, for me, the whole day, Kaipo, I've been seeing you know, you have to give everything on this competition. On this competition is a reason what the name called challenger. You know, because it challenge yourself, and you cannot give
show
up.
your best.
You gotta give your best, and that's what Dylan made and did.
The extension, the not vertical, but also.
Hey, I'm watching this in slow motion where you can really appreciate the space that he traveled and how he had to project out into the flats and put the board under his foot. And he needs a 6.31 to go into second. And things are looking good right now for Dylan Moffitt. Luca Macinas, he still wants to be in the conversation. He's our heat leader. Nice slash off the top for the Peruvian. Off the bottom again. Layback hack, pokes the nose, goes incomplete. That's not going to change his situation. Dylan Moffitt with a 7.17 on his last ride. Moffitt goes into second place. Goes from fourth, pretty much for the full heat, into second place when it counts the final 40 seconds, Pato.
Amazing. What a great job.
Yeah.
That's what I can say. You know, incredible job.
Yeah, great
Did
effort.
The best, you know, of him. We waiting for that. We knew that he's able to do it.
Yeah.
He's a great surfer, you know, and he did, you know. And I feel for Ryan because he started so good on the beginning, but
he
feel the
didn't
pressure.
build up.
What I feel is he feel the pressure of to be in a competition like this, you know, with 96 of the best surfers in the world. And one thing I can tell you, it's people now realize next year he will be in the tour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the
Yeah. And the other thing, when we talk about Ryan Kainalo, at 15 years old, at this level, you don't lose, you just learn.
Exactly.
He's a sponge. He's learning.
What a great heat.
What a great heat. So it is going to be Luca Macinas and Dylan Moffitt moving out of the round of 48 onto the round of 24. The two surfers that really needed to make this heat did exactly what they needed. So qualification hopes continue for Luca Macinas and Dylan Moffitt. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Pato. What a great heat and what a happening that we have here. We got so much more for you. We have the Corona post-show. That's going to be happening right after these messages. Thank you for joining us. And by the way,
thank you so much.
Go Panda.
Go Panda.
Go Panda.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Welcome to the Corona Post Show here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, as we look at Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, the church on top of the hill, a landmark here in Saquarema, overlooking this beautiful beach with a variety of waves and a ton of action. And we've had a ton of action today. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, joined by Mitchell Salazar. What about today?
It was pretty exciting, Kaipo, I'm not going to lie. And how about the final heat of the day, too? What an excellent way to finish off day number 3 of competition, but a few upsets, Kaipo, and we're going to see a few more in the next few days as well.
We saw some drama today, okay, you guys? We saw some interferences again. We saw some buzzer beaters again. We saw some upsets again.
Yeah.
But the wave quality was pretty incredible today.
And the consistency to me, Kaipo, was really the big thing out there. You saw a lot of heats within 30 minutes where a lot of these surfers were having 5 to 6 opportunities in order to compete out there. Personally, I loved it, and I think the people that deserve to move through, but we did see a lot of people in the top 10 of both the men's and the women's bow out today, Kipes.
We saw those upsets, right? And that is going to affect, I mean, when we look at year end, some of these upsets are going to affect who's going to make the championship tour. And that's really the goal of the Challenger Series here. And so more people are going to be going to Hawaii with a lot more pressure on their shoulder. Some people's dreams are still alive. Some people, some surfers, can clinch it here. We actually had a clinch happen here today. Mathematically, we know our first women qualifier for the 2023 Championship Tour through the Challenger Series. We can announce that.
Yeah, Macy Callahan qualifies officially for the Championship Tour for 2023 due to the loss of Sophie McCulloch. She was ranked number 6, and with that, it opens up a slot for the surfer to qualify from Australia. Congratulations to Macy Callahan, Kaipo. Big, big win for her to move back up onto the CT.
Yeah, she's just hearing that news today, and I'm sure there's a celebration going on in Australia, and Macy can come to Hawaii if she chooses to, or she can sit out. We just know that we're going to see her on the Dream Tour in 2023. A guy that was on the Dream Tour, he wants it back, and he's got one step closer to re-qualify by making the last heat of the day. Let's hear from Luca Messinas. He's with Rachel.
That's right, I'm here with Luca Messinas, and Luca, looks like the Peruvians are making success here in this wave. Your friend Miguel just won the last QS, and you are also getting great results here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is my first time here in Saquarema. I heard from all my friends, from Miguel, Daniela, they all told me this wave is pretty good. So when I first came here, the first surf I had, I really connect with the wave. I like a lot the wave because it has a lot of power and it's really good. It has size all the time. So yeah, stoked to make this hit because it was a hard hit too, and happy to be here in Saquarema for the first time. I like this place.
And how was it for you competing in a bridge break when you prefer going to the left and your best score was a right-hander?
Yeah, today I think there was not many lefts. I was like, please come on, start showing up the lefts, but they never came. My first wave was a left, but I think I went over there because the current took me over there, and somehow I left up here, so I did one big turn, and then I had to run and go back to the right because the best scores I think were in the rights today. So yeah, happy that I got that perfect right, that it was like open up and double up, and yeah, happy to make that hit because like I was telling you, it was a really hard hit, and I think I got the best 2 waves of the hit, so I was happy with that.
Really nice. Good luck in the next round, and now it's with you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Luca Messinas. As we look forward to the round of 24, Mitchell, for the men, we switched the format a little bit. Now we go into 3-man heats for that round.
Yeah, strategy changes quite a bit, Kaipo. 3-person heats out there, and you're going to see a lot of those high seeds really have valuable input and information when it comes to strategizing in those heats and obviously managing their time within those 30-minute batteries out here at Saquarema. Bateria is what they call a heat in Brazil.
Yeah, like a battle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's been, are you kidding me? It's been a battle today. People have had to battle, and there's been some tremendous moments. We talked about Macy Callahan and qualifying via the Challenger Series to the 2023 Championship Tour. The way she did that was because Sophia McCullough went down in her heat this morning, and we have a recap of that heat with Sophia McCullough, Francisca Veseco, as well as Chelsea Tuak. Let's take a look at this action. I think you called this heat.
Yeah, I did, and Chelsea Tuak told me when the day started, she's, it looks so fun out there, very consistent on the rights, but it was Francisca Veselko, Kika, who not only got the best score of the heat in the first few minutes, she never let go of first place, Kaipo. And with the backup here of around a 6-point ride, she looked good. And from the get-go, she was always looking for the win, and she wasn't going to settle for second place. And looking at the recap here with Chelsea Tuak, had a couple of scores in the fives, but it was just the one-turn waves like that one that put her up into second place, and it added more pressure to Sophie. And she was needing a couple decent scores at the end, and unfortunately for her, wasn't able to get that. Had a couple of decent scores, a 5 and a 4. But it wasn't enough in order to move through, and we lose number 6 in the ranks.
Yeah, and we talked about that, Mitchell, and that would have been a big upset as we take a look at the numbers from that heat.
Yeah, I mean, poor result there from McCulloch. Unfortunately for her, number 6 in the rankings. She's really going to have to do well at Haleiwa in order to qualify. But how about the Bayesian invasion with Chelsea Tuak, 10.97 heat total, and the youngster, only 19 years of age, Francisca Veselko, with a huge heat win, Kipes.
Yeah, that was a big way, and that really that's going to shake up some of the standings and some opportunities for some underdogs in the women's division to really make a name for themselves.
100%, and I think you might even talk about some Portuguese pride out there too. Teresa Bombolo, who's number 7 in the ranks, you know, she's opening doors up. Through Kika Veselko's win, she's knocking out number 6. So this actually helps out Teresa a lot more than people think of.
In a way, it's almost like Team Portugal.
Yeah.
Like, not really working together, but it is working in the Portuguese surfers' favor.
She's flying the flag, so it doesn't matter who makes it through as long as somebody makes it through, Kaipo.
Oh, man. Hey, we were anticipating the all-goofy foot matchup with Gabe Medina coming through in his heat in this round number 2. All eyes are on the beach for Gabe Medina, but that heat gave a young surfer from San Clemente, Jet Schilling, an opportunity to show off his stuff.
Yeah, and I'd have to say the heat of the event so far, 4 goofy footers out there, and we were able to call the heat with Travis, and what a performance by young Jet Schilling. But the impressive thing to me so far in this heat was that everybody had a score above a 6-point ride too, Kaipo.
Yeah, it was happening. Schilling, Medina hits the beach, and all eyes are tuning in to the 3-time world champ over here, and he did not disappoint. Just solid surfing, as always, by Gabe Medina. That's what we expect from a 3-time world champ. He can make something out of nothing almost, but Jet Schilling, he came to play.
Yeah, and he was very efficient with the amount of waves that he caught too. A 6-point ride there on his first one, never looked back afterwards, and then Medina also catching one wave where he had this incredible turn right there. I think he came in as a 7.33. And you look at the way he was not only able to balance out on both the rights and the lefts, but just the efficiency with the maneuver selection on the waves that he actually did catch. Love this finishing turn right there, straight up and vertical. He looks healthy, and he looks like he's in rhythm too.
Yeah, but what about this from the youngster from San Clemente? 8.67 for the boost. Full rotation, lands on the roof, and just gives us the Hulk claim.
No, and I remember seeing him compete a few years ago at T Street. He wasn't backing down against Crosby Colapinto, and guess what? He didn't back down against a 3-time world champion. He said, "This is my house, homie. I'm here to win."
You gotta enjoy it, but we're gonna see 2 really exciting, sensational goofy foots into the round of 24. Gabe Medina and Jet Schilling. Check out the numbers, Mitch.
Yeah, I'd have to say the best heat we've seen all event long. Nacho Gunderson had a 6-point ride at the beginning of the heat, wasn't able to get a backup, and Taichi Wakita, a pair of 5s. It wasn't enough for the battle against Schilling and Medina, though, Kaipo.
Yeah, it was, gosh, that was so entertaining to watch. And that's just one of the entertaining heats. We had some other ones, too, today, and I'm highlighting Ramsey Bocham, and his performance out here was outstanding today. I mean, he's one of those characters that I believe deserves a place on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's been around for so long, too, that you probably would have thought that he at least qualified once, but he still hasn't. 28 years of age. He's got a lot more time to go, but, you know, he doesn't want to leave things up to Haleiwa Kaipo, and he has a chance to do well here. But looking at the heat that we did see, Ramsey, Gabriel Andrea, Rio White, and Carlos Munoz, he had 3 tough competitors out there in the water, and he even said that he had a slow start, but was able to get a pair of 7s that moved him through.
Yeah, and this was another extremely entertaining back and forth heat. Let's check out the heat recap of Heat 9 in the round of 48. Rio Waida would have been the favorite in this heat, and surprising with the result, but it was this kind of surfing on the backhand by Ramsey Bukhayam that absolutely stood out, Mitch.
Yeah, and, you know, fortunately for him, he was able to select those waves that really offered up those sections where he's not only favorable going on the backhand, but it also kept a lot of the other surfers off of those great rights too, such as the young man on screen who already qualified for the CT. That's Rio Waida Kipes.
Yeah, Rio out there, he's got nothing to lose, so this was just another more, you know, of a class as far as Saquarema. When he gets on the championship tour, Rio's gonna have to surf here at the Oi Rio Pro, so he's doing a little homework, but Ramsey Bukhayam on the backhand, just devastating.
Yeah, and I mean, Rio surfed a great heat, but it was just Gabriel Andre and Ramsey that surfed an even better one. And this young man impressed me a lot. It's been a long time seeing him competing on the QS. Hadn't seen him compete on the Challenger Series before though, Kaipo, and it seems like he is very deserving of a spot here in the South American region. With turns like that, he's probably gonna be here next year.
Yeah, timing the ever-present backwash here at Itauna as we take a look at the numbers. Bukhayam, 7.73, 7.17. Giant heat.
Yeah, and look at everybody's heat total. Above 11 points. Rio with the 6.97, and that was the last wave of the heat too. He was close to getting the score that he required, but the Brazilian just had a great start, and then Ramsey was able to get those 2 7s, as you mentioned, both on right-handers.
Yeah, and I'm just discovering at this event, the Brazilian wildcards have been really surprising, and they've been just taking out people left and right. I mean, it's not just Gabriel Andre.
No.
There's been a number of the Brazilian wildcards who have advanced into the round of 24, the 3rd round.
Yeah, and we almost had another one move through right now, in Ryan Kainala, the 15-year-old, but to me, Kawak Costa, the young surfer from the northern part of Brazil, man, he is an incredible surfer. First time competing in a Challenger Series event, 2 heat wins so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, and he's on a roll. You know what I mean? That's a confidence. I think he's discovering now that he can do it. So the Brazilian storm keeps on showering down. Well, Mitch, guess what time it is?
The countdown, top 5?
It's the top 5. It's my favorite time. Let's get into today's top 5s because there was a lot to talk about today. Day number 3 of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Let's take a look at that top 5. As we roll through into the top 5, Kika, Francisca Veselko, number 5 with her performance this morning.
Yeah, and not only one of the more impressive performances, but she really has nothing to lose here. She's quite down far in the rankings. She needs 2 big results back-to-back in order to qualify. And it all starts with round number 1, Kaipo. She got a heat win right there.
Number 4, Ian Gentile. He's above the cut line looking for a spot on the championship tour. He got that much closer with a heat win today.
Well, and a couple of 7s too. Not an easy feat to do out here. And how about that layback smash? Would only be the 3rd surfer from Maui to ever qualify. Those are Dusty Payne and Imai Kalani DeVault who have done it before him. But he's looking great, Kaipo, coming off of an excellent result in Nediseda. And he might get a heat win and eventually a win here at the CS level in Saquarema.
Number 3, Alyssa Spencer with just a sizzling backhand approach this morning. Big heat total of 15.77.
To me, the performance of the event so far, both on the men's and women's side of Kaipo, the effectiveness, the approach that she had, selecting the best waves out there, especially coming here for the first time. Nothing short of excellent surfing right there from Alyssa Spencer. An 8.67 and a 7.1, close to an excellent heat total.
Yeah, and just great timing technique from Alyssa. So she's going to be rolling into the next round with a lot of momentum. Number 2, we're celebrating the career of the big man, the Panda, William Cardoso.
You already got your shirt on, and I'm ready to put mine on later tonight too. And you know, great heat, battled from beginning to end, had a couple of scores in the 4-point ride, but wasn't able to break through with anything better. But you know, you talk about one of the most successful surfers to come out of Brazil in terms of competing on the WSL Tour. This is one of those guys.
Yeah, we're celebrating one of the greatest characters that we've seen on the championship tour, the Panda. He had a championship tour win in 2018 at Uluwatu. He also has the credit of, I think, the oldest guy to come and qualify for the championship tour as well. And William Cardoso, you got to be strong to carry this guy up the beach. But what a character, what a big heart, and big surfing to his credit.
Yeah, and just an emotional moment right there that he was able to share with everybody else. And hopefully he's going to be able to join us tomorrow and call a heat with us in the booth. But, you know, an incredible moment, a lot of passion from Pandinha, and excited to see what the future holds for him, not only here in Brazil, but also helping out the future generations to come too, Kipes.
Yeah, well, he can be an inspiration just the way he got on the championship tour. This guy wants on tour. This guy's got a break. Feature number 1, Jet Schilling with 8.67 for this backside air.
Yeah, the highest single wave score of the event so far, and an incredible air right there. I didn't think he was going to be able to pull it, but the power of self-belief goes a long way, Kaipo, and it got him the heat win against the 3-time world champ.
What a great day.
It was.
We called a lot of heats.
We did. And we're going to do so tomorrow and Sunday, too.
We had a good time. We're going to do so tomorrow. I want you to join us. Thank you, Mitchell. I want you to join us tomorrow. Check in. We're likely going to go for day number 4 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And with that, I want to just tell you, boa tarde, good boa tarde, boa noite, boa noite. We'll see you. Enjoy the end of the day highlights right now. Thanks for watching.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.